So now I think we're going to do a little demonstration. I don't want to be so close.
Ich glaube, wir werden jetzt eine kleine
How about
Demo
you
machen.
maybe coming here, actually?
Me?
You. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
you, the one and only. That way, otherwise the client sometimes is leaning forward to try to...
Denn ansonsten lehnt der Klient, die Klientin sich bisweilen nach vorne.
Okay. So we'll take a volunteer who has some issues around sexuality.
Danke. Wir nehmen jemanden, einen Freiwilligen, eine Freiwillige, der oder die Themen hat in Bezug auf Sexualität.
That wants to take some time to explore it in the class now.
Die sich etwas Zeit nehmen wollen, das hier in der Gruppe ein wenig zu erkunden.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hey. Oh. Well, I'm glad you're happy to come. I'm happy to have you come.
Ich bin froh, dass du dich freust zu kommen und ich freue mich, dass du gekommen bist.
Oh. Yeah, I'll bet.
Ja, auf alle Fälle.
Number one took a lot of courage to come up, yeah?
Ja, also zum einen hat es viel Mut gebraucht, hier vorzukommen.
A lot of energy.
Und viel Energie.
But what's really nice is the energy is able to, exactly, is able to move up.
Aber was wirklich schön ist, ist, dass die Energie nach oben kommen kann.
So we just, that's right, we let the breathing quiet a little bit.
Genau, und jetzt atmen wir ein wenig ruhig.
Yeah. Wow.
Ich freue mich und bin gleichzeitig voll aufgeregt.
I'm happy and at the same time I'm enormously excited.
Ich habe gebetet, dass ich heute drankomme.
I was praying for being picked today.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about prayers.
Ja, weißt du, das ist die Sache mit den Gebeten.
Genau.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I'm really interested in your joy.
Aber wofür ich mich wirklich interessiere, ist deine Freude.
I'm really interested in that.
Ja, dafür interessiere ich mich wirklich.
Sie ist mir nie abhanden gekommen, trotz allem.
Despite of everything, I still had, I never lost her.
Dafür
It
bin ich dankbar.
the joy, and I'm grateful for that.
No kidding.
Ja.
Yeah. It sounds almost a little bit like you're talking to a child part.
Und es klingt beinahe ein wenig so, als ob du zu einem Kindteil sprichst.
And saying, I'm so glad you could keep your joy.
Und sagst, ich bin so froh, dass du dir die Freude bewahren konntest.
That seems, yeah.
So scheint es zu sein.
So some other feelings, yeah.
Und noch andere Gefühle.
Let's just do a little bit with the Wu sound.
Und lass uns das einfach mal ein wenig mit dem Wu-Ton
And the idea is
machen.
to make the Wu coming from here.
Und die Idee dabei ist, dass das
Now,
Wu
is it
von
okay if I
hierher kommt.
talk also to the class?
Ist es okay, wenn ich auch zur Gruppe
One of the
spreche?
reasons I'm doing it here is, I forgot your name is
Wilhelmine.
Wilhelmine.
Ja.
What a beautiful name.
Ja, danke.
Schöner Name.
Wow. That's fantastic. Is because the breathing is all high in the chest.
Und ein Teil, weswegen ich das jetzt mache, ist, weil die Atmung ganz in der Brust ist.
Ja.
And that reinforces a hyperarousal.
Und das schafft und verstärkt eine Hypererregung.
Ja.
And a hyperarousal away from something.
Und eine Hypererregung weg von etwas.
So we do the Wu sound and just vibrating it here from your belly, just where your hands are.
Und wir machen jetzt den Wu-Ton und lassen
I
den
demonstrate. And then we
hier
do together.
vom Bauch her vibrieren, ich demonstriere.
Gently.
Ganz sanft.
Shun.
Nice.
Good. Let the breath come in on its own.
Und lass den Atem von alleine kommen.
Good. And just rest.
Und Ruhe einfach.
Feeling your hands.
Und spür deine Hände.
Yeah, how they cup.
Und wie sie wie eine Schale bilden.
And your feet.
Und deine Füße.
And again, I talk a little bit to the class.
Und dann spreche ich ein
Remember,
wenig zur Gruppe.
Mariana or me or both of us probably were talking about how important it is always to work in the present state before you're doing any exploration.
Und wir beide, Marianne und ich, wir betonen immer wieder, wie äußerst wichtig es ist, wirklich ins Jetzt zu kommen, bevor nur irgendeine Art
99.99% of the time you do that.
von Erkundung stattfindet.
And the other 0.0001, that's only for me and Mariana to do.
Das macht den 99,99% der Zeit
Okay.
und dieser andere 0,001%.
So, yeah, feeling again just how it is to hold your hands like this.
Ist nur für Marianne und mich. Und jetzt spür einfach, wie das ist, die Hände so zu halten.
Es bringt mich zu mir.
It brings me, to myself.
It does, wow.
Ich habe zwar schweißnasse Hände, aber
My hands are wet with sweat, but
Yeah. But it brings you to
Ja.
yourself.
aber es bringt dich zu
Gut,
dir
ja.
selbst.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's just notice a little bit
Und wir wollen einfach ein wenig wahrnehmen,
how these sensations or other sensations come or go.
wie diese Körperempfindungen oder auch andere kommen und gehen.
And again, I'm monitoring the breathing.
Und wiederum, ich
Because again, with the high chest breathing, you're engaging the scalene muscles.
und mit dieser hohen Brustatmung,
Which is
da sind auch die Skaleni-Muskeln mit
Fear and
einbezogen.
anxiety muscles.
Und das sind so die Muskeln, die mit Angst und Ängstlichkeit zu tun haben.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was just a little bit easier, a little bit less engaging of these emergency muscles.
Und jetzt ein bisschen weniger sind diese
So I want you
Notfallmuskeln.
really to try to notice what happens when you feel like, oh, I have to take a deep breath. I think it's something like that, yes.
Und ich möchte gerne, dass du wahrnimmst, was passiert, wenn du denkst, oh, jetzt muss ich aber einen tiefen Atemzug nehmen. Oder ich denke, es ist etwas in der Art.
There you go.
Genau.
ja, es wird dann da eng.
It gets narrow here.
Feel constricted.
Also es
Ja.
fühlt sich angespannt an.
Und die Beine innen zittern leicht.
And the inside of my legs are trembling slightly.
Oh, wow.
Wow,
Good.
gut.
Aber ich spüre die Verbindung gut.
But I can sense the connection well.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Ja, so scheint es
Ja,
zu
ja.
sein.
It seems like you have really good contact
Und es scheint, als ob du einen richtig guten Kontakt hast.
with your body, with yourself.
Mit deinem Körper und mit dir.
And so no matter where we go today,
Und egal, wo wir heute hingehen,
you know that's the place where you have
Ja.
can go to.
du weißt, dass du diesen Ort zur Verfügung hast und dahin gehen kannst.
Da ist es eng.
It's narrow here.
Narrow. Is it tight? Is it tight
Ist es angespannt auch?
or just
Na,
narrow?
eng.
Und just narrow.
Narrow. Okay. So can you get a sense of the size of the space?
Und kannst du so ein Gefühl kriegen, wie groß dieser Raum ist?
10 Zentimeter
like 10 centimeters
Okay.
Innenraum.
On the inside, the inner space.
And do you have an image of that?
Und hast du ein Bild davon?
Some kind of a picture?
Irgendeine Art von Bild?
No. Okay. Okay. Easy, easy.
Ganz leicht.
Let's, excuse me, go back to the Wu sound, okay?
Und dann geh doch mal zurück zum
Gentle.
Wu-Ton, ganz sanft.
Thank you.
I'm just about to do it.
Excuse me. Thank you.
There you go.
And just rest.
Und
There.
ruh dich einfach aus.
There was the shift that time.
Da war jetzt diesmal die
This is
Veränderung.
what we were waiting for.
Und darauf haben wir gewartet.
Somebody said that in just a little while ago. That's the
Jemand,
things you have to stay aware for.
und das hat jemand gerade eben vorhin erwähnt und dessen musst du dir gewahr sein.
How are you doing?
Und wie geht es dir denn?
Ja, es ist
Well.
alles hinunter weiter gesunken.
Everything sunk further down.
Es ist nicht mehr so eine große Aufregung in diesem Bereich.
There's not this huge excitement here at that area.
Es wird langsam gemütlicher bei dir.
And slowly it's getting more comfortable here together with you.
Great.
Großartig.
Good. 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 Good.
Und das Zittern hat aufgehört.
And the trembling has stopped.
Okay.
Okay.
I imagine you have some kind of an issue or something you want to explore.
Ich stelle mir vor, du hast da irgendein Thema oder eben etwas, was du erkunden möchtest.
So I have an idea how we might begin.
Ich habe so eine Idee, wie wir wohl beginnen könnten.
But if you want to do something else, tell me, okay?
Aber wenn du was anderes machen möchtest, dann sag mir das, okay?
So here is the issue.
Also hier haben wir das
Whatever
Thema.
it is.
Was immer das sein
Ja.
mag.
Yeah. And maybe you just say some words to the issue you want to explore.
Und vielleicht sagst du einfach
But
ein paar
don't
Worte.
have to talk about anything specific, but just
Yeah.
about the issue, which is now a blue blanket.
Und zu dem Thema, was du erkunden möchtest. Du musst jetzt gar nichts Spezifisches sagen. Es geht einfach um dieses Thema, was im Moment eine blaue Decke ist.
Es ist mir zu nahe.
This is too close
Too
to
close to you. Okay. Do you want to move it some?
Ja.
me. Möchtest du es ein Stückchen bewegen?
Okay. So, but you're saying first you're too close to me, yes?
Aber zunächst sagst du, du bist mir zu nah.
Du bist mir zu nahe.
You are too close to me.
Okay. And again, just noticing
Und wiederum
what happens.
Nimm
What kind of
einfach wahr, was
sensations,
geschieht.
feelings, pictures.
an Körperempfindungen, Gefühlen, Bildern.
Ja, dann kann ich durchatmen.
Now I can breathe through.
Okay.
Und ich sitze besser
I'm sitting
am
better
Stuhl.
in my chair.
Ja, ich mag einfach Abstand haben.
I simply want to have a distance.
So I need to have some distance from you.
Ich muss von dir Abstand haben.
Good. That's it.
Genau.
And even with the deep breath, there was not the engaging of the emergency muscles.
Und
Nice.
selbst mit dem tiefen Atemzug waren diese Notfallmuskeln hier nicht mit einbezogen.
Yeah.
Ich muss von dir Abstand haben.
I have to have a distance from you.
Yeah. Because if you're too close,
Weil wenn du zu nahe bist,
Weil wenn du zu nahe bist,
because if you're too close,
then
dann
bekomme ich keinen Atem,
I can't breathe.
yeah.
kriege keine Luft,
I can't get air.
Yeah.
mein Körper spannt sich an
My body is tensioning
und ich möchte flüchten.
and I want to flee.
Okay. And when I have enough distance from you,
Und wenn ich genügend Distanz von dir habe,
Und wenn ich genügend Distanz von dir habe,
and if I have enough distance from you,
geht es mir viel besser.
I feel much better.
good.
Dann kommt die Lebensfreude wieder.
Then the joy to live of life comes up again.
Und es ist etwas Vergangenes, es geht weg.
And it's something of the past, it goes away.
Yes.
Es hat nicht mehr die Wichtigkeit.
It's not that important anymore.
Oh, okay.
Es hat nicht mehr die Wichtigkeit.
Not so important.
Es ist gut, wenn ich den Atem mehr im Becken spüre, Bauch- und Beckenraum.
It's good when I can feel my breath more in the
Yes.
belly and pelvis area.
So, here's a possible sentence. See how it is if you want.
Und hier kommt jetzt ein möglicher Satz, wenn du möchtest.
You're part of my past.
Du bist Teil meiner Vergangenheit.
Du bist ein Teil meiner Vergangenheit.
You are a part of my past.
There seems a strength in the gesture.
Da scheint so eine Stärke in der Geste zu sein.
Ja, es taucht gleichzeitig die Frage auf, wie ist die Begegnung hier und jetzt, wenn sie wieder geschieht?
And at the same time, the question arises, how is our encounter in the here and now once it is happening? When we meet in the here and now.
Okay. So when we meet in the here and now,
Also wenn wir uns im Hier
Ja.
und Jetzt begegnen,
you as part of my past.
du bist Teil meiner Vergangenheit.
Wenn wir uns im Hier und Jetzt begegnen, bist du Teil meiner Vergangenheit.
When we meet in the here and now, you are part of my past.
Das heißt, ich brauche nicht mehr zu kämpfen, auch nicht in der Gegenwart.
Which means that I don't have to fight anymore. I also don't have to fight in the present tense.
Yeah. I can let you be there.
Ich kann dich dort sein lassen.
Ich kann, gut. Es ist gut.
This is good.
I have the tissue there if you want.
Hier.
Oh, here we go.
Ich kann dich dort sein lassen.
I can let you stay there.
So als wird etwas weggehen, eine Energie weggehen, die gehört nicht zu mir.
As if an energy would go away that doesn't belong to me.
Whoa. Okay. Doesn't belong.
Gehört nicht zu mir.
Das gehört nicht zu mir.
It doesn't belong to me.
Yeah.
Das gehört zu euch.
It belongs to you. The plural tense.
Das ist auch wie Abschied nehmen.
It's also like saying farewell.
Oh, wow. Whew. That seems really important.
Das scheint wirklich wichtig zu sein.
It's like I'm saying farewell,
Also
goodbye.
es ist, als ob ich Abschied nehme, auf Wiedersehen sage.
Oh, ich nehme Abschied.
I say farewell.
I acknowledge that really happened.
Ich erkenne das an, dass das wirklich
Something
geschehen
like
ist.
that, maybe.
Irgendwas in der Richtung.
Ja, ich spüre, dass das jetzt geschieht.
Uh-huh.
I sense that this is happening just now.
Yeah.
Da ist viel Energie, die nicht zu mir gehört hat.
There's a lot of energy that hasn't belonged to me.
Okay. Yeah. Good. So with that breath, feeling the energy that does belong to you.
Und zusammen mit diesem Atem spür die Energie, die durchaus zu dir gehört.
Die ist jetzt gut in meinen Beinen.
So this is well there in my legs.
Jetzt zittern die Hände ein bisschen.
My hands are trembling a little bit right now.
Und ich werde gelassener.
And I'm getting calmer, more relaxed.
Es ist nicht mehr so wichtig.
It's not as important anymore.
Und ich spüre den Atem
And I sense my breath
besser im Bauchraum.
better in my belly area.
Und es ist hier
And here it is.
mehr Raum
There is-
geworden.
there-
Es ist nicht mehr so eng.
It's not that narrow anymore.
Right.
More space has been
Good.
created.
Good. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, feeling that movement all the way down to the bottoms of your sitting bones.
Ja, und spür diese Bewegung bis ganz nach unten, bis zur Spitze deiner Sitzbeinhöcker.
Es macht mich beweglicher.
So I'm getting more. This makes me more flexible.
Und die Lebensfreude kommt. Ich
And-
möchte tanzen.
And the joy of life is coming back, and I want to dance.
Sind jetzt Freudentränen.
So these are tears of joy right
Yes, they
now.
are.
Ja, das ist so.
Und ich sehe deine leuchtenden Augen und das tut mir gut.
And I see your beaming eyes, and this is good for me.
Takes one to know one.
Und es braucht jemanden, um das auch wirklich
Yeah,
zu
those movements
erkennen.
are so beautiful.
Und diese
Really,
Bewegungen
my
sind
gosh.
so schön.
Really. I am a dancer.
Also wie eine Tänzerin.
I am the scene.
Ich bin eine Tänzerin und ich werde gesehen.
I am a dancer.
Ich bin eine Tänzerin.
I am free.
Ich bin frei. I'm free.
Meine Gebete sind kraftvoll.
My prayers are powerful.
Yes.
Hey.
Whoa.
da ist jetzt viel Raum.
There is a lot of space there.
Yeah.
Right
Und
now.
es ist so schön, dass ich das mit so vielen Menschen teilen kann.
And it's so nice that I can share that with so many people.
Yeah. I'm kidding.
Wir waren 12 Kinder und das ist ein bisschen stellvertretend.
There were 12 kids in our family, and they represent that a little bit.
My goodness.
Es ist so viel Raum, es ist unglaublich.
There's so much space there, unbelievable.
Ich muss mich erst gewöhnen.
I have to get used to that.
Yeah.
So viele Möglichkeiten.
So many options.
Yeah, when you have that space, when you have your own energy,
Ja, wenn du diesen Raum hast und deine eigene Energie hast,
when you have your
und wenn du dich hast,
Ja.
we do a little exercise now.
jetzt machen wir eine kleine Übung.
We just sense the breath
Und spür einfach den Atem.
and along with the exhalation,
Und zusammen mit dem Ausatmen,
not forcing it really or exaggerating it.
ohne das jetzt zu erzwingen oder zu übertreiben.
On the exhalation, just let the tailbone just move a little bit forward like this,
Und
like a rocking movement.
mit dem Ausatmen, lass das
I
Steißbein
show you, I exaggerate
in
here.
einer wiegenden Bewegung. Ich zeige das jetzt mal
So when I'm breathing
auf übertriebene Weise.
I'm
Ich atme ein.
retracting a little bit.
Beim Einatmen ziehe ich mich ein
And on
bisschen
the
zurück.
exhalation,
Und beim Einatmen
just the smallest amount, so you feel it. It's not really even really to do it.
nur ein kleines, winziges bisschen, aber so, dass du es fühlen kannst.
There you go.
Genau.
That's it. Gentle
Genau.
tipping,
Ganz sanft
bringing the energy forward.
die Energie nach vorne bringen.
Nice.
Sehr schön.
Really, 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 really nice.
Sehr, sehr,
There,
sehr,
there, there.
sehr
Shun,
schön.
shun. And feel the warmth on your face
Und spür die Wärme auf deinem Gesicht
and also the sun,
und auch die Sonne.
how it shines on your face, how it seems. It looks like the sun is shining on your
Und
face.
wie die auf dein Gesicht scheint, so scheint es zu sein, als ob die Sonne auf deinem Gesicht schiene.
Total relaxed.
Completely relaxed.
Aha. Well, that's not bad.
Das ist ja nicht schlecht.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you really surrender
Ich bin froh, dass du dich wirklich
to your
hingibst
sensations.
in deine Empfindungen.
And that takes you to a place of really deep, deep, deep relaxation.
Was dich an einen Ort,
Yes.
ja, tiefer Entspannung bringt.
Yes.
Ja.
As you breathe in, let your chin come down a little bit.
Und wenn du
Your
einatmest,
head.
lass Kinn und Kopf ein wenig nach unten kommen.
That's it.
Genau.
And on the exhalation, just let the head go back a little
Und beim
bit. You were just doing it before. only.
Ausatmen, lass den Kopf wieder ein wenig zurückgehen, so wie du es eben gerade gemacht hast.
There you go.
Genau.
Yeah. And now just see if you can connect that movement with your head to the movement in your pelvis.
Und schau mal, ob du diese Bewegung mit dem Kopf, mit deiner
taking all the time you want.
Beckenbewegung verbinden kannst und nimm dir all die Zeit
See
dafür.
if you can begin to feel that connection.
Und schau mal, ob du anfangen kannst, diese Verbindung zu fühlen.
Maybe a little sound from the throat on the exhalation.
Und vielleicht kommt beim Ausatmen ein kleiner Ton von der Kehle her,
If it's not too much.
wenn es nicht zu viel ist.
Good. Wow. Seems like another wave of pleasure.
Das scheint eine weitere Welle an Vergnüglichem da zu sein.
Ja, ich fühle mich so verbunden.
I feel so connected.
Yeah.
Und das tut mir gut, dass du gesagt hast, dass ich genug Zeit dafür habe. Ich habe mir gedacht, wir sind schon fertig, ich muss schon wieder gehen.
And it's good for me that you said that there is enough time for me there, because I thought we are finished already, that I have to go already.
Oh, I meant just what I said.
Nee, also mach einfach das, was ich
To
gerade
take
gesagt
all the time to feel this precious
Und nimm dir all diese Zeit und dieses kostbare,
connection to your feelings,
diese kostbare Verbindung mit deinen Gefühlen zu spüren.
Oben und unten ist zusammengekommen.
So above and below has come together.
Ja. Ja.
Ich bin mit außen und innen verbunden. Ich höre die Vögel zwitschern, ich spüre mich gut.
I'm connected with the outside and the inside. I hear the bird chirping, and I can sense myself very well.
Good. So then you just play with when you want to come more out, but always can come in and always are in.
Und dann spiel mal damit, wenn du mehr nach außen kommen kannst, und du kannst ja immer nach innen gehen, das heißt, du bist ja immer innen.
Again, just taking the time that you need, that you want.
Und nimm dir die Zeit, die du brauchst und die du haben möchtest.
Wenn ich meine Augen öffne, sehe ich dich dort am Plakat lachen.
When I open my eyes, I see you over there laughing on that poster over there.
Das ist schön.
Oh,
This is nice.
that's funny.
Das geht mir
Das ist
gut.
lustig.
Okay. Do you see any other smiling faces?
Und siehst du denn noch andere lächelnde Gesichter?
Und ich fühle mich verbunden.
And I feel connected.
Connected.
Ja. Mein Mann ist mit mir und ich war die letzten Tage nicht so gut drauf.
And my husband is with me, and the last few days I didn't feel so well.
Und er hat gesagt, hoffentlich kommst du heute dran.
And he said, I hope you'll get your turn today.
Es war nicht mehr zum Aushalten.
That's funny. That's just what he told me.
It got intolerable. Again? Okay.
Yeah.
Es geht mir gut. Ich fühle mich sehr glücklich.
I feel good. I feel very happy.
Yeah. And just to mention, of course, this feeling is there.
Und nur um das noch zu sagen, natürlich, dieses Gefühl
Nothing
ist da
can destroy it.
und nichts kann das zerstören.
And during the day, you may get waves of different kind of sensations and feelings.
Und es kann durchaus sein, dass den Tag über immer mal wieder Wellen
Possibly
von
pictures, images.
verschiedenen Körperempfindungen und Gefühlen, möglicherweise Bilder auftauchen.
I don't think so, but maybe you have thoughts, oh,
Yeah.
maybe I shouldn't have exposed myself, something like that.
Und ich glaube das zwar nicht, aber vielleicht kommen so Gedanken wie, oh, ich hätte mich vielleicht hier nicht so zeigen
if that
sollen.
happens,
oder
that's completely normal.
so. Und wenn sowas geschehen sollte, dann ist das völlig normal.
It's part of opening so much.
Das ist ein Teil dessen, dass du dich so sehr
There's always a
geöffnet
natural
hast.
pendulation.
Und da kommt es immer wieder zu dieser natürlichen Pendelbewegung.
But just riding that,
Aber einfach da
and again,
mitzugehen
just noticing
und
that this, whatever it is
dass das, was immer es
here
sein
is in
mag,
the past.
hier ist und in der Vergangenheit
And
ist.
if you have any needs to look at it more carefully, then you can invite it.
Und wenn du das Bedürfnis hast, dir das noch sorgfältiger anzusehen, dann kannst du es einladen.
Because sometimes there are current issues that can maybe be helped, maybe be clarified by exploring this a little bit more.
Denn bisweilen gibt es aktuelle Themen, die vielleicht geklärt werden können, indem das ein wenig mehr erkundet
But
wird.
not necessary.
Aber das muss nicht so sein.
And the thing I again want to leave you with
Und das, was ich dir
this gentle movement.
lassen möchte, das ist diese sanfte
So when your
Bewegung.
pelvic comes forward,
Das
the
heißt, wenn das
head goes back,
Becken nach vorne geht, der Kopf
the
gleichzeitig
pelvis.
ein wenig zurück, Becken zurück,
back, the head comes back.
Kopf kommt auch wieder
So
zurück.
feeling this rhythm.
Und dass du diesen Rhythmus spürst.
And that will take you wherever you need to go.
Und das bringt dich dahin, wo immer du hingehen musst.
About reclaiming your natural sensuality, your natural sexuality.
So dass du deine natürliche Sinnlichkeit und Sexualität wirklich wieder für dich in Besitz nehmen kannst.
And do you have any questions?
Hast du denn Fragen?
Ich bin glücklich.
I'm happy.
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
So, would you like just to stay up here for a little bit, or would you prefer to go back?
Möchtest du noch ein wenig hier oben bleiben oder würdest du lieber gerne zurückgehen?
Zurückgehen.
Going back.
Dankeschön.
Okay, so very slowly,
Ganz langsam.
and especially after a session where it's really deep inner work, you take this very, very slowly.
Vor allem nach einer
here, just
Sitzung mit
maybe
tiefer
give me your
innerer
hand,
Arbeit, da gehst du
and then
ganz
slowly kind of rocking forward.
und langsam erstmal nach vorne
And
biegen.
then, and then up we go. I was doing such a good job. Oh, it's me. Okay, just slowly,
Langsam, langsam, schau mal, hier ist eine
Take
Treppe.
a moment.
Hier ist eine
Just to
Treppe.
feel the balance of the feet.
Yes, I have to learn to walk slowly, to do everything slowly. Gerade noch einen Augenblick.
And see how things look.
Und schau mal, wie es
When you're standing
aussieht,
up.
wenn du hier oben stehst.
Schön.
Okay, that's good.
Das ist gut.
Okay.
Nice.
And nice to see how you stay with yourself.
Und es ist schön zu
Have your
sehen,
feet on the ground.
wie du bei dir
You're
bleibst,
also in contact here
die
in
Füße am Boden hast
an easy way.
und trotzdem auf leichte Art hier im Kontakt bist.
Okay.
Ja, und dass ich so viel Zeit geschenkt bekomme, das
And-
ist ganz neu für mich.
And that I've got so much time as a present, so to speak. This
Yeah.
is so new to me.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Danke.
Dankeschön. Danke.
Okay. Here we go. Good. Maybe a little bit later I introduce it to the Bellicon. Okay. So, Mariana, do you want to come up here?
So the interesting thing about
Andre?
this session
Das Interessante an dieser Sitzung
is that we're working with sexual trauma without knowing what the trauma is.
ist, dass wir mit sexuellem Trauma arbeiten, ohne zu wissen, worin das Trauma besteht.
And that's actually essential to being able to work with sexual trauma.
Und das ist ganz wesentlich, um in der Lage zu sein, mit sexuellem Trauma zu arbeiten.
Because it's always a boundary transgression.
Denn es kommt immer zu einer Grenzüberschreitung.
And very often talking about it or requiring somebody to talk about it
Und sehr oft, wenn darüber gesprochen wird oder von jemandem verlangt wird, darüber zu sprechen,
or even accepting somebody's assumption that they should talk about it
oder selbst wenn man die Annahmen von jemandem akzeptiert, dass sie doch darüber sprechen sollten,
is a reenactment
ist ein Wiederausagieren
of the trauma.
eines Traumas.
So we saw Peter working with Wilhelmina,
Wir sahen, wie Peter mit Wilhelmine gearbeitet hat.
that the first long time was all about allowing arousal to come down.
Und am Anfang, über lange Zeit, ging es ausschließlich darum, zuzulassen, dass die Erregung runterfahren kann.
And this arousal was excitement, it was joy.
Und diese Erregung, das war Aufgeregtsein, es war freudig.
And it became a theme, a recurring theme all through the session.
Und wurde zu einem Thema, das durch die gesamte Sitzung immer wieder auftauchte.
That this survival expression
Dass dieser Ausdruck des Überlebens,
of excitement, aliveness,
dieser aufgeregten Lebendigkeit,
that it could land,
dass das auch landen konnte.
allowing it to land.
Dass sie zulassen konnte, dass es landen konnte.
It reminded me in some ways of what happens if a bird gets startled.
Und das irgendwie hat mich das auch daran erinnert, was passiert, wenn man einen Vogel aufschreckt.
It will fly.
Dann fliegt er.
So when a bird feels safe,
Und wenn ein Vogel sich sicher fühlt,
it will land.
dann wird er landen.
So we had a long piece of work in which primary intervention was all about allowing the energy to come down out of what you call the, what is it you said?
Emergency muscles.
Emergency muscles.
System.
Yeah, the
Und
emergency muscles.
ganz lange Zeit haben wir daran gearbeitet. Da ging es ausschließlich darum zuzulassen, dass sie runterkommen konnte, sodass das, was Peter die Notfallmuskeln hier nannte, nicht mehr mit einbezogen war.
So often when I look at sessions from masters,
Und oft, wenn ich mir Sitzungen von Meistern ansehe,
got one sitting here,
Thank you.
und hier sitzt einer, danke,
you can see 2 or 3 clear intervention lines that get repeated.
Dann könnt ihr ganz klar 2 oder 3 Interventionslinien sehen, die sich wiederholen.
Like 2 or 3 musical themes.
Wie 2 oder 3 Musikthemen.
So this was the first core theme.
This was the first
Core theme, central theme.
Ja, und das war das erste Kernthema, das erste zentrale Thema.
And the second core theme was the relationship to the trauma,
Und das zweite Kernthema war die Beziehung zum Trauma
or to the subject.
oder zum Gegenstand.
So that was chapter 2 in the work.
Und das war Kapitel 2 in der Arbeit.
And out of that emerges, in both cases, entering into a theme or an intervention line.
Und aus diesen beiden Fällen entstand, dass ein Thema wieder entstand und auch eine Interventionslinie
Invites the creative impulses of the client.
wobei die kreativen Impulse der Klientin eingeladen wurden.
And here the first creative impulse was, you're too close, I need you farther away.
Und hier war der erste kreative Impuls, du bist zu nah, ich brauch's, dass du weiter weg bist.
Bringing us to first farther away in space and then farther away in time.
Und das brachte uns dann dahin, zunächst einmal weiter weg räumlich gesehen und dann auch weiter weg zeitlich gesehen.
You are in my past.
Du bist in meiner Vergangenheit.
And I'm not sure if she said that first or if I maybe said, is it possible that when you're putting it there, it's more in the past,
Und
something like
ich
that.
bin mir jetzt nicht ganz sicher, ob sie das als erstes gesagt hat oder ob ich das eingebracht habe. So. Also wenn du hier mehr räumliche Distanz schaffst, dass es dann auch weiter weg in der Vergangenheit ist. Sowas in der Richtung. Ich weiß es nicht mehr so genau.
I think that you said it first.
Ich glaube, dass du es als erster gesagt hast.
But I was picking up on something that she was doing and helping her put a word to it.
Ich habe etwas aufgegriffen, was sie ja gemacht hat und habe ihr dabei geholfen, das in Worte zu fassen.
The worst thing you can do is just keep feeding a person sentences. That's really very elementary.
Und das Schlimmste, was du machen kannst, dass du immer weiter den Leuten Sätze vorgibst, sozusagen, also sie damit fütterst, hat er gesagt.
Non-therapy.
Und das ist ganz elementare Nicht-Therapie.
Interesting, because I think you fed her more sentences than I've ever seen you do in a session.
Das ist schon interessant, weil ich denke, dass du sie mit mehr Sätzen gefüttert hast, als ich dich je in einer Sitzung habe machen sehen.
And it worked really well.
Yep, that's true. Oh well,
Stimmt schon.
make a note of that.
Naja, gut, ich mache da eine Notiz.
Hello. It's interesting. It's kind of like what Peter was saying before, that crunch.
Das ist ein bisschen so wie das, was Peter vorhin gesagt hat, dass
That when you know how to not do it,
wenn du weißt, wie man es nicht macht
when you know how to do sessions really well without doing that,
und wenn du weißt, wie man Sitzungen richtig gut abhalten kann, ohne das zu machen,
then you can use it as a spice,
dann kannst du das
Spice.
als Gewürz nutzen.
as a shaping of your session.
Und so kannst du deine Sitzung formen und gestalten.
But if it's no good as a foundation. in your session.
Aber als Grundstock ist das nicht gut.
Yeah.
Does that match your sense?
Und entspricht es dem, wie du das empfindest?
So our second large theme was this thing about relating to the subject that Wilhelmina brought in.
Und das zweite große Thema war dieses sich beziehen auf dieses Thema, das Wilhelmine mitgebracht hat.
And that didn't mean that we left the first theme.
Und das heißt jetzt keineswegs, dass wir das erste Thema verlassen hätten.
I think in that part Peter didn't actually talk about that, but I saw him tracking the excitement or dropping.
Und da hat Peter da gar nicht drüber gesprochen, aber ich habe gesehen, wie er diesem Aufgeregtsein oder wie der Aufregung wieder runterging nachspürte.
Which was, I think, one of the pathways into your suggestion that it was also in the past.
Und ich denke, das war eines deiner Wege hin zu deinem Vorschlag, dass das ja auch in der Vergangenheit war.
Peter would follow lines of reflection.
Und Peter folgte da Überlegungslinien
And movements
und folgte Bewegungen,
that dropped the breath from here to here.
durch die der Atem von hier ausgehend runterfiel.
Because if it just continues to go up there, there's no place you can go.
Denn wenn es immer weiter hier nach oben geht, dann kannst du ja nirgendwo anders mehr hingehen.
Because then if you try to work with the memory,
Denn wenn du dann versuchst, mit der in Anführungsstrichen
it only
Erinnerung zu
creates
arbeiten,
an intensification of the distress
dann,
physiology, the distress physiology.
dann resultiert daraus eine Intensivierung der ohnehin schon schwierigen Physiologie.
Yeah. So that was the second stanza of the music.
Und das war die zweite Strophe der Musik,
In which the first was woven in, as it is in good music.
in die das erste Thema eingewebt wurde, wie das ja bei guter Musik der Fall ist.
And out of that came this sense of great release.
Und aus dem heraus entstand dann dieses Gefühl von einem umfassenden Loslassen.
Where there was actually one more part to the differentiation, which was I think we said it belongs to you.
Und da, was die Differenzierung anging, das war noch ein wesentlicher Teil, nämlich dieses, das gehört zu dir.
It doesn't belong to me, it belongs to you.
Das gehört nicht zu mir, sondern zu dir.
And it's in my past.
Und es ist in meiner Vergangenheit.
And I think that was where you worked with that also if you meet it in the present, it still belongs to your past.
Und ich denke, da hast du dann das noch mit eingebracht, selbst in der Gegenwart, wenn du dem was auch immer in der Gegenwart begegnest, gehört es immer noch zu deiner
Because
Vergangenheit, denn
we can always have triggers.
Denn es kann immer wieder zu Auslösern kommen.
We also open more and more to higher levels of excitation.
Und wir öffnen uns ja auch immer mehr höheren Erregtheitsniveaus.
So I think it's important to practice that a little bit.
Und ich denke, daher
To
ist es
prepare.
wichtig, in Vorbereitung darauf, das ein wenig zu üben.
And one of the things when I'm working with somebody who's had sexual trauma
Und wenn ich mit jemandem mit sexuellem Trauma arbeite,
and they're beginning to explore sexuality with another,
sie beginnen mit einem anderen Menschen die Sexualität zu erkunden.
Sometimes they'll have the spouse come in with them
Und manchmal lasse ich auch
or
einen
the lover
Geliebten oder eine Geliebte, einen Ehemann, Ehefrau
and talk
mitkommen.
about how important it is to begin just connecting and breathing and feeling and categorically not going to intercourse yet.
Die berichten immer wieder, wie wichtig es ist, sich zu verbinden, zu atmen, zu fühlen, zu spüren, aber kategorisch noch nicht zum Sexualverkehr zu kommen.
Till that level becomes more settled.
Bis diese Ebene sich noch mehr gesetzt hat.
Because again, there's no rush,
Denn wiederum,
there's no hurry.
keine Eile.
And often the client really wants to hurry because they want to have an orgasm so that their partner feels, that they're helping them have an orgasm, something like that.
Und,
So that we're all okay. So that we're all okay.
So we're all okay. Yeah. So again, the process rather than the goal. the process of awakening rather the goal of having some intercourse and orgasm.
Und oft ist es ja so, dass die Klienten selbst in Eile sind und dass sie endlich einen Orgasmus haben wollen und auch um ihres Partners willen und um zu beweisen, jetzt ist bei uns alles in Ordnung. Und es wird betont, dass es eben wirklich um den Prozess geht, nicht um das Ziel.
It's also, I think, a delicate shift from aliveness. The difference between aliveness and arousal.
Und ich denke, da kommt es auch zu einem ganz zarten Wechsel, und zwar dieser Unterschied zwischen Lebendigkeit im Gegensatz zu Erregung.
It's actually much easier if you have sexual trauma. Many people can actually get to arousal without aliveness.
Very high levels of arousal often.
Very hot.
Und bei sexuellem Trauma können viele Leute zu hohen Erregungsniveaus kommen, ohne dass da Lebendigkeit mit dabei ist.
You might call it dissociated arousal.
Man könnte es dissoziierte Erregung nennen.
And it's easy to fall into that if you hurry.
Und wenn man eilt, dann kann man da leicht reinfallen.
That's why we focus so much on aliveness, pelvic aliveness, somatic aliveness here.
Und deswegen konzentrieren wir uns eben so sehr auf Lebendigkeit, Lebendigkeit im Becken, somatische Lebendigkeit.
And the inner sense of it.
Und dieses innere Gefühl dessen.
Do you want to add anything
Möchtest du da noch was dazu sagen?
to that?
I'm thinking it's when you started, I said yes, we really have to make the point of that.
Also ich denke gerade nach, weil als du anfingst, dann habe ich gedacht, ja, genau, also das müssen wir wirklich noch
A lot
sagen.
of the sexual therapies
Denn viele der sexuellen Therapien
are really primarily about arousal and not about aliveness.
da geht es oft vor allem um Erregung, aber nicht um Lebendigkeit.
And then even some of the Neo-Reichian and bioenergetic,
Und wenn wir dann so zum Neo-Reichianischen oder zur Bioenergetik
not all,
nicht bei allen,
but some are really about building charge, building charge, building charge.
bei manchen geht es wirklich darum, einfach immer mehr Ladung aufzubauen.
And that doesn't take care of the problem,
Und dadurch kümmern wir uns aber nicht um das Problem.
because that is not the problem.
Denn darin liegt ja nicht das Problem.
And the problem really, again, is to reconnect with the aliveness,
Sondern das Problem, nochmal, besteht
with the
darin,
vitality.
sich wieder mit der Lebendigkeit und Vitalität zu
And as you
verbinden.
showed with the number of the photographs,
Und wie du das dann auch auf den Fotos gezeigt hast.
when you see the baby and the mother and the father,
Wenn ihr das Baby und Mutter und den Vater seht,
that's not about arousal.
da geht es doch nicht um Erregung,
It's about excitement,
sondern um Anregung,
but it's
Aufregung.
excitement and aliveness in reflection.
Und es geht um Aufregung und Lebendigkeit, aber in Widerspiegelung.
Again, many people have a sexual response
Viele Leute reagieren sexuell
where they're closing their eyes
und schließen dann die Augen
and the other person is bringing them to climax.
und der andere bringt sie dann zum Höhepunkt.
I'm not saying there's something wrong with that,
Ich sage ja gar nicht, dass das verkehrt sei,
but it really doesn't help the healing.
aber es hilft nicht bei der Heilung.
And then the person can choose if they want to do that.
Und dann können die Leute wählen,
If
ob
they
sie
want
das
to
so
explore
machen.
high levels and high plateaus.
Und ob sie dann hohe Niveaus, hohe Plateaus erkunden wollen.
But again, I think there's danger is too big a word, but too strong a word, but there's the seduction.
Und ich denke, da gibt es also Gefahr, das Wort wäre zu stark, aber zumindest man wird verführt.
To go really first with the arousal state rather than the shared pleasure and excitement.
Mit dem Erregungszustand mitzugehen, als mit diesem geteilten Vergnügen und der Erregung.
And sometimes just with the
Aufregung.
connection,
Und manchmal geht es einfach nur um
the breathing, shared breathing,
Verbundenheit und ein gemeinsames
people
Atmen.
come to a very deep orgasm without the high arousal.
Und dann kommen Leute zu einem sehr tiefgehenden Orgasmus, ohne dass es zu der hohen
And
Erregung
this
kommt.
again, you were experiencing when you just had that deep, deep letting go.
Und das hast du erlebt, als es gerade zu diesem ganz tiefen Loslassen kam.
Yeah.
So, and that brings us to that third part of the excitement that starts with this dancing quality.
Und das bringt uns dann zu diesem dritten Teil der Aufregung. Das fing an mit dieser tänzerischen Qualität,
Which Peter welcomes and acknowledges and embraces
die Peter willkommen heißt, anerkennt, umfängt
and brings down
und nach unten bringt.
the energy down into that deep release and rocking of coherency, really.
Und bringt es nach unten in dieses tiefe sich lösen und dann auch in diese Kohärenz letztlich.
Of finding the way that the head organizes with the pelvis.
Und so eine Möglichkeit zu finden, wie sich der Kopf zusammen mit dem Becken organisiert
And with the breathing.
und zusammen mit der Atmung.
And if you noticed, Wilhelmina was not hurrying when she did that.
Und wenn es euch aufgefallen ist, Wilhelmine hat sich nicht beeilt, als sie das gemacht hat.
So Peter was also working with a hurry pattern that he
Und
had
Peter hat also auch mit diesem Muster des sich Beeilens gearbeitet.
many times along the way,
Viele Male, so auf dem Weg.
including at the ending.
Und was gegen Ende mit einbezog,
Because hurrying is actually a part of that tendency to split off from the deep aliveness and slip into arousal dynamics.
Exactly.
und,
Take a picture from that. Very important piece.
wenn wir uns eilen,
Very
dann
important piece.
ist es oft das, dass wir uns von dieser tiefgehenden Lebendigkeit abspalten und dann eher in diese hohe Erregung gehen.
Georgia O'Keeffe
Georgia O'Keeffe
The artist.
is the female artist who paints flowers.
Das ist diese Künstlerin, die Blumen malt.
She said once, she's quoted as having said, painting a flower takes time, like having a friend takes time.
Und das Zitat von ihr wird, also man schreibt ihr das Zitat zu, eine Blume zu malen braucht Zeit, genauso wie es Zeit braucht, einen Freund zu haben.
Life takes time.
Und auch das Leben braucht Zeit.
Aliveness takes time
Und Lebendigkeit braucht Zeit.
and gives time.
Und gibt Zeit.
You can push arousal buttons pretty fast.
Wir können die Erregungsknöpfe ganz schnell runterdrücken.
I think that says it. Oh, maybe to add one more thing.
Ich glaube, das hat es zum Ausdruck gebracht.
You're
Eine Sache vielleicht
describing
noch.
parts that were parallel,
Wenn wir so Dinge, die
parts that were sequential,
Yeah,
parallel,
and parts that were convergent.
yeah.
also wir haben ja Teile beschrieben, die parallel abliefen, in einer sequentiellen Abfolge abliefen und in einer Konvergenz, in einem Zusammenfließen abliefen.
Might be useful to watch this again
Und es ist vielleicht hilfreich, das noch
and to
einmal
see if you can pick those parts out. So we now take some time to do a session.
Und jetzt wollen wir eine Sitzung machen.
And again, if somebody has some issue or question or
Wenn jemand ein Thema hat oder eine
Okay.
Frage oder
I take one man, then we take a woman again.
Ich
You
nehme-
can come up.
ich nehme jetzt einen Mann und dann nehmen wir wieder eine Frau.
Ja.
Wenn du nach oben kommen möchtest.
Okay. Please, your name is. Okay, welcome.
Willkommen.
And Andre puts on the.
Und André, der
Mikrofon.
steckte das Mikro an.
Okay. I noticed you adjust the chair so you're more looking directly. Does that feel better to you?
Und ich habe bemerkt, wie du den Stuhl anpasst, sodass du mich direkter anschauen kannst. Fühlt sich das besser
Yeah, I
für
like
dich
it
an?
that way.
Okay. Would you
Und
like
ja,
me
so
to
mag ich
turn
das.
more? Or?
Hättest du
That's
gern,
okay.
dass ich mich mehr
That's okay.
wende?
Okay.
Das ist okay.
Good. Good.
My heart is beating.
Mein Herz schlägt.
Well, thank goodness.
Gott sei Dank.
Yeah. Now, of course, I mean, it's scary to come up.
Natürlich, und das macht auch Angst, hier hochzukommen.
But we do just the exercise of noticing the heart and just seeing what happens next.
Und wir machen diese Übung, einfach das Herz wahrzunehmen und dann zu sehen, was als nächstes geschieht.
I'm lucky to be here.
Ich habe Glück, dass ich hier bin.
Ah, that's interesting. Lucky
Das ist ja
And
interessant.
nervous.
and
Glück.
nervous. And
Nervous.
Und ich bin auch aufgeregt.
this may seem a strange question, but when you feel lucky, how does that sense in your body? How do you feel it in
Und
your
das
body?
mag jetzt eine seltsame Frage sein, aber wenn du sagst, du fühlst, du hast Glück gehabt, wie spürst du das im
My
Körper?
chest widens.
Meine
Yes.
Brust wird weit.
I try to breath deeply.
Ich
Right.
versuche tief zu atmen.
Or it makes me breath deeply.
Oder dadurch atme ich tief.
Now, can I give you an observation?
Darf ich dir eine Beobachtung sagen?
When you came, you really wanted to put your chair so you were looking directly at me.
Als du kamst, hast du den Stuhl so hingestellt,
And
dass
I
du mich
noticed
direkt
the last while
anschaust.
you're looking up away into the corner. Looks like your gaze is far away.
Und dann in der letzten Zeit merke ich, dann sieht so aus, als ob dein Blick ganz weit weg ist.
I think I look away
Ich denke, ich schaue weg,
when I want to
wenn ich
feel my body.
meinen
Okay.
Körper spüren möchte.
And I want to see you
Und ich
for
möchte-
assistance.
Möchte dich sehen für
That
Unterstützung.
seems what it's like, yes.
Und so scheint es zu sein, ja?
Yeah. I think that's important that now are you in the SE training?
Bist du denn im
I
SE-Training?
did the intro,
You
Ich
did
hab
an
das
intro.
Intro
Okay,
gemacht.
so you know a few little things.
Also ein paar kleine
but
Sachen
I
kennst
read
du.
your books 1 year ago, and since this moment, I train for myself several hours every day.
Und vor einem Jahr habe ich deine
Aha.
Bücher gelesen und seither übe ich
What
ein
does
paar
that mean?
Stunden am Tag.
That you train yourself many hours a day.
Und was
I'm
übst du denn
curious.
für dich selbst viele Stunden am Tag? Da bin ich neugierig.
I used to wake up with anxiety
Ich bin früher
every
mit
morning
jeden Morgen mit Angst aufgewacht,
since 20 or 30 years.
seit 20 oder 30 Jahren.
And since I started to listen to my body,
Und seit ich anfing, auf meinen Körper zu
I start
hören,
with the legs and then I slowly go up.
ich fange mit den Beinen an und gehe dann langsam nach oben,
This anxiety disappears.
dann verschwindet diese Ängstlichkeit.
And during the day,
Und tagsüber
I do exercises with my equilibrium sense.
mache ich Übungen für mein Gleichgewichtssinn.
For example, I train standing on my hands,
Und ich übe zum Beispiel auf den Händen zu stehen.
and then I feel completely alive. If it's a good day, then I have some hours afterwards without any anxiety.
Und dann fühle ich mich total lebendig. Und an einem guten Tag gibt es da einige Stunden, die ich ohne jede Angst bin.
Yeah.
Okay. And you do that many hours.
Und du
I do
machst es
this.
viele Stunden.
Maybe 2 or 3 hours a day
Vielleicht 2, 3 Stunden täglich.
with other sport programs.
And what
Und
do you do with the
anderen
rest of
Sport
your
auch.
day?
Und was machst du denn den Rest des Tages?
I try not to meet my boss in order not to work,
Ich
but
ver-
I am a mathematician.
Ich bin Mathematiker und ich
I
versuche,
see.
meinen
Okay.
Boss, meinen Chef nicht zu treffen, damit ich nicht arbeiten muss.
Okay. And your boss is
Und dein
you try
Chef-
not to meet.
Und den Chef dann nicht zu treffen, also
Sometimes I work.
Manchmal arbeite ich auch.
Sometimes you work. Okay, well, I guess you had some kind of arrangement for that.
Ich denke, du hast da irgendeine Art Arrangement dafür.
What branch of mathematics are you in?
In welchem Zweig der Mathematik bist du denn?
I did pure complicated mathematics until 3 years ago.
Bis vor 3 Jahren habe ich reine komplizierte Mathematik gemacht.
And now I do mathematic didactics.
Und jetzt mache ich ableitende Mathematik.
Didactic.
Didactic.
Didactic. Ah, okay. Also
Okay.
Mathematik, Didaktik.
Okay. Now, they said that there, as somebody who had a sexual issue, something they want to explore.
Und wir haben ja gesagt, jemand, der ein sexuelles Thema hat, etwas, was sie erkunden möchte.
What would that be for you?
Was wäre das denn in deinem Fall?
I have huge problems with my sexuality.
Ich habe große Probleme mit
Okay.
meiner Sexualität.
The point is, I'm triggered by men in a way I don't like. It is a combination of anxiety and arousal.
Und
I
die
see.
Sache ist die
I see.
Sexualität wird ausgelöst durch Männer und das ist so eine Mischung von Angst und Erregung. Und ich mag das nicht.
No, and it's extremely if I see a bodybuilder, then it's terrible.
Ah,
A
okay.
bodybuilder.
Ja, also
So.
korrigiere mich, wenn ich es falsch verstanden habe. Und es ist extrem der Fall, wenn es ein Bodybuilder ist.
So
ja?
that's where the excitement is, more the excitement with the bodybuilder.
Yeah.
Und da
Okay.
kommt es dann noch zu viel mehr
Okay.
Erregung, wenn es ein Bodybuilder ist.
And I have terrible sexual fantasies which I really hate.
Und
I'm,
ich-
I'm
ich-
fighting against them
Und,
for 20 years.
ich habe schreckliche
okay.
sexuelle Fantasien, die ich wirklich hasse und gegen die ich seit 10 Jahren ankämpfe.
Two things come to my mind.
Jetzt kommen mir 2 Dinge in den
When
Sinn.
you say terrible fantasies,
Wenn du sagst schreckliche Fantasien,
that you try to stop.
die du zu stoppen versuchst.
The thing about that
Und was das angeht,
is it usually doesn't work.
ist, dass das im Allgemeinen so nicht funktioniert.
Have to make a little room for the fantasy.
Man muss für
I
die
know it's a
Fantasien
difficult situation, of course, because you're in a class.
ein bisschen Raum schaffen. Ich weiß schon, das ist eine schwierige Situation jetzt hier, weil du ja in der Gruppe
But
bist.
also with other people who are coming to explore their sexuality.
Aber auch bei anderen Leuten, die kommen, um ihre Sexualität zu erkunden.
Okay. And then how about with women?
How about with women?
With women, do you experience excitement with women?
Yeah.
Und wie ist es denn bei Frauen? Spürst du da auch Erregung bei Frauen?
The point is that I used almost not to have any excitement with women.
I see.
Also die Sache ist die, früher habe ich fast überhaupt keine Erregung
But
verspürt
since
bei
I do
Frauen.
these exercises,
Aber seit ich diese Übungen mache,
it slowly grows.
da wird es
And
langsam mehr.
after walking in my hands, I automatically start flirting to girls.
Und nachdem ich auf den Händen gegangen bin, da fange ich automatisch an, mit Mädchen zu flirten.
For me, that's so important. It makes me so lucky.
Und für mich
back
ist das
to
so
lucky.
wichtig.
That's all I want.
Und da habe ich dann, das macht mich ganz
That
glücklich.
easy flirting.
Und das ist alles, was ich möchte, dieses leichte Flirten.
Right now, you look to me very shy, young.
Und jetzt siehst du gerade sehr schüchtern
Seems
aus,
like
scheu
5, 6 years old.
und jung, so 5, 6 Jahre alt.
The point is, I have no remembrance that anything happened in my youth, but if something happened, it was when I was approximately 4 years old.
Und
was,
die Sache
okay.
ist die, ich habe zwar keine Erinnerung, aber dass in meiner Jugend was passiert ist, aber falls, dann war es im Alter von 4
Okay.
Jahren etwa.
Okay. Again, we just noticed this.
Und nochmal, wir nehmen das einfach wahr.
Now, let's just start again and you're already doing this, something, to feeling your feet.
Und jetzt fangen wir einfach damit an, das machst du ja auch schon, mit die Füße zu spüren
And how you get support from the chair
und wie du vom Stuhl unterstützt wirst
and the back of the chair.
und die Stuhllehne.
And notice also if it's a comfortable position that you're in.
Und nimm auch wahr, ob du gerade in einer bequemen Haltung bist.
Yes, I am.
Ja, bin ich schon.
Okay, good. So in this state of relative openness
Und in diesem Zustand einer relativen Offenheit
and that sense of feeling lucky,
und diesem Gefühl, dass du Glück hast,
are you willing to take a look at the fantasies that you have when you see the man who's really strong?
bist du bereit, dir die Fantasien anzusehen, die du
Yes.
hast, wenn du einen Mann siehst, der richtig
And
stark
let
ist?
that develop.
Und dass du das sich entwickeln lässt.
Yes.
Ja.
It's already running.
It's already running. Okay.
Also das läuft schon ab.
Okay. So watching this, I don't know, as a movie or different pictures,
Und wenn es so abläuft, ich weiß jetzt nicht, als Film oder verschiedene Bilder,
and again feeling that sense of luckiness in your chest,
und spür dieses Gefühl, dass du Glück hast in
of your
deiner
feet in your
Brust
hand.
und in deiner Hand,
Yes. Then the pictures stop.
dann stoppen die Bilder.
Interesting.
Interessant.
And they stop on their own.
Und die stoppen
ja.
von alleine. Yes, yes.
If I go back to my body, the pictures are gone.
Wenn ich zu meinem Körper zurückgehe, dann sind die Bilder weg.
Well, how about if you go then to the pictures
Und wie ist es, wenn du dann zu
for a
den
little bit,
Bildern gehst, ein Weilchen?
to focus more on the pictures?
Dass du dich mehr auf die Bilder konzentrierst.
I have a choice.
Ich habe die Wahl.
Either I look at the pictures and
Entweder schaue ich die Bilder an,
while I feel my body,
während ich meinen Körper spüre.
Right.
then this has something to do with fight
Dann hat es was mit Kampf zu tun.
With fight.
Mit Kampf.
against the strong man I see.
Gegen einen
Okay.
starken Mann, den ich da sehe.
Okay. Got it. Of fighting
Verstanden?
with him.
Du kämpfst mit ihm?
Yes.
Ja.
Okay. What's happening?
I'm strong.
Was passiert denn gerade?
You feel the strength.
Ich bin stark.
Yes.
Du spürst die Stärke.
Interesting, isn't it?
I can
Interessant, ne?
do a pendulation between bodybuilder and my strong back.
That's right.
Und ich kann pendeln zwischen dem Bodybuilder
That's great.
und meinem starken Rücken. Das ist
That's
großartig.
great.
Großartig.
So, next,
Als nächstes
I'm going to offer you an image, not a memory, an image to work with, to play with.
möchte ich dir ein Bild anbieten. Keine Erinnerung, ein Bild, mit dem du arbeiten, spielen kannst.
And in this image,
In diesem Bild
you're 4, 5, 6 years old,
bist du 4, 5, 6 Jahre alt.
and you're with your father,
Du bist mit deinem Vater.
and it could be outside on the grass or in the house.
Und es kann draußen sein, auf dem Gras oder im Haus.
But he's on all four. He's on his arms and legs, like a horse or a dog.
Und er ist wie ein Hund oder ein Pferd auf allen Vieren, also mit Beinen und Armen auf dem
And he gives you a signal
Gras. Und er gibt dir ein kleines Zeichen,
that he invites you to run a little bit and to jump into him.
Er lädt dich ein bisschen zu rennen und in ihn reinzuspringen.
Okay.
And he's strong. He's so much bigger than you, right? He's an adult.
Und er ist stark und er ist ja so viel größer als du. Er ist ja aber ein Erwachsener
And you're a child.
und du bist ein Kind.
And again, you go some meters away and you run and you jump into him again.
Und dann gehst du wieder ein paar Meter zurück, rennst los und springst wieder in ihn rein.
And he doesn't move.
Und er bewegt sich
But he
nicht.
moves a little bit, when you jump into him
Und
to
er
absorb your power,
Er bewegt sich ein wenig, wenn du in den rein springst, um deine Kraft zu
to encourage your
absorbieren
power.
und auch um deine Kraft zu ermutigen.
And then he gives you a little bit the eye signal with his eyes that you go back to the other side and you run as fast as you can run and you jump into the air and you're in the air. Feel how it is to be in the air. And then you come down and you let your full strength, your power go into your Father.
Und dann signalisiert er dir ganz weit weg zu
And he
gehen und
starts to
los
laugh.
in die Luft mit deiner ganzen Kraft auf den Vater.
But it's a laugh of celebration.
Und dann fängt er an zu lachen, aber das ist ein Lachen
He's so happy
des Feierns. Er ist so glücklich,
for you to express your power,
dass du deine Kraft zum Ausdruck bringen
express your
kannst
strength.
und deine Stärke.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
And just see what's going on in your body.
Und dann schau mal, was in deinem
Probably
Körper
quite a
geschieht.
bit.
Da passiert eine ganze Menge.
I feel a bit more free. It started with a threat.
You feel more free.
Jetzt fühle ich mich ein wenig freier. Es fing mit einer Bedrohung an.
I want to become small.
Jetzt möchte ich
To
klein
become
werden.
small.
Klein werden
And relax.
und
And
mich,
relax.
und mich entspannen. And relax, yes.
Yeah. And feeling how things are settling.
Und spür, wie die Dinge sich setzen.
And then especially the floor of the pelvis.
Und dann vor allem auch der Beckenboden.
It was absent.
Der war gar nicht da.
With your father.
Mit deinem Vater.
The pelvis floor was absent.
Oh, was absent. I get
Also
it.
der Beckenboden war
And now?
nicht da. Und jetzt?
I wake it up.
Ich habe
It's
ihn
waking up. Good.
wachgerufen.
Maybe we take the ball here.
Und vielleicht nehmen wir jetzt den Ball
And you
hier.
just don't do anything here
Und du
yet.
machst gar nichts hier?
Thanks, Elfrida. I want you just, to take a little time to come back.
Und dass du dir ein wenig Zeit nimmst, um zurückzukehren.
Okay. How are you doing?
Wie geht es dir? Gut?
Good? Good. Okay. Maybe change where you're sitting to here.
Und
Maybe you can move the
vielleicht
chair back a little bit.
gehst du mit dem Stuhl ein wenig
Andre,
zurück und
there you go. Andre,
und veränderst, wo du
And-
sitzt. Auf.
Just be on here. Yeah. Good. Now, interesting what it does to your spine, yes?
Interessant, was es mit deiner Wirbelsäule macht. Ja?
And really, that's where this lengthening of the spine comes a lot from the pelvic floor
Und diese Länge
awareness.
der,
Pelvic floor.
der Wirbelsäule kommt sehr auch vom Beckenboden.
And just playing with that.
Und spiel einfach damit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm traveling far away from that image where I was small.
Ich reise weit weg von diesem
okay.
Bild, als ich klein war.
And traveling to where?
Und
Now.
To now.
wohin reist du? Also zum Jetzt.
Okay. So now,
Also jetzt.
do you have a girl, a woman that you're attracted to?
Yeah.
Gibt es ein Mädchen, eine Frau, zu der du dich hingezogen
So,
fühlst?
what happens then if you have the image of her?
Was passiert denn, wenn du dieses Bild von ihr hast, dir vorstellst?
She came automatically 1 minute ago.
Sie ist vor einer Minute schon automatisch
that's good.
aufgetaucht. Das ist gut.
It's good timing.
Gutes Timing.
I just want to look at her.
Ich möchte sie einfach nur ansehen
Deep breath.
und Atemzug.
And
Breathe.
Und atmen.
yeah, and again, just feeling those little movements.
Ja, und spüre einfach diese kleinen Bewegungen.
And simply noticing the quality of your attraction.
Und nimm einfach diese Qualität der Anziehungskraft wahr.
It's pure tenderness.
Es
Oh.
ist reine
How do
Zärtlichkeit.
you experience that?
Und wie erlebst du das denn?
I feel it in my whole front.
Ich spüre es an der ganzen Vorderseite.
Lovely,
Sehr schön.
lovely. That was cute.
Das
A
war's.
little blink with the eyebrows.
Dieses kleine Rauf runter mit den Augenbrauen.
Little signal.
So ein kleines Signal.
And just noticing how she responds to that.
Und nimm einfach wahr, wie sie darauf reagiert.
She's shy.
She's shy.
Sie ist schüchtern.
Yeah, so you have to really approach her very delicately, yes?
Und dann musst du wirklich ganz zart auf sie zugehen.
We both need much time.
Yes.
Wir brauchen beide viel Zeit.
Yes. So doing things, are you doing things together?
Und macht ihr Sachen zusammen.
Flirting, that's all.
Flirten, das ist
Little
alles.
flirting. Okay.
Ein bisschen flirten.
Okay. So anyhow, using all the practice from here,
Also jetzt kannst du ja all die Übungen von hier nutzen
feeling the tenderness
und spür die Zärtlichkeit
and trusting that it's a slow process.
in dem Vertrauen, dass es ein langsamer Prozess ist.
Yeah. Good. Okay.
Gut, okay.
So gradually,
Ganz allmählich
let's be thinking about coming back here into the room.
lass uns daran denken, hier in den Raum zurückzukehren
And feeling your pelvic floor.
und deinen Beckenboden zu spüren
Okay.
And noticing the change in your posture just now.
und nimm die Veränderung in deiner Haltung gerade eben wahr.
Hello.
Hallo.
I want to stay that way.
So
Stay.
möchte ich bleiben.
Stay what way?
Aber wie?
In this position,
In dieser Haltung.
not necessarily here.
Nicht
It's also
unbedingt
possible
hier.
at that chair.
Ja.
chair.
Vielleicht auch da drüben
Okay.
auf dem Stuhl.
Okay. So there's something you like about this posture.
Das heißt, du magst was an dieser Haltung?
I feel the pelvic floor.
Ich spüre den
More.
Beckenboden
More.
mehr.
And I feel relaxed.
Und ich fühle mich entspannt.
Far away from fighting.
Far away
Weil
from what?
From fighting.
From fighting. So just what happens if you go back again to that image of the muscle building guy?
weit weg vom Kämpfen. Was passiert denn, wenn du zurückgehst zu diesem Bodybuilding-Typ?
It depends on how
Zu dem Bild von ihm.
how near I go to him. If I let him over there,
Es hängt davon ab, wie nah ich gehe. Wenn ich ihn da drüben lasse,
I stay calm.
dann bleibe ich ruhig.
But if I take him nearer,
Closer.
Wenn
closer
ich
to
ihn
me,
näher zu mir nehme,
then I will kind of lose control.
dann
I got it.
ist es irgendwie, als ob ich Kontrolle verliere.
Okay, I think this is really something that you can continue with
Und ich denke, das ist was, womit du weitermachen kannst
and learn a little bit more.
und dann noch ein bisschen mehr erfahren kannst.
And for now, I think
Für
this
den-
is a good place
Für den Augenblick denke ich, das ist eine
to
gute
end the
Stelle,
session.
um die Sitzung zu beenden.
That seem right with you?
Yes.
Scheint
Okay,
das
good.
okay zu sein für dich, ja?
Good.
Okay.
But again, that one thing I think is so important
Und nochmal diese eine Sache, denke ich, ist so
is that in a
wichtig,
way when you fight against the image,
dass wenn du gegen das Bild ankämpfst,
it really strengthens the power of the image.
dann stärkst du eigentlich die Kraft des Bildes.
But I
Die
think
Macht.
doing what you're started to do, how you could desire to feel some of his strength
Und wenn du, so wie du das angefangen
or feel your own strength
zu
really.
machen hast, und wenn du etwas von, eigentlich von deiner eigenen Stärke spüren kannst.
Do you do work in a gym?
Yes.
Und
Yeah.
arbeitest du im Fitnessstudio?
Okay,
Trainierst
I
du?
thought so.
Okay, das habe ich mir
Ja.
gedacht.
All right. Okay, so
Okay, also,
we'll just go to standing together.
jetzt gehen wir mal zusammen ins Stehen.
Just let this ball go here.
Und der Ball geht mal hier hin.
Feeling how your feet are.
Und spür, wie deine Füße sind.
Okay.
And looking around the room,
Und schau dich im Raum um.
feeling both your strength and your tenderness as much as is.
Und spür beides, deine Stärke und deine Zärtlichkeit, so viel du kannst.
And seeing how it is.
Und schau mal, wie das ist.
Thank you for listening.
Danke, dass ihr zugehört habt, zugesehen habt.
It's nice in a way, isn't it?
Ist irgendwie schön, oder?
To have them witnessing,
Wenn sie das bezeugen.
just being
Yeah.
present, not expecting anything for you, not pressuring.
Einfach präsent sind, nichts von dir erwarten, keinen Druck ausüben.
Okay. All right. Good. Okay. Good to meet you. And again, I hope you find a good therapist to do some more work to deepen this. Yes.
Und ich hoffe, dass du einen guten Therapeuten
Okay.
findest, um noch mehr daran zu arbeiten und das noch zu vertiefen.
Okay. All right. Good.
Tschüss.
Yes, I assume that you're thinking that I should say something about the session?
Ich nehme an, du denkst, ich soll was über die Sitzung sagen?
Or would you like to say something?
Oder würdest du gerne was sagen?
Okay, I'm glad to say something first.
Also ich sage gerne was.
Of how important it is,
Und zwar darüber, wie wichtig es ist.
number one, to become present.
Zum einen, dass man wirklich präsent zu werden
And curious.
und neugierig.
To be able to reflect certain things you observe, but not too much.
Und in der Lage zu sein, gewisse Dinge, die du beobachtest, wiederzuspiegeln, aber nicht zu sehr.
And
Oder besser noch drüber
kind of an
nachzudenken.
overall sense of the person.
Und so ein allgemein Gefühl für diesen Menschen zu bekommen.
See sort of an interesting, I don't know if it's a duality or polarity or anything.
Also das ist doch eine interessante Dualität oder Polarität oder was
The
es auch
part
sein
where
mag.
muscular strength becomes so important.
Aber dieser Teil, wo Muskelstärke so wichtig wird,
And that's a lot around the age 4, 5, 6.
und das ist viel im Alter von 4, 5, 6
Yeah, they're
Jahren.
really strong.
Ja, da zeigen die Kinder, sie sind wirklich stark.
So there's something missing here in the development.
Hier fehlt also was in der Entwicklung.
Yeah. And the fantasy, I usually try to make an exploration of that in some way.
Und bei den Fantasien, da versuche ich im Allgemeinen, die auf irgendeine Art zu erkunden.
Because usually they point to an important process.
Denn im Allgemeinen verweisen sie auf einen wichtigen Prozess.
And with men,
Bei Männern,
the attraction to other men
die Anziehung zu anderen Männern,
can be complicated.
kann kompliziert sein.
Can involve some level wanting the connection with the father,
Und das kann auf einer Ebene damit zu tun haben,
with the male figure.
eine Verbindung zur männlichen Bezugsperson, zum Vater haben zu
Sometimes it
wollen.
can be around sexual trauma from a man,
Manchmal kann es aber auch etwas mit einem sexuellen
or some
Trauma
kind of sexual thing between a child and an older boy or a man.
von einem Mann zu tun haben oder irgendeine sexuelle Sache mit einem älteren Jungen oder einem Mann.
But the key then, I think, in the session was first using the fantasy,
Und ich denke, der Schlüssel in der
getting
Sitzung war,
grounded enough first in the present,
ihn zuerst mal hinreichend in der Gegenwart zu erden
being able to also to get an idea of what this person's life is like.
und dann auch so einen Eindruck davon zu bekommen, eine Idee, wie das Leben des Betreffenden aussieht.
And could see how much he wants to be able to feel.
Und man konnte sehen, wie sehr er in der Lage sein möchte, sein will zu fühlen.
But maybe overdoes it a little bit,
Aber vielleicht übertreibt er es da ein wenig.
And then to explore a little bit the attraction for either sex.
Und dann ein wenig die Anziehung zu beiden Geschlechtern zu erkunden.
Again, in the sexual development,
In der sexuellen Entwicklung.
particularly around the early adolescent.
Und das ist im Allgemeinen so im frühen jugendlichen Alter.
Also is an important part that gets more and more diminished.
Und das ist auch ein wichtiger Teil eigentlich, der immer mehr verringert wird.
And particularly, the interest in mathematics
Und vor allem in der Mathematik
and science and this kind of thing.
und Naturwissenschaften und derlei Dingen.
That very often separates the child or the adolescent from the other members of the group.
Und dadurch trennt sich das Kind oder der Jugendliche oft von den anderen Gruppenmitgliedern.
So again, to just see what maybe we can get from the 4 or 5-year-old need for the contact with the father and for the power for the father to invite the strength, to invite the power.
Und dann eben, was wir daraus beziehen können, dieses Bedürfnis des 4-, 5-Jährigen nach dem Vater, nach der Kraft und Macht des Vaters und eben auch diesem Bedürfnis nach der Stärke.
Again, to link the image
Und dieses Bild zu
with the
verbinden
need,
mit dem Bedürfnis,
with the scenario
mit dem Szenario
of, again, having the father open to the child's strength.
und so, dass der Vater offen ist der Stärke des Kindes gegenüber,
But of course, being much stronger,
aber natürlich viel stärker ist,
so that the child can really explore that.
so dass das Kind das wirklich erkunden kann.
And then, again, with the image of the girl,
Und dann mit dem Bild des Mädchens
and feeling the openness there and the tenderness
und die Offenheit da und die Zärtlichkeit zu spüren.
and also the realization
Und auch die Erkenntnis,
that that this is slow. It has to be slow
dass das langsam
to
vorangehen
really
muss,
get to know each other.
einander wirklich
The
kennenzulernen.
image that you showed
Und das
of the
Bild,
boy and the girl together.
das du gezeigt hast von
The girl a
dem,
little bit cocked her head.
vom Mädchen und
And
Jungen
the boy
zusammen.
feeling his strength, his masculinity, right?
Und der Junge, der spürt seine Stärke und seine Männlichkeit.
And getting to know you.
Und ich kann dich kennenlernen.
Anyhow, I've just been babbling for a while, so you say something
Also jetzt
sensible.
habe ich so eine Weile gebabbelt und jetzt sagt sowas.
My turn to babble for a while. Yeah. I guess I was struck again with, maybe I just like threes, but the sense of three stanzas in the music.
Und vielleicht mag ich einfach Dreier, aber so dieses Gefühl von drei Strophen in der Musik.
What is your name, by the way? So, so in the first one, where was describing this issue, and also describing the work that he's done himself, and that, as you say, is
Hyper-focused.
Yeah.
Und in der ersten, wo sein Thema beschreibt und auch die Arbeit, die er gemacht hat und geleistet hat, die wie du sagst, hyperfokussiert ist.
It's kind of there's a perversion of an old saying, which is anything that's worth doing is worth overdoing.
Und es gibt so die Perversion eines alten Spruches und der lautet in etwa so: Alles, was es wert ist, gemacht zu werden, ist es auch wert, übertrieben zu werden.
Yeah. The original saying, of course, is that anything that's worth doing is worth doing well.
Und ursprünglich heißt eigentlich der Spruch: Alles, was es wert ist, getan zu werden, ist es wert, gut getan zu werden.
But what had discovered was that when he goes to his own internal body sensations, anxiety goes away, but also these images and these attractions go away.
Und hat entdeckt, wenn er zu seiner inneren Erfahrung geht, dann gehen die Ängste weg, aber auch diese Attraktion geht weg.
And that's actually a common theme in quite a bit of male attraction dynamics.
Und das ist eigentlich ein gängiges Thema in vielem dieser männlichen Anziehungsdynamiken.
It's as if the body sensation is projected
Yeah.
into another beautiful male body.
Und das ist so, als
Or
ob
a
diese,
female body, but an objectification.
Yeah.
dass die Körperwahrnehmung projiziert wird in einen anderen schönen männlichen Körper oder einen weiblichen Körper, but an objective what?
An objectification.
Aber dieser weibliche Körper wird zum Objekt gemacht.
So there's a whole this whole work that we've been doing here to re-enlivening yourself.
Yeah.
Und diese ganze Arbeit, die wir hier verrichten, um uns selbst wieder neu zu beleben,
is essential.
ist wesentlich.
Yeah.
So that was, in a way, the first part was uncovering that work had been started and well started.
Yeah.
Und der erste Teil bestand also darin, das zu entdecken und auch zu entdecken, dass diese Arbeit gut in Gang gesetzt worden war.
Although a softer and less focused approach would probably improve it.
Und obwohl ein weicheres und weniger
And with another
fokussiertes
person.
Verfahren das wahrscheinlich verbessern könnte und auch zusammen mit einem
Even a
anderen
mentor,
Menschen
in a way.
oder einem
That's my
Mentor.
line.
Oh.
Aber das ist doch mein Spruch.
Oh, isn't it nice?
I'm always
When you're in
interested
love,
in it.
you're always thinking the same thoughts.
Ist es nicht schön, dass wir immer dieselben Gedanken denken?
I'm always talking about the relational aspect. So
Ich spreche doch immer über den Beziehungsaspekt.
so there is Peter saying, well, it has to be relational.
Und dann sagt Peter, aber was? Das muss auch noch in der Beziehung sein?
So and then you have this image
Und dann war dieses Bild da
of the father, the play with the father.
des Vaters und das Spiel mit dem Vater.
So you localize an age together.
Das heißt, gemeinsam lokalisiert ihr ein Alter.
And I guess what I'm seeing is you've established that actually can feel his body and that's working for him.
Und ich glaube, was ich da gesehen habe, was schon mal etabliert war, ist, dass, was du etabliert hast, ist, dass seinen Körper spüren kann und dass damit gearbeitet werden kann.
And to me, in that imagery of playing with a larger, stronger father, you're opening a door to two other possibilities.
Und für mich ist es so, dass in diesem Bild mit einem stärkeren Vater zu spielen, du dadurch eine Tür öffnest zu zwei weiteren Möglichkeiten.
So one is the sense of surrender and trust in a male relationship.
Zum einen dieses Gefühl der Hingabe und des Vertrauens in eine männliche Beziehung.
Appropriate surrender and trust.
Und zwar angemessene Hingabe und Vertrauen.
Which is something that some boys have had with their parents, and which as I hear many men speak, is often lacking in adult male-male relationships.
Was manche Jungs mit ihren Vätern erlebt haben und was ich von vielen habe sagen hören, was sehr oft fehlt in erwachsenen Beziehungen von Mann zu Mann.
Leaving only options of different forms of competition or fight.
So dass die einzigen Optionen, die da zurückbleiben, Wettkampf und Kampf und Wetteifern auf verschiedensten Ebenen.
So it's like playing a theme of the music of appropriate warmth and trust.
Und es ist so, als ob man ein Musikstück spielt mit der angemessenen Wärme und dem angemessenen Vertrauen.
And also of the larger, stronger male that is playfully embracing, containing, welcoming.
Und auch mit diesem stärkeren, größeren Mann, der auf spielerische Weise umarmt, umfängt.
And because it's such a somatic image, it will still anchor back into somatic sensation.
Und weil es so ein somatisches Bild ist, wird es immer noch weiter verankern in einer somatischen Empfindung.
So it's really a lovely example of how you orient to where he is in his own healing process and step in at the level that he's working at with a new suggestion, a new offering.
Und das ist wirklich ein schönes Beispiel damit, da einzusteigen, wo er ist in seinem eigenen Heilprozess und auf dieser Ebene ihm etwas anzubieten für seine Arbeit.
And that brings us to the two things. So one is the orientation towards a girlfriend and the lovely work you did there.
Und das führt uns dann zu zweierlei Dingen. Zum einen die Orientierung hin zu einer Freundin und da hast du eine ganz schöne Arbeit geleistet.
And the other is actually interesting because many therapists might have stayed there.
Und das andere ist ganz interessant, denn viele Therapeuten wären da vielleicht geblieben.
Which is the relationship to the image that is his stated problem.
Und zwar diese Beziehung zu diesem Bild, was sein derzeitiges Problem ist.
The bodybuilder image that can be attractive, but that otherwise he gets into fights with.
Und zwar dieses Bild vom Bodybuilder, wo da zwar Anziehung da ist, aber gleichzeitig gerät er in einen Kampf mit ihm.
And the really interesting thing here is that he discovers that if he keeps a certain distance.
Und was da sehr interessant ist, ist, dass er entdeckt, dass wenn er in einer bestimmten Distanz zu ihm bleibt,
it's no longer necessary to fight.
dann ist es gar nicht mehr nötig zu kämpfen.
So often I find that this kind of work because it's so much about just the opening possibilities.
Und oft stelle ich fest, dass eine derartige Arbeit, weil es eben so sehr darum geht, auch Möglichkeiten zu eröffnen
And using an archetype.
und Archetypen zu verwenden.
Actually we have two important archetypes present.
Hier haben wir ja zwei wichtige Archetypen präsent.
One is the boy and his father playing.
Und das eine ist der Junge und Vater spielen.
The other is the young man and his girlfriend slowly discovering what taking steps towards intimacy is like.
Und das andere wie der junge Mann und die Freundin ganz langsam entdecken, wie diese Schritte in Richtung Intimität zu unternehmen ist.
Archetypes like that often work in the psyche, in my experience, in a primary cycle of 24 to 48 hours, 1 to 2 days.
Und in meiner Erfahrung ist es so, dass derartige Archetypen in der Psyche der Betreffenden in den ersten 24 bis 48 Stunden, das heißt 1 bis 2 Tagen wirksam sind.
The subconscious kind of
Plays with them.
digests.
Und das Unbewusste und Unterbewusste spielt damit, verdaut es.
In that primary day or two.
In den ersten 1, 2 Tagen.
And then often in a secondary, you'll find a secondary cycle which is approximately a couple of weeks.
Und dann kommt es auch noch zu einem Sekundärzyklus sozusagen, der im Allgemeinen in ein paar Wochen stattfindet.
Yeah. And I think that's about what I have to say about that.
Und ich denke, das ist so in etwa das, was
When
ich
you were
dazu
talking, I had the image of, it must have been when I was about 10 years old.
Und als du gesprochen hast, da tauchte bei mir das Bild auf, da war ich etwa 10 Jahre alt.
10, 12. There is a magazine called The New Yorker.
Und da gab es und gibt es heute noch eine Zeitschrift namens The New
Really
Yorker.
very good magazine.
Das ist eine wirklich gute Zeitschrift.
Yes. But I used to love the cartoons.
Und was ich besonders geliebt habe,
So I would just turn the pages until I would come to the cartoons.
waren die Cartoons und dann habe ich durchgeblättert, bis ich dort ankam.
But there was one advertisement
Und da war eine Werbung,
that particularly caught my eye.
die wirklich meine Aufmerksamkeit auf sich zog.
And it was an advertisement for piston rings.
For what?
Piston rings. In the car, the piston has a ring around it.
Und zwar war das eine Werbung für Dichtungsringe im Auto von diesen, wie heißen denn, von den Kolben, genau.
And the man had a very chiseled face.
Und der Mann hatte so ein richtig
And a
gemeißeltes
little
Gesicht.
growth of whiskers.
Und da die Koteletten, die waren ein bisschen gewachsen.
And the caption, very simple.
Und der Satz drunter, ganz einfach,
Strong enough to be soft.
stark genug, um weich zu sein.
And I think this is a really important part of male sexuality,
Yes.
particularly in adolescent time.
Und ich denke, das ist ein ganz wichtiger Spruch für die männliche Sexualität und vor allem in der Zeit als Jugendliche.
In a way, as therapists, we're kind of helping a little bit to be that parental support for those different stages of development. In this case, adolescent.
Als Therapeuten versuchen wir ein wenig die männliche Unterstützung zu sein in diesen verschiedenen Phasen der Entwicklung, in dem Fall im jugendlichen Alter.
Maybe as you're watching the demonstration, try to get the things that happen really at the beginning of the session.
Und wenn wir jetzt die Sitzung machen, versucht das mitzubekommen, was da passiert, wirklich schon am Anfang der Sitzung.
Because that really informs how the whole session goes.
Denn das bietet schon die Information, wie die ganze Sitzung verlaufen wird.
So, okay.
Also,
Let's see who would like to come and work on a issue around sexuality?
Wer würde gerne kommen und an
How
einem
about
Thema,
you,
wo es um
in-
Sexualität
yes, you.
geht, arbeiten?
Yeah. The you that just said me?
Dass du das gerade ich gesagt hat.
Okay. So, hi,
Hallo?
and you are. Okay.
Und du bist
Yeah. Oh, I like your socks.
Ich mag deine Socken.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. What's it? Yeah.
Exciting.
Yeah. But it seemed like you really wanted to come up here.
Das schien so zu sein, als ob du wirklich hier hochkommen wolltest.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And it seems like something very big, important for you.
Und das scheint was ganz Großes und Wichtiges für dich zu sein.
Yeah. So we have a lot of charge to work with, which is good.
Und wir haben hier mit einer Menge Ladung zu arbeiten, was gut
And
ist.
just wondering if you're feeling some of the aliveness with the charge, or if it's mostly the charge right now.
Und ich frage mich, ob du zusammen mit der Ladung auch etwas von der Lebendigkeit spürst oder ob es überwiegend die Ladung ist.
Wenn du mich das jetzt fragst,
Now that you ask me,
He'll fix it. He'll fix it.
dann spüre ich mein Herz schlagen.
then I can sense my heartbeat.
Ja, das hat was von lebendig.
And this has got some,
Lebe.
some alive quality. I'm alive.
What if you say that word again? If you say just that word, I'm alive. Lebendig.
Und wenn du den Satz jetzt einfach nochmal sagst, ich bin lebendig.
Ich bin lebendig.
I'm alive.
Haha. And then what happens
Und was
on the
passiert
inside
dann?
can see on the outside.
Also ich kann es schon außen
What
sehen.
happens on the inside when you
Und was
say
passiert denn im Inneren, wenn du das sagst?
Tingle, also so ein
It's
Kribbeln.
a tingling.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So. All right. Breathing is a little easier now.
Und jetzt atmest du ein wenig leichter
Settling some more.
und es setzt sich ein wenig mehr.
Do you feel comfortable to say a little bit what it is that you want to explore or look at?
Und ist es dir wohl dabei,
Learn
ein bisschen was dazu zu sagen, was du dir anschauen, erkunden möchtest?
Ist ein bisschen delikat.
Sure.
It's a rather delicate thing.
Sure.
Es sind immer wiederkehrender Juckreiz am Arm.
Again and again there is an itching at the anus.
Okay. Okay. Do you have sometimes problems with constipation or diarrhea?
Und hast du manchmal Schwierigkeiten mit Verstopfung oder Durchfall?
Schon, das ist eher von Aufregung.
Yes, rather when there was excitement
In your life?
in deinem Leben.
Wenn da was schwierig ist
When
oder
things are
wenn mein
difficult
System reagiert.
or when my system reacts.
Okay. Okay. So if I understand correctly, really the main symptom of what you want to work with is that particular sensation.
Und wenn ich dich richtig verstanden habe, ist dieses Hauptsymptom, an dem du gerne arbeiten möchtest, diese spezielle Körperempfindung.
The itching.
Exactly, dieses Jucken.
Okay. Now, if it wasn't for the itching,
Und wenn du jetzt nicht wegen des Juckens gekommen wärst,
would there also be something else that you would have wanted to work with?
hätte es da auch noch etwas anderes gegeben, an dem du gerne gearbeitet hättest?
Ja.
Yes.
Gestern mit dem Flirten
Das war sehr spannend und aufregend.
So yesterday when we did the flirting, this was very exciting and interesting.
Und danach habe ich Schmerzen im Bauch bekommen.
And afterward, there was a pain in my belly.
Erst hier eine Stelle und es wurde dann immer mehr.
So at this space in the beginning, and then it got more and more.
Okay, so with the flirting there was spasm.
Also mit dem Flirten gingen Spasmen einher.
Erst viel später.
No, only much later.
Oh, later. Okay, okay. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay. Here's what I'd like to work with.
Und mit Folgendem würde ich gerne arbeiten.
See if that works for you.
Und schau mal, ob das für dich so
What
funktioniert.
I'm going to do is mirror some of what I see in your face and your eyes.
Ich werde etwas von dem spiegeln, was ich in deinem Gesicht, deinen Augen sehe.
And then you mirror what you see in my face.
Okay,
Und dann-
sounds funny.
Ja, dann spiegelst du das, was du in meinem Gesicht siehst.
Ping pong. Ping
Und so
pong.
geht das Ping-Pong.
Okay, so.
Klingt nach Spaß.
Okay. And just noticing.
Und einfach wahrnehmen.
Can you say a little bit what you experienced?
Nun kannst du ein wenig dazu sagen, was du gerade erlebst.
Am Anfang war es ein bisschen befremdlich.
In the beginning it was a little strange.
Und ich habe gemerkt, wie ich immer noch lächle.
And I noticed how I kept smiling.
Und dann habe ich versucht, so ein bisschen Spiel draus zu machen.
And then I tried to make a game out of it.
Right. But how was it at the beginning,
Aber wie war es denn ganz am
in this
Anfang?
part?
Bei dem Teil?
Das macht mir ein bisschen Angst.
I'm getting, it makes me feel afraid.
Afraid. How do you experience the fear?
Und wie erlebst du denn die Angst?
Es ist wie ein Gewicht hier.
There's such, like there is a weight here.
All right. Okay. So we just sit for a little bit.
Und jetzt sitzen wir einfach ein
Gerade
wenig.
heiß.
It's
And
getting hot just now.
No, I feel waves.
Ja, ich kann also Wellen spüren.
Yeah.
Jetzt wird es ein bisschen ruhiger.
Now it's getting calmer again.
Okay. So, when you pay attention to your throat,
Wenn du auf deine Kehle
What
achtest,
do you
deinen
notice?
Hals, was nimmst du denn da wahr?
Also hier nehme ich gar nichts wahr.
Here I don't notice anything.
okay.
Und innen drin, wenn ich schlucke, das
And-
spüre ich dann schon.
And inside, when I swallow, I can sense it.
Mehr links.
More at the left-hand side.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Fühlt sich noch so eng an.
It,
So wie ein bisschen erstarrt.
it feels still narrow, like it was a little frozen.
In the throat.
In der Kehle?
Nee,
No.
der ganze
Oh, in the-
Körper.
No, the whole body.
The whole body.
Der
Okay.
ganze Körper.
Also hier die Ellenbogen.
The elbows.
Ah. Okay, that's interesting.
Das ist interessant.
Does it feel, when you feel the elbows, does it feel like the elbows are pulling in, or if something is pushing against?
Und wenn du die Ellbogen
Mal gucken.
spürst, fühlt es sich so an, als ob die am Rein gezogen werden oder ob etwas dagegen drückt. I have to have a look.
Es eher der Impuls nach außen, aber es drückt nach innen.
So there is a pressure towards the inside, but the impulse is going outside.
Coming from outside.
No,
Or
no,
going
it's-
to outside.
Yeah,
Coming from outside.
the pressure comes from the outside, and the impulse is coming is from the inside outwards.
Okay. How about if somebody comes up here, somebody that you select,
Und wie wäre es denn, wenn jemand, den du auswählst, hier hochkommt,
so we can do a little more exploration of this, okay?
so dass wir das ein wenig mehr erkunden können, okay?
So is there somebody particularly you would like to help in the exercise?
Hättest du da jemanden bestimmten, Anita, der hier bei der Übung helfen könnte?
So maybe you could take some, Anita, some pillows here so you can kneel. Well, maybe you don't have to kneel. Maybe you can stand by the side, but to leave it there in case you do want to kneel.
Und also falls du knien
And your
möchtest.
job, she's just going to put her hands around your elbows.
Was muss
Und
One hand
du
here,
legst die
and the
Hände
other hand on the
ihre
other.
Ellbogen.
Oh, that's good.
Das ist gut.
Yeah, that's good. Okay.
Ja.
And to get used to her hand
Yes.
first.
Ja, und dass du dich erstmal an ihre Hände gewöhnst.
Ja. Es hat was Angenehmes,
It's got something pleasant to it,
Good.
weil sie ist
Gut.
sehr, sehr zart.
because she's very tender.
So maybe sensing how her hands are helping you to contain these difficult sensations and feelings.
Und vielleicht spüren, wie ihre Hände ihr dabei helfen, diese schwierigen Körperempfindungen und Gefühle zu halten.
Feeling that first, okay?
Das mal als erstes zu fühlen, okay?
Interesting, and seems like you're attracted a little bit to look outside.
Interessant ist, du scheinst angezogen zu sein, ein wenig nach außen zu sehen.
Ein bisschen regulieren.
A little regulation.
Good. Okay. So, can we have her put a little bit more pressure?
Und jetzt lassen wir sie ein wenig mehr Druck
Pushing
ausüben,
in with a little bit more
dass du
pressure.
ein wenig mehr Druck nach innen drückst.
Okay.
And see when that feels right.
Und schau mal, wann sich das richtig anfühlt.
Es fühlt sich nicht richtig an.
It doesn't feel right.
Okay. But it feels like what then?
Es fühlt sich an wie, was denn?
Als ob hier was hochkommt.
As if something was coming up here.
Oh, great. That's important.
Also, das ist wichtig.
So, attending, being with that sensation of something coming up.
Und wende dich mal dieser Empfindung zu, mit dieser, wie etwas nach oben kommt.
Kannst du noch mal drücken?
Could you press again?
Wird's mir ein bisschen schlecht.
Now I get a little nauseous.
All right. Okay. So let's just allow this, follow this.
Und dem wollen wir jetzt einfach folgen.
Okay. Drückst du noch mal bitte?
Would you press again, please?
Maybe even a little bit more.
Und vielleicht noch ein wenig mehr.
Macht sie schon.
She's doing that already. Stop, 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 stop.
Okay.
Nee, halten.
Just holding.
There.
Da,
Go now.
genau.
Also es ist, als ob ich kaum Luft kriege.
As if I'm scarcely able to breathe.
Yeah. And feeling your eyes.
Und spür deine Augen.
Die sind ganz ausgerichtet auf dieses Auto.
And they are staring at that car.
Staring.
Also, not directed towards
Yeah.
that car better.
Staring. Yeah.
Und es wird jetzt hier ein bisschen mehr Platz.
Now I'm getting a little more space here.
Good.
Und so ein kleines Zittern
And
in
there's
den
a
Armen
a
und
little
Händen.
trembling in my arms.
Und ich merke, wie ich die Knie und das Becken so anziehe.
And I notice how I pull the knees and the pelvis in like that.
Pull the knees and the
Die,
pelvis.
ja, die Knie und
Ja,
das
nach
Becken.
hinten.
Backward.
So you retract.
Dass du
Yes.
dich zurückziehst.
Und ich spüre die Füße am Boden, die drücken.
And I can sense the feet pressing onto the floor.
Okay.
Jetzt sehe ich da was Rotes über dem Auto.
Now I can see something reddish above the car.
Okay. Excuse me. Next.
Und als nächstes
Now give a firm.
fest,
Just firm.
fest.
And your job now is to push outwards, to push against the pressure.
Und
To
deine Aufgabe
not
besteht
all at once, but build up.
da drin nach draußen zu drücken. Nicht alles auf einmal, aber also zunehmend mehr.
A response to the pressure.
Also eine Reaktion auf den Druck,
exactly, to tell her more or less.
Ja.
dass du sie auch so sagst, mehr oder weniger.
Du kannst mehr.
You can push more.
Good. And then you push out.
Und dann drückst du nach außen.
Mehr.
So, noch
More.
mehr.
So just follow my finger here with your eyes.
Und folge meinem Finger hier mit deinen Augen.
There we go. That's
Da
it.
haben wir es, genau.
Good. And just feel she helps to contain.
Und sie hilft zu halten. Und spür das einfach.
And feeling your feet on the ground.
Und spür deine Füße am Boden.
Meine spüre ich jetzt besser.
I can sense them better now.
Good. Good.
Gut.
Something releasing. Yeah?
Und da löst sich etwas.
Das ist einiges zum Lösen.
There's a lot that is releasing.
Indeed.
Ja, tatsächlich.
Indeed.
Ich brauche eine Pause.
Now I need a break.
Yeah. It's a good plan.
Gute
Good idea.
Zeit dafür.
Okay. Oh, your eyes are so much softer right now.
Und jetzt sind deine Augen viel weicher.
It's holding so much fear in your eyes.
Und du hast so viel Angst in den Augen gehalten.
Easier, yeah?
Jetzt ist es leichter, ja?
Okay.
Es strömt nach unten.
Now it's streaming downward.
I assume that's pleasurable.
Ich nehme an, das ist angenehm.
Ja.
Ja,
Great.
großartig.
Ich
Okay.
spüre meine Sitzhöcker mehr.
I can sense my sitting bones more.
Let's do that.
Das wollen wir jetzt mal machen.
Let's really sense the sitting.
Lass uns so richtig die Sitzbeinhöcker
Being
spüren.
comfortable.
Und machst du das noch hin? Do you need that still?
I think stay here
Yes.
for now.
Ich glaube, du bleibst noch hier.
Unless you decide.
Also du entscheidest.
Ist okay?
Ja, ja.
Is it okay? Yes, yes.
Also, what I'm noticing is the constriction is much less.
Und dann stelle ich auch fest, dass diese Anspannung hier viel weniger ist.
Ja.
geringer.
Auch hier.
And here too.
Yeah. And how about around the floor of your pelvis and your anus?
Und wie ist es denn so im Bereich von deinem Beckenboden und vom Anus?
Es entzieht sich mir so ein bisschen in der Wahrnehmung.
So I can't really sense it. It's not so much.
Eher so ein kleiner Schmerz hier.
There is a little pain here.
Quality of the pain is what?
Und was ist denn so die Qualität des Schmerzes?
Es war wie so ein Stechen, so quer ist. Als neu kenne ich noch nicht.
It's a transverse stinging sensation I hadn't known up to now.
I haven't known. Okay. Well, that's great. I mean, that's obviously interesting. Yeah?
Also das ist ja großartig. Also das ist ganz offensichtlich interessant.
So tell me if you feel ready to go on some more.
Und sag mir, ob du dich bereit fühlst, noch ein wenig weiterzumachen.
So we start with the Vu.
Wir fangen mit dem Wu an.
And very gently direct the Vu down from your diaphragm to your abdomen and into the floor of your pelvis, okay?
Und ganz sanft richte dieses Wu vom Zwerchfell in den Bauch bis in den Beckenboden. Ich mache es zuerst. Dann warten wir, dass der Einatmen kommt.
And rest.
Und ruh dich aus.
How is now?
Und wie ist es denn jetzt?
Es gab so eine leichte Bewegung so nach vorne.
A slight forward movement like that came up.
Aha.
Da wo das
And you feel
Steißbein
that?
Where the coccyx.
Great.
Großartig.
Great. Okay. So now we start with the Vu and then bring in the jaw. I do it with you. I demonstrate first, okay?
Und jetzt machen wir nochmal das Wu und dann nehmen wir den Kiefer mit rein. Ich mache es zuerst zusammen mit dir.
So the idea is each time to have the mouth, let the mouth come open to where you feel a resistance, then letting it drop a little bit and then opening again with the sound. I show you one.
Und die Idee dabei ist jedes Mal den Mund ein wenig offen aufgehen zu lassen, bis du den Widerstand spürst und dann ein wenig loszulassen und dann jedes Mal ein wenig mehr. Could you let go?
Good. Do you want it to stay there?
Yes.
I thought so. When you said yes, you said yes.
Du hast nicht nur ja gesagt, sondern ja.
Okay. Okay. Stay with me with your
Bleib bei
eyes.
mir mit den Augen.
Rest.
Und ruh
Sense,
dich
feel.
aus. Spür, fühl.
Es macht Spaß.
It is fun.
It's fun.
Es macht Spaß.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh. Fun, you say.
Spaß sagt's.
Okay.
Okay,
That could be okay.
das könnte
Macht
okay
es mir
sein.
leichter.
It makes it easier. It's getting easier for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Genau.
To have wenn da Spaß mit bei ist.
So if there's fun in all that, it's easier for me.
Yes, I think so.
Ja, das glaube ich auch.
So now we take the breath and make the sound from the throat.
Und jetzt nehmen wir einen Atemzug und machen dann den Ton von der Kehle.
Good.
Da kommt fast nichts raus.
Scarcely anything is coming out.
Nee, es ist wie zu.
It's as if it's closed.
Yeah. I know. That we're working now with the part where it really is the holding. Because this holding here is really the same as in the anus.
Und jetzt arbeiten wir mit dem Teil, wo dieses
Let's
Festhalten
try
ist.
this.
Und das Festhalten hier ist eigentlich letztlich
Put your
dasselbe
hand
wie
here
beim
on my
Arm.
wrist here, okay?
Jetzt
Both,
probieren wir
both.
das mal. Beide Hände auf meinen...
And then and put that tension right into here, okay?
Und bringen diese Spannung direkt hier rein, okay?
More fun.
Noch mehr Spaß.
Okay. Seriously.
Also,
Yeah,
ernsthaft.
let's get serious.
Genau, jetzt machen wir es ernsthaft.
Let's do something here, a little bit traumatic.
Und
Okay.
jetzt machen wir ein bisschen was Traumatisches hier.
Oh, wow. Hui. Okay. Okay, now let's rest a little bit here.
Und
Okay?
jetzt lass uns ein
Both of
wenig
us.
uns ausruhen. Und zwar wir beide.
Let's just see what happens, feeling the flow, whatever you experience.
Und schau einfach, was passiert und spür das Fließen oder was immer da geschehen mag.
Augen, die versuchen irgendwie
My eyes try somehow
einen Platz zu finden.
to find a space.
To find a space.
Einen Platz zu finden.
To find a
Es
space.
ist ein
yeah.
leichtes Kribbeln hier
And there is a slight tingling here
und in den Fingerspitzen.
and in the tips of my fingers.
How about your anus?
Wie ist es denn mit deinem Anus?
Bisschen weniger Spannung.
A little less tension.
Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah, usually this says something important just is happening.
Und nutzt es als etwas, das gerade was Wichtiges geschieht.
Ich würde gern mehr Kraft hier haben.
I'd like to have more strength here.
In your hands.
Ja,
In deinen
ich
Händen.
kann das
In
nicht
here.
zusammenbringen.
I can't bring it together.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Interessant.
Berühren sich.
They touch,
Ich habe keine Kraft, die zusammenzudrücken.
but there is no strength there to really press them together.
How about with the other fingers?
Und wie ist es denn bei den anderen Fingern?
Da geht's.
It works with the other fingers.
Okay. Let me put my finger in here, okay?
Darf ich mal
Is that
meinen
okay?
Finger, ist es okay, wenn ich den da
And I
reinbringe?
pull my finger out and you
Und ich
try to
ziehe
keep my
jetzt den
finger in,
Finger raus
okay?
und du versuchst meinen Finger drin zu behalten, ja?
Das geht.
And this works.
There we go.
Da haben wir es.
Wow.
Wow.
kind of interesting. Huh?
Das ist doch irgendwie interessant.
Went from no strength
Von keine Stärke,
to taking 65 kilos and
dass du 65 Kilo gerade so rüberziehst.
Ja, ist wirklich spannend.
This is really interesting.
it is interesting, isn't
Ja.
it?
Es ist schon spannend, oder?
That you have this strength,
Dass du diese Stärke hast,
but also the gentleness.
aber auch die Sanftheit.
Also hier geht es, hier nicht.
It works here, but not on the other side.
Well, try.
Probier.
Okay, holding me in.
Halt mich drin.
Oh, just breathe, breathe, breathe,
Atme,
breathe.
atme,
Peter, breathe.
atme, atme, atme.
Okay.
Weißt du, was gerade gut war?
You know what was good just now?
Keine Chance.
No chance. No. You haven't got the opportunity.
Yeah. All right. So a lot of heat now.
Also eine Menge Hitze jetzt.
Nee,
No.
Oh, in the face? No.
Im Gesicht? Nein?
das spüre ich gar nicht.
Okay.
Oh, I don't sense that.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
Bin ich rot?
Am I red?
Huh?
Am I red in my face?
This a nice coloring.
Das ist
Thank you.
Thing like that.
eine schöne Färbung.
I should say warmth, really.
Also
More
ich
warmth.
würde Wärme
Warmth.
sagen.
Also
Eher
mir ist die
Wärme.
ganze Zeit heiß. Ich bin klitschnass.
Bitte?
Ich bin klitschnass
Ah,
geschwitzt.
okay. So I was warm all the time. I'm wet with sweat.
You are indeed.
Deshalb habe
Das
ich das
bist du
nicht
wirklich.
gemerkt.
And this is why I didn't notice.
Yeah. Just take a little time.
Nimm dir ein wenig Zeit.
Du bist noch da.
Are you still there? I'm still
She
there.
is. Good to have her there. Yeah.
Gut, sie da zu haben.
Total.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Ein bisschen ausgeglichener zwischen rechts und links.
Now there's more balance there between the left and the right side.
Very good. Okay. Now
Jetzt
maybe we bring. We do it on the chair first. Okay. So now it's easy, full breath. Ah, in the throat, and when, along with the sound, the pelvis is going. Ah.
und jetzt dieser leichte volle Atem von der Kehle her und wenn beim Ausatmen dieses leichte sich wölben vom Becken her.
Das ist interessant, dann gibt es hier so ein Gefühl, als ob hier was wäre.
And this is interesting because what arises, a feeling comes up as if there was something here.
Something.
Etwas
So,
like that.
holding.
Huh?
Festhalten.
Yeah, as if something was holding here.
Yeah. Tell you what. Let's just focus on the jaw now,
Jetzt wollen
Okay.
wir uns einfach mal auf den Kiefer konzentrieren
and just letting the jaw just drop open a little bit.
und lassen den Kiefer
Till you
einfach
feel the resistance.
ein wenig auffallen, bis du den
The
Widerstand
closing.
spürst. Und
And
dann
then-
wieder schließen.
And then again,
Und dann nochmal.
opening
öffnen,
until you feel the resistance.
bis du den Widerstand spürst
Then dropping closed.
und dann wieder zufallen lassen.
Yeah. Right. There you
Genau,
go. That's it.
genau.
There.
Da.
Go now. Put my foot by your foot.
Und ich setze meinen Fuß neben bei deinen.
Mehr Bewegung.
Now there's more flexibility there.
Yeah.
Ist gut.
This is good.
You feel a lot more strength also in your jaw and your mouth.
Und jetzt spürst du auch viel mehr Stärke im Kiefer und im Mund. Ja. Yes.
Und auch mehr Stabilität.
And also more stability.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Here. I have in my hand
In meiner Hand hier habe ich
a beautiful September apple,
einen schönen Septemberapfel.
completely fresh,
Total frisch.
just coming off the tree.
Gerade eben vom Baum
And I
gepflückt.
give to you to put in your hand.
Und den gebe ich dir, dass du ihn in die
And
Hand
to
nehmen
really
kannst.
look at it, see how perfect it is.
Und ihn wirklich betrachten kannst und sehen kannst, wie vollkommen er ist.
And just notice what happens inside your mouth when you look at the...
Und nimm einfach wahr, was in deinem Mund geschieht, wenn du diesen Apfel anschaust.
Right. And in this wonderful, slow way, you bring it towards your mouth.
Und so ganz wunderbar langsam
And you feel your
bringst
mouth,
du ihn
your jaw getting ready,
und spürst, wie dein
All of the
Kiefer, dein
saliva.
Mund sich
The jaw getting
vorbereitet.
ready.
All der Speichel, der
Ready.
Kiefer bereitet sich vor, bereitet
The
sich
jaw opens.
Der Kiefer öffnet sich.
Weg.
Gone.
Okay. No kidding. How are you doing?
Wie geht es dir?
Gut.
Gut.
Yeah, just checking a little bit.
Und überprüfe einfach mal.
Oh, yeah.
Ja.
Nice to see that freedom in your shoulders.
Schön, diese Freiheit bei den Schultern zu sehen.
Very sweet, very sensual,
Sehr lieb und sehr sinnlich.
very innocent. Yeah, really. Yeah.
Wirklich.
Now you feel a little bit of the heat.
Und jetzt spürst du ein wenig die Hitze.
No. Okay. Okay. Good. What are you noticing?
Was nimmst du denn gerade wahr?
Es ist Schwitze.
I'm sweating.
Und es war schön.
Yeah.
It was nice.
The movements are really so gentle.
Und deine Bewegungen sind
Really
wirklich so
seem so
sanft
easy.
Und es scheint so leicht zu
Free.
sein für dich.
Yeah.
Das ist aber neu.
Huh?
Das ist neu.
This is new.
Yeah.
Ja.
New. Yeah. New now as an adult.
Ja, neu jetzt als Erwachsene.
Yeah. Good. How about the anus?
Was ist denn mit
The
dem
floor of
Anus
the pelvis and anus.
und dem
Maybe we get
Beckenboden?
the ball here.
Vielleicht besorgen wir uns den Ball.
We have a ball thief.
Hier gibt es einen Balldieb.
Okay. Shall we make a transfer? I'll take care of that here.
Ich kümmere mich darum.
Take that. Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
How is it to be on the ball now?
Wie ist es denn, auf dem Ball zu sein?
The bouncing and the special kind of support.
Mit dieser besonderen Art der
You want her to
Unterstützung.
come more close?
Möchtest du, dass sie näher kommt?
Erstaunlich gut.
Amazingly well.
Let's just do a little bit more now. Just now we're going to just very gently send the vibration down into your floor of your pelvis, okay?
Und jetzt machen wir ein
Sehr
kleines
gut.
bisschen mehr. Jetzt wollen wir ganz sanft die Vibration runter zu deinem Beckenboden senden.
Oh, yeah.
Ja.
Just rest, just rest.
Und ruh
just
dich
rest,
einfach aus.
Just rest.
Einfach ruhen.
Jetzt juckt es.
Now it's itching.
It's itching. Okay, good.
Okay, gut.
Yeah. Follow not only the itching, but the contraction, the sense of the whole pelvic floor.
Also folge jetzt nicht nur dem Jucken, sondern auch der Kontraktion und diesem Spüren des gesamten
And
Beckenbodens.
as you feel all of that,
Und während du all das
just let your mind drift
spürst, lass deinen Geist einfach driften
from the sensations
von den Empfindungen
to any images or
zu irgendwelchen
Colors.
Bildern oder Farben.
oh yeah,
Oh ja.
really that lovely gentle rocking.
Und dieses schöne, sanfte Wiegen.
I put my hand gently on your chin, okay?
Und jetzt lege ich meine Hand sanft auf dein Kinn, okay?
There we go.
Da.
Right, staying on the floor of your pelvis.
Und bleib beim Beckenboden.
Yeah. Now, as you feel the pelvic floor again, I want you to imagine there's a invisible string
Und,
that's just gently pulling your head upwards. Gently, gently, gently.
und während du deinen Beckenboden weiter spürst,
There
hätte
you
ich gern,
go.
dass du dir einen unsichtbaren Faden vorstellst, der deinen Kopf ganz sanft nach oben zieht.
And feel the relationship between that string and the pelvis floor.
Und spüre die Beziehung zwischen diesem Faden und dem Beckenboden.
And feeling the string.
Und spür deinen Faden.
There you go.
Genau.
Almost like you're suspended between the floor of your pelvis and the string.
Als ob du hängst zwischen deinem Beckenboden und dem Faden.
Easy, easy.
Langsam, langsam.
Maybe you come a little, she come a
Anita
little closer, your
kommt ein
friend
bisschen
here.
näher.
Just put one hand here
Einfach mit einer Hand
and the
hier
other hand in the middle back.
und die andere Hand am mittleren
Okay.
Rücken. Okay?
Feel how some of that energy that's locked in your pelvis starts to move. I know it's a little
Und spür, wie etwas
scary.
von der Energie, die in deinem Becken verschlossen ist, sich zu bewegen
Why
beginnt.
it's so important. Only one little bit at a time.
Und ich weiß, dass es ein wenig Angst macht, aber das ist so wichtig und ein bisschen nach dem anderen.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. Just looking around.
Und sieh
Wie wird
dich
es
um.
mit den Augen? Die machen wieder so groß und suchen ihren Platz.
And
Die Augen.
my eyes are getting that big again and they are searching for their space again.
Oh, okay. Good. Good. Yeah, finding that anchor
Ja.
with your eyes. Yeah.
Und finde diesen Anker mit deinen Augen.
Ich gucke auf dich auf dem Foto.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm looking at you on that photo over there.
Yeah. What's made that picture when he was
Das berührt mich gerade.
And it really touches me right now.
Huh. In what way?
Wie denn?
Weil ich mir jetzt einen Menschen ausgesucht habe. Ist zwar jetzt nur das Foto, aber normalerweise suche ich mir nur Dinge.
Because I picked a person this time, although it's only a photograph, because usually I only pick objects.
Oh.
Ja.
Okay. Well, we should find a way that Earth can get you that photograph.
Wir sollten eine Möglichkeit finden, dass du dieses Foto kriegen kannst.
Aber nett.
To
This
really,
is nice.
yeah, and to appreciate this has to come in a very just one small amount at a time.
Und auch wertzuschätzen, dass das immer ein kleines bisschen aufs
There's a
Mal ist.
lot of energy locked in the pelvis,
Da ist ganz viel Energie im Becken verschlossen.
and always we have to go open first the jaw
Und wir müssen immer erst den Kiefer öffnen
and the throat before the pelvis.
und den Hals, Kehle vor dem Becken.
Okay.
Okay.
The thing looked like they settled more just in the last few minutes.
Und es scheint so, als ob es sich in den letzten paar Minuten mehr gesetzt hat.
Yeah. It's good. All right. So I wonder if you feel a little bit more at peace with your pelvis.
Und ich frage mich, ob du ein wenig das Gefühl hast, dass du ein wenig mehr im Frieden bist mit deinem Becken.
Good.
Gut.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ja. It's itching again.
Right. I want you to play into the itching.
Ich möchte, dass du in dieses
Touch into the itching.
direkt ins Jucken hineinspielst.
That's really the energy starting to uncoil.
Und die Energie beginnt sich zu entkringeln.
Okay.
Okay,
We call it a day for today.
sollen wir es gut sein lassen für heute?
Or is there anything else?
Oder gibt es da noch was?
Give me a moment.
Give me a moment.
No, you
einen
take moments.
Nee, du nimmst dir mehrere Momente.
Of course.
Ist gut.
Good.
It's good.
You tell me when you're ready to come to standing.
Und wenn du bereit bist, dann kommst du zum Stehen in den Stand.
Okay. So slowly.
Langsam.
Slowly. Yeah, we'll back a little bit. Good. Good. Okay.
Viel mehr Gewicht.
Much more weight.
Oh, seems like you're interested also in people a little bit.
Ja,
Und es sieht so aus, als ob du auch ein wenig an den
it's
Leuten
curious.
interessiert bist. Das ist doch merkwürdig.
Okay. Right. All right, good.
Okay, gut.
So we come slowly
Und wir kommen langsam
and a little lopsided.
noch ein bisschen schief.
And whoops. And how is it now?
Und wie ist es denn jetzt?
Okay. Different?
Anders, ja. Different.
Yeah.
Huh? Different, she says.
Okay. Thank you for the visit.
Danke für den Besuch.
All right. Okay. And just taking a little time, all of us, to let any sensations move freely in us.
Und lasst uns ein wenig Zeit nehmen und wir uns alle, das, was da an Körperempfindung
Reflecting on the session.
da hindurch geht und dass wir über die Sitzung reflektieren.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Tak, for help.
Danke für deine Hilfe.
Yeah, very good.
Ja, ja, ja.
Okay, so I think maybe it is 5:15.
Ja, look.
I have a feeling that we maybe take a break here and then we have a discussion.
Ich hab so
But when you
Gefühl,
leave, hold on a minute. Don't leave the session only in here. Bring it with you in your thoughts and even maybe in your discussions with each other.
Und lasst die Sitzung jetzt hier nicht einfach
Over a
zurück,
cup of coffee.
sondern mit einer
If you
Tasse
like.
Kaffee zusammen, wenn ihr möchtet. Nehmt die Sitzung mit und lasst sie vielleicht sogar in eure Gespräche mit den Kollegen einfließen, wenn ihr mögt.
That was a long session,
Das war jetzt eine lange Sitzung
so I will do a short debriefing.
und jetzt werde ich kurz drüber sprechen.
And you know by now that I love this kind of three structure.
Und ihr wisst ja mittlerweile schon, dass ich diese Dreierstruktur liebe.
So I'm going to do another three structure.
Jetzt kommt es also zu einer weiteren Dreierstruktur.
So the first part here is very short.
Der erste Teil ist sehr kurz.
The client tells us that the issue is this itching anus.
Und die Klientin sagt uns, dass die Thematik eben dieser juckende Anus ist.
And
The symptom.
Das ist das Symptom.
yeah, and so Peter widens that to find a context for the symptom.
Und Peter erweitert das, um einen Kontext für das Symptom zu finden.
There are many ways of doing that,
Das kann man auf vielerlei Weise machen.
but he does it in a rather lovely way.
Und er macht es sehr liebenswert.
He says, if there was something else that you would really like to work with besides this issue,
Und wenn es irgendwas gäbe, mit dem du gerne arbeiten würdest neben diesem Thema,
what would that be?
was wäre das denn?
The reason I think that's lovely
Und der Grund, warum ich das für sehr liebenswert halte,
is that it neatly sidesteps the client's tendency to create causal links.
dass da ganz ordentlich umgangen wird, die Tendenz von der Klientin, kausale Verbindungen zu schaffen,
To satisfy a causal thinking process with the therapist.
um einen kausalen Denkprozess zusammen mit dem Therapeuten zufriedenzustellen.
So we don't know at the outset of the session whether these two things are going to be linked.
Und wir wissen am Beginn der
What
Sitzung
was
gar
the
nicht,
issue? I forgot.
warum
The other-
diese beiden Sachen verbunden sind.
That was anxiety, fear.
Oh, that's right, the anxiety. Yeah, yeah.
Ja, die Ängste, das war also
Ja.
der Inhalt.
Yeah. Right.
And so now we have two issues happening:
Also jetzt geschehen zwei Themen.
a symptom and a feeling state.
Ein Symptom und ein Gefühlszustand,
Anxiety.
Ängste.
And what Peter does with that in increments
Und was Peter in ganz kleinen Stückchen damit anfängt,
is to start allowing charge into the system from the top down.
dass er beginnt, Ladung im System zuzulassen, und zwar von oben nach unten.
So one of the first interventions is actually the mirroring.
Und eine der ersten Interventionen ist diese Spiegelung.
And I can't even remember. I never write things down because while I'm writing something down, I'm
It
losing the
happens.
next part of the
Und
process.
ich schreibe nie was auf, denn während ich was aufschreibe, verliere ich schon den nächsten Teil.
But there was a sequence around the jaw. There was a sequence around the voo.
Und da gab es eine Sequenz, wo es um den Kiefer ging und dann um den Wu-Ton herum eine weitere Sequenz.
There were these experiences in the elbows
Und dann waren die Erfahrungen in den Ellbogen.
and having your friend come up and first very gently hold and then add more firmness.
Und die Freundin kam nach oben und hielt erst sehr sanft und dann kam immer mehr Festigkeit im Halt dazu.
But fairly early in that process, Peter is actually working with your vision, your eyes.
Und ganz früh in dem Prozess arbeitet Peter mit deinen Augen.
And there's this sudden first release of the contraction that's holding charge.
Und da kommt es zu dieser ersten plötzlichen Lösung, diese Kontraktion löst sich, die Ladung enthält.
Which we see several times during that second process of slowly expanding the organism's capacity to process charge, coming farther and farther down.
Und das passiert einige Male in dieser zweiten Sequenz, wo daran gearbeitet wird, die Fähigkeit des Organismus, Ladung zu verarbeiten, ganz langsam zu erweitern, und es kam auch ganz langsam immer weiter nach unten.
There are two things in particular that I think are fascinating about that.
Und da sind besonders zwei Sachen meiner Meinung nach faszinierend.
One is that the alimentary tract is a tube.
Und zum einen, dass dieser elementare Traktus ein Tubus ist, also ein Schlauch.
And if you want to open it, you have to open it from the top.
Und wenn du den öffnen willst, dann musst du den von oben her öffnen.
The natural movement of peristalsis and relaxation comes from the top.
Und die natürliche Bewegung der Peristaltik und der Entspannung kommt von oben her.
From the mouth and jaw.
Von Mund und Kiefer ausgehend.
And travel down.
Und das reißt dann nach unten.
And it takes a while.
Und das braucht eine Weile.
And it ends not just in the anus itself, but it ends in the sigmoidal, the last segments of the descending colon and the rectum.
Und das endet nicht nur im Anus selbst, sondern im letzten Teil des absteigenden Dickdarms und im Sigmoidbereich und im Rektum.
Which are some of the areas that seem to be involved in the stinging pain that you were describing.
Und das sind einige der Bereiche, die damit einbezogen zu sein scheinen, bei diesem stechenden Schmerz, den du beschrieben hast.
And which also happen to be, it's been called the female, now the English word is gone, meosol in Danish, ulcer. Women put stress into their colons where men put stress into their stomachs.
Ah, okay. Und man nennt es auch das weibliche Magengeschwür, weil Männer tendenziell den Stress in ihren Magen packen und Frauen tendenziell in den Dickdarm.
I don't know anybody that knows why.
Und ich kenne niemanden, der weiß, warum das so ist.
But certainly the complaints for men are more here and the heartburn.
Yeah.
Women it's more the irritable bowel.
Yeah.
Und aber es ist sicher so, dass die Männer eher hier beklagen und Sodbrennen und solche Geschichten, und bei Frauen eher der Reizdarm.
So one was the necessity of, if you have a problem involving the anus and rectum and the large intestine, that you have to start from the jaw, the mouth, and the eyes, because they actually go together, the ocular oral system.
Und eins ist mal diese Sache, dass wenn du eine Problematik hast, wo es um Anus und Rektum und Dickdarm geht, dass du hier oben erstmal beginnen musst, also bei den Augen und beim Augensystem, beim Okularsystem.
The other thing that I thought was interesting in that whole long sequence.
Und was ich auch noch für interessant hielt in dieser ganzen langen Sequenz,
Was the kind of relationship that developed in that unfolding of resiliency and aliveness.
War diese Art von Beziehung, die sich entwickelte in diesem Entfaltungsprozess von Resilienz und Lebendigkeit.
And that also had some returning cycles.
Und da waren auch Zyklen drin enthalten, die wiederkehrten.
So in the beginning there was started a little bit with the Vu and some facial expressions again.
Und am Anfang fing es ein wenig mit dem Wu an und dann noch einigen Gesichtsausdrücken.
And then there was this lovely game around the poor weak fingers that weren't able to hold anything.
Und dann kam es zu diesem netten Spiel mit diesen armen, schwachen Fingern, die nichts halten konnten.
Yeah, that was still fascinating to me.
Yeah.
Und das war für mich auch
Really?
also sehr faszinierend, wirklich.
And the relationship I would characterize, I think, as a magical stranger.
Und die Beziehung, die würde ich so charakterisieren als der magische Fremde.
And it belongs very much to a certain age that we, of course, all have access to.
Und das gehört besonders zu einem ganz bestimmten Alter, zu dem wir natürlich alle Zugang haben,
If we have developed to that level of maturity.
wenn wir uns bis zu dieser Reifeebene entwickelt haben.
Which is that something we discover in a relationship that something completely unexpected can happen here.
Und dann entdecken wir nämlich in einer Beziehung, dass etwas völlig Unerwartetes geschehen kann.
And that we can play with it. It's not dangerous.
Und dass wir damit spielen können, es nicht gefährlich ist.
And that's a very, very rich ground for aliveness.
Und das ist ein reicher Grund für Lebendigkeit.
So this sense of the kind of play that you could have with particularly around this finger thing with a 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old.
Und diese Art von Spiel und diese Fingerspiele, die du haben könntest mit jemandem, der 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Jahre alt ist.
And it's perhaps also interesting in that context to know that the descending colon and the rectum become innervated, mature around the age of 2.
Und in dem Kontext ist es vielleicht auch interessant, dass absteigender Dickdarm und Rektum innerviert werden in etwa im Alter von 2 Jahren.
So a lot of the functions of water reabsorption, for instance, which is the job of the colon.
Und einige der Funktionen, zum Beispiel die Reabsorption von Wasser, das ist eine Aufgabe des Kolons, des Dickdarms.
And the ability to hold or release a bowel movement.
Und auch die Fähigkeit, den Stuhlgang zu halten oder zu entleeren.
Control elimination.
Und die Ausscheidung zu kontrollieren.
Naturally comes in at that age.
Das kommt ganz natürlich in dem Alter.
If that's forced on the child.
Und es kann sehr traumatisch sein, wenn das dem Kind aufgezwungen wird.
Especially if it's before the age of 2 or 3.
Und vor allem, wenn das vor dem Alter von 2 oder 3 Jahren geschieht.
And can have an effect on sexual vibrancy equal to that which one can get from rape or molestation.
Und das kann eine Auswirkung auf die sexuelle Lebendigkeit haben, die dem ähnelt, also den Auswirkungen ähnelt, die durch Vergewaltigung oder sexuelle Übergriffe, Belästigungen gezeitigt werden. Ja.
And then there was basically, so there was that whole opening, integrating another wave of stress, fear, stress, another opening, integration, another wave of fear, opening, integrating.
Und dann kam es immer wieder zu diesen Wellen des Öffnens, des Integrierens, von einer weiteren Welle von Angst, Stress und wieder öffnen, integrieren.
Tried to work first with releasing in the pelvis.
Und wenn wir versucht
It
hätten,
would have caused tremendous disorganization.
zuerst mit einem Lösen im Becken zu arbeiten, dann hätte das eine enorme
I'm adding again
Desorganisation.
to your observation how important it is to work with these kind of visceral shock patterns from the top down.
Und ich stimme da eben zu, wie wichtig es ist, mit diesen viszeralen Schockmustern von oben nach unten zu arbeiten.
And when you were sitting on the ball at the end, we got the the movements were very solidly placed and centered in the pelvis.
Und als du dann zum Schluss auf dem Ball saßt, da waren die Bewegungen ganz solide, hatten ihren Ort im Becken, einen Platz im Becken.
And really the end was consolidating that.
Und am Ende ging es einfach darum, das alles zu konsolidieren.
Consolidating the amount of opening that had happened, and
Diese verschiedenen Öffnungen, die stattgefunden hatten.
with the realization that this is also the beginning of a journey.
Und mit der Erkenntnis, dass auch das der Beginn einer Reise ist.
And sometimes afterwards, there are different connections or images.
Und manchmal ist es so, dass hinterher Verbindungen auftauchen, Bilder auftauchen.
Sometimes the person will remember something their parents told them,
Und manchmal erinnern sich die Leute an etwas, was die Eltern ihnen erzählt hatten.
but it's not necessary.
Aber das muss nicht so sein.
So I maybe should have also just said, in the next day or so, things may come into your mind.
Und das hätte ich dir auch sagen sollen, so in
Just
den
notice them.
nächsten Tagen kann es sein, dass etwas bei dir auftaucht, du dich an etwas erinnerst und nimm das einfach wahr.
The work has already been done.
Die Arbeit ist schon vollzogen.
Yeah, yeah. Another thing that I'd like to point out, which is a mistake that we all keep making.
Und worauf ich auch noch hinweisen möchte, und das ist ein Fehler, den wir alle immer wieder machen,
Is that we notice, and this session was the opposite of that.
und diese Sitzung war einfach das Gegenteil dessen.
That we tend to notice a traumatic space or something that's not working.
Und dass wir tendenziell eine traumatische Stelle oder etwas, das nicht so funktioniert, wahrnehmen.
And we kind of narrow into it and get pulled in.
Und dann verengen wir uns da hinein und werden hineingesogen.
And really, two things about that. One is that your brain is a wonderfully flexible and user-friendly organ.
Und zwei Sachen. Das eine ist, dein Gehirn ist ein wunderbares, flexibles und benutzerfreundliches Organ.
And it learns from what you do.
And it
Learns from what you do.
Und es lernt durch das, was du machst.
So if you do this
Und wenn du das machst,
15 or 20 times a day,
15 bis 20 Mal täglich,
guess what you're strengthening?
rate mal, was du da stärkst.
So what Peter's always really careful to do in his sessions
Und wo Peter immer sehr sorgsam das macht in seinen Sitzungen.
I hope it's a good thing.
Ich hoffe, es ist was Gutes.
you see,
Du wirst schon sehen.
watching these 28 years, is to let people touch and then turn.
Dass er die Leute das berühren lässt und sie dann umkehren lässt.
To let us touch and then turn
Uns es berühren und dann umkehren.
towards aliveness.
Und zwar in Richtung Lebendigkeit.
And then celebrate aliveness.
Und dann die Lebendigkeit zu feiern.
And then when aliveness has been celebrated for a while,
Und wenn die Lebendigkeit eine Weile gefeiert worden ist,
touch more deeply and then turn.
wie noch tiefer berühren und dann wieder umkehren.
And that's the dance of empowerment.
Und das ist der Tanz der Ermächtigung.
That's the dance of aliveness.
Und das ist der Tanz der Lebendigkeit.
That is teaching your brain,
Und
your
so
nervous
wird
system,
dein Gehirn gelehrt,
to know that pain is just a place that can lead us out, where we can leap out or flow out to aliveness.
und dass der Schmerz einfach ein Ort ist, wo wir rausspringen können oder rausfließen können hin zu Lebendigkeit.
And actually, the more severe the trauma is, the more important that is.
Und je heftiger das Trauma ist, desto wichtiger ist das.
You want to add something?
Yeah. No, I think that really summarizes it.
Und ich denke, das hat
Good
es
way.
wirklich gut zusammengefasst.
And then, of course, there's the other details.
Und dann gibt es natürlich noch andere
But I
Details.
think for now, it's a good It's again appreciating how you have to be so careful to suspend interpretation.
Und nochmal anzuerkennen, dass ihr so äußerst vorsichtig sein müsst, Interpretationen erstmal nicht zu machen.
Even in your own mind.
Selbst bei dir im Geist.
I wonder if this could be related. You have to go, careful.
Und ich frage, ob das vielleicht bezogen sein könnte. Oh,
Don't go
Moment,
there.
Vorsicht. No,
Yet.
Da gehen wir noch nicht hin.
It's also, there's a certain sense of humility in it, I think.
Und ich denke, da ist auch ein gewisses...
Not my strong suit, but it's possible.
You have your moments.
eine gewisse Demut mit dabei. Das ist nicht meine Stärke, sagt er, aber es ist schon möglich. Aber du hast durchaus diesen Moment.
It's the humility of being willing to work with only the information that you need to work.
Und diese Demut, bereit zu sein, nur mit dem zu arbeiten, mit nur den Informationen, die du brauchst, um zu arbeiten.
Peter asked for and kept investigating until he had exactly enough information to work.
Und Peter fragte und hat weiter untersucht, bis er genau so viel Informationen hatte, um arbeiten zu können.
Which is another constant that I've been watching these 28 years.
Und which is another?
Constant, I've been watching
Und
him
das
do
ist eine
that.
weitere Konstante, die ich beobachtet habe in diesen 28 Jahren.
So, that's good practice for all of us.
Und das ist eine gute Übung für uns alle.
I think that's all I have to say at the moment.
Ich denke, das ist alles, was ich im Moment zu sagen habe.
Make sense?
Ist es so zu verstehen?
You're welcome.
Good. Okay, now we give it to you, the final exercise that I think will help really bring this together in an embodied way.
Und jetzt geben wir euch diese letzte Übung, die, denke ich, dabei helfen wird, das alles auf verkörperte Weise zusammenzubringen.
So please.
Bitte.
It's my humility.
Das ist meine Demut.
The exercise is a little bit nebulous, so
Die Übung ist ein wenig
You'll
nebulös.
have to help us form it.
hot potato.
Eine heiße Kartoffel. Ihr müsst uns dabei helfen, die Übung zusammenzustellen.
So you're in groups of 3,
Also, ihr seid in Dreiergruppen.
and you'll actually be working with the exercise that we ended up with in the movement.
Und ihr werdet mit der Übung arbeiten, die wir bei diesem Bewegungsteil, was der letzte Teil dieses Bewegungsteils war.
And now we've just been talking about how it's really easy to fall into, which one is the trauma vortex?
Und jetzt, wir haben ja schon betont, wie leicht es ist, in den Trauma-Vortex zu fallen. Welches
right
ist der Trauma-Vortex?
So here's the banana trauma vortex.
Also, das ist der Bananen-Trauma-Vortex.
And so this is the sense, the feeling, the felt sense of painful experiences, negative experiences.
Also, das ist der Feldsens schmerzhafter negativer Erfahrungen.
Here's the felt sense of positive, life-affirming.
Und das ist der Feldsens von positiven, lebensbestätigenden Erfahrungen.
Expansive, erotically
Expansiv,
Imbued.
erotisch durchdrungen,
experiences.
durchdrungenen Erfahrungen.
And some of you will find that it's really easy to say, oh, well, this is just something not very important.
Und manche von euch werden feststellen, dass es sich ganz leicht sagen lässt, das ist was gar nicht so wichtig
But
ist.
this is really
Und
important.
das ist wirklich sehr wichtig.
And if that impulse is very, very strong,
Und falls dieser Impuls sehr stark sein sollte,
then you need to do what I showed before,
dann musst du das tun, was ich vorhin gezeigt habe.
this essence of SE,
Die Essenz von SE,
which is kind of just to glance at the banana for about 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3.
und zwar einfach nur 3 Sekunden auf die Banane zu schauen
And then spend the rest of the time with this.
und den Rest der Zeit damit zu verbringen.
And then when this is really nice and strong,
Und wenn das so richtig schön und stark ausgeprägt ist,
from this space,
von diesem Raum ausgehend,
take another few seconds with the banana
ein paar weitere Sekunden mit der Banane verbringen
and go back.
und wieder zurückzukehren.
Is that clear?
Ist das klar soweit?
Now, if you're stronger in that movement back and forth,
Und wenn du aber wenn bei dir diese Hin- und Herbewegung stärker ausgeprägt ist,
there is another step,
gibt es einen weiteren Schritt,
which in a way is where we also move into another level of spiritual opening,
wo wir gewissermaßen auch eine weitere Ebene der spirituellen Öffnung betreten,
where you allow the pain and the pleasure to be equal,
wo du zulässt, dass Schmerz und Freude gleich sind
and neither of them are you.
und keins von beidem bist du.
At least to coexist.
Und dass sie zumindest koexistieren können.
They are just experiences in your perception, but the perceiver is you.
Und das sind einfach Erfahrungen in deiner Wahrnehmung, aber der Wahrnehmende, das bist du.
And who is you?
Und wer bist du?
That takes us to that question, huh?
Das bringt uns dann zu dieser Frage.
So, in this case, those of you who are experienced SE therapists already,
Und in dem Fall ist es so, dass die unter euch, die schon erfahrene SE-Therapeuten sind,
you negotiate with the client
ihr handelt mit dem Klienten aus,
how much you're helping.
wie viel du hilfst.
Those of you who are not experienced SE practitioners,
Und die unter euch, die keine erfahrenen SE-Praktizierenden sind,
the client is in charge.
da hat der Klient das Sagen.
And by you being the neutral witnesser also helps them to be the neutral witnesser.
Yeah.
Really does.
Und wenn du der neutrale Zeuge bist, dann hilft es ihnen auch dabei, der neutrale Zeuge zu sein. Das ist wirklich so.
It gets very complex otherwise. It's actually easier to do this. In many ways, this is easier to do by yourself with a witness.
Und sonst wird es nämlich sehr, sehr komplex und auf vielerlei Weise kannst du das alleine besser machen, wenn noch ein Zeuge mit dabei ist.
It's a meditative exercise.
Es ist eine meditative Übung.
They go really well together.
Und dann gehen die beiden zusammen.
Nice. The flag of Turkey.
Und das ist die Flagge der Türkei.
I just thought it was a smile.
Ich dachte, das sei einfach ein Lächeln.
So you have one session today
Also heute habt ihr eine Sitzung
2 tomorrow.
and 2 tomorrow.
und 2 morgen.
And about, we have 20 minutes left. So if you go 5 minutes over time or
It's
10 minutes
fine,
over
even
time,
10, yeah.
then you have about half an hour total for session and debriefing.
Also wir haben jetzt noch 20 Minuten, wir überziehen um 10 Minuten, dann habt ihr etwa eine halbe Stunde Zeit für die Sitzung und um darüber zu sprechen.
Ja.
Ja?
Bitte um Entschuldigung, weil meine Aufmerksamkeit konnte ich nicht ganz halten. Das Spezielle an der Übung ist, in der therapeutischen Rolle sehr neutral zu sein.
So I couldn't keep my attention span. Is the aim of the exercise in the role of the therapist to stay in that neutral position?
No, we have a wide range of experience here.
Also wir haben ja ein
Of
großes
skill levels.
Spektrum an Fähigkeiten und Fähigkeitsniveaus.
If you have a lot of skill as a therapist, you can probably actually be helpful with this.
Und wenn du viel Erfahrungen als Therapeutin hast, kannst du wahrscheinlich hilfreich sein bei denen.
If you don't have a lot of skill,
Und wenn das nicht der Fall ist,
you're often more helpful if you don't know exactly what you're doing with this kind of thing. You're probably more helpful considering yourself a support person.
und wenn du nicht so viele Erfahrungen hast, dann kannst du wahrscheinlich hilfreicher sein, wenn du dich einfach als Mensch, der unterstützt,
As a witness,
betrachtest. Und als Zeuge.
Because I think most of us know the feeling of being a client and both having to negotiate some kind of complex territory and also figuring out what to do with a therapist.
Und ich denke, wir kennen alle dieses Gefühl, dass wir da einen Therapeuten haben und dann wollen beide versuchen, rauszukriegen, was zu machen ist in einer komplexen Situation und dann auch noch mit dem Therapeuten.
So do whatever feels simplest for you.
Und macht bitte das, was sich für euch am einfachsten anfühlt.
So anyhow, I take a volunteer.
Sei es wie es sein mag, ich nehme jemanden, der sich
Okay, we had a woman
meldet.
last time. A man is good.
Also wir hatten eine Frau das
Okay,
letzte Mal.
let's rearrange
Diesmal
the
ist es
kitchen
gut,
here.
einen Mann zu haben.
Yeah, if we can take this away. And your first name is. Okay. Okay.
My heart beating fast.
Sure, of course.
Mein Herz schlägt schnell, natürlich.
Of course. So, feeling your feet, your hands,
Und spür deine Füße, deine
and
Hände
the heart. Okay, that you can see in every session, right? Something like that.
und das Herz. Und sowas oder was in der Art sehen wir in jeder Sitzung.
Yeah. This may not be relevant,
Und das mag vielleicht nicht relevant sein,
but I just ask anyhow.
aber ich stelle die Frage trotzdem.
If your tears could speak,
Wenn deine Tränen sprechen könnten,
what might they want to say?
was würden sie wohl gerne sagen wollen?
I don't know the words, and I feel about the issue of sexuality, there's a lot of frustration, and underneath there's a lot of sadness.
Und ich habe jetzt die Worte nicht dafür,
So-
aber
And it's maybe
was die
the wish.
Sexualität angeht, da ist eine Menge Frustration da und darunter ist auch
And
Traurigkeit.
feeling this,
Und spürt das hier
and what the quality of this is.
und was es für eine Qualität hat.
Soft,
Soft
warm,
and warm, yeah.
gentle.
Weich und
Yeah, it
warm.
has much, to me, much the feeling of tenderness,
Und für mich hat
of
es
care,
ein Gefühl von Zartheit, von Fürsorge
of self-care.
und für sich selbst zu sorgen.
Well, I let you tell me what you want to work with.
Und ich lasse dich mir erzählen, woran du arbeiten möchtest.
What your interests are, your needs.
I think that's exactly the issue. There's a frustration, a sadness about somehow not getting access to the kind of aliveness that could be there in sexuality.
Und ich glaube, das ist genau das Thema, dass da eben die Frustration und Traurigkeit da ist, dass nicht diese Lebendigkeit da ist, die eigentlich in der Sexualität da sein könnte.
I'm,
A kind of numbing, maybe, some kind of not feeling or not.
yeah.
Vielleicht betäube ich mich, vielleicht fühle ich
That
nicht.
makes
Oder
sense.
das ist so zu verstehen.
I'm going to ask you some kind of more specific personal questions, if you want to answer them. If not, then that's 100%.
Und ich stelle ein paar spezifische persönliche Fragen, falls du sie beantworten möchtest. Und falls nicht, ist das auch okay.
If you're willing to tell me a little bit about how this occurs, how it plays out in your sexual relationships.
Und wenn du bereit bist, mir vielleicht ein wenig davon zu erzählen, wie sich das darstellt in deinen
And
sexuellen
noticing the
Beziehungen.
movement here also.
Und nimm auch diese Bewegung wahr.
Just the feeling, the sense of that movement. That's a cerebella effect, vestibular cerebellum.
Und einfach dieses Gefühl von dieser Bewegung, das ist so eine Auswirkung vom Vestibulären und vom
It's
Kleinen.
okay, make some explanation.
Und dann erkläre ich auch noch
This is
für Sie.
important. It's
Und das ist wichtig.
So there are two, like, there were long-term relationships I was in, but all the women I was in a relationship for a longer time with had a history of sexual abuse,
They did.
which I didn't know when I met them.
Ich hatte Langzeitbeziehungen und all diese Frauen, mit denen ich Langzeitbeziehungen hatte, die hatten eine Geschichte von sexuellem Missbrauch, was ich nicht wusste, als ich sie kennenlernte.
And there were also long periods where I didn't have any relationship.
Und dann gab es lange Zeiträume, in denen ich überhaupt keine Beziehung hatte.
Okay.
And recently there's like a wish to explore sexuality, and so I've kind of had short affairs,
Und vor kurzem
looking more for the arousal and
hatte ich diesen Wunsch, die
It makes the
Sexualität.
summary shorter when we're working with a client, so try to get them just briefly what.
Okay, Kurzzeitbeziehungen, Sexualität
So again,
erkunden.
being with this movement.
Und dann geh nochmal mit dieser Bewegung,
And if I heard you correctly,
wenn ich recht gehört habe.
wanting to explore the arousal,
Du möchtest die Erregung erkunden
the numbness, or
oder die Taubheit oder
how is that?
I think
oder
there's
wie ist das?
a longing for somehow for deep feeling and deep experience of sexuality.
And-
Not just arousal and not
I
just
see.
tenderness, but somehow something that really
It's
takes me.
complete.
Eine Sehnsucht nach tieferen sexuellen Gefühlen, nicht nur Zärtlichkeit oder Erregung.
Okay. So, I understand what you're yearning for,
Ich verstehe, wonach du dich sehnst.
but let's just see if we can sense and feel the yearning in your body.
Und jetzt
The
wollen wir mal
yearning
sehen, ob wir
itself.
diese Sehnsucht an sich in deinem Körper spüren können.
I think there's something that comes from our heart, more
Da kommt was von meinem Herzen.
like a wish for, I don't know, for
Der-
contact, for
Der Wunsch nach Kontakt, ich weiß nicht,
meeting,
Genau.
for
nach Verschmelzen.
Okay. For contact.
but there's
So-
also some kind of more like a warmth coming from the pelvis.
Und da kommt so eine Art
Nice.
Wärme vom Becken.
Nice.
Schön.
Nice. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Good. So feeling the yearning. Now I'm going to take this here,
Und jetzt nehme ich das
and I'm going to invite you to take a little voyage with me here.
und ich möchte dich auf
I'm
eine
sitting
kleine
down here.
Reise einladen.
And maybe put this in a pocket for you.
Und dann kannst du das in die Tasche stecken.
Yeah. Maybe come over here.
Und dann kommst du vielleicht hier rüber.
And you may want to take your shoes
Yeah.
off. Okay. Now, just taking a moment to get to know this device, this
Und
helper.
nimm dir einen Augenblick Zeit, um diesen Helfer hier kennenzulernen.
Okay. And noticing what it is when you engage this, when you look at it,
Und nimm wahr, was das ist, wenn du das anschaust, damit in Kontakt gehst.
what happens?
Was passiert dann?
There's a little bit of fear. I don't know why. It's like I
Okay.
Ein bisschen Angst, ich
could fall
weiß nicht
into this
warum,
black hole.
Ah,
in dieses schwarze Loch zu fallen.
okay. That's so important.
Das ist so
Thank you.
wichtig. Danke.
Right, that's the thing we don't want,
Und das ist, was wir nicht wollen,
is to go down into the black hole.
dass du in das schwarze Loch runterfällst.
But at the same time,
Und gleichzeitig
to move towards what you want
auf das dich hinzuzubewegen, was du
you
willst,
may need to experience some darkness,
musst du vielleicht auch etwas Dunkelheit erfahren,
but not get sucked in the black hole.
aber nicht so wie direkt
So
ins Schwarze.
let's see what it's like to stand on the black hole, at least.
There's also
Jetzt
some aura.
wollen
See if it
wir
doesn't suck you in, or
zumindest mal schauen, wie das ist, auf dem schwarzen
Yeah,
Loch
exactly.
zu stehen. Genau.
really just get to know it a little bit.
Es wirklich ein wenig
And to
kennenzulernen.
usually do it starting with a very gentle, that's it.
Und
So you really
normalerweise
feel it, not just jumping on it.
machen wir das ganz sanft, sodass du es wirklich spüren kannst. Und wir springen nicht einfach nur darauf.
It's kind of fun.
Es
Kind of
macht
fun.
irgendwie Spaß.
And when it's fun, how do you know it's fun?
Und
How do you experience it as fun?
wie erlebst du den Spaß? Wie weißt du, dass es Spaß macht?
The acceleration and it's kind of
Die Beschleunigung.
Yeah.
I feel my legs.
Find your,
I feel
feel
my
your
legs.
legs, yeah. And the rhythm, yeah.
Und auch den Rhythmus.
Feeling just the rhythm. And allow your breath now to be more free if you can.
Und lass zu, dass dein Atem jetzt freier ist.
And then maybe just add a little sound.
Und vielleicht füge noch einen kleinen Ton hinzu.
And let your jaw drop a little.
Und lass den Kiefer ein wenig fallen.
And that's it.
Genau.
And then slowly come to rest.
Und dann komm ganz langsam zur Ruhe
And again, noticing the body sensations, yeah?
und nimm wiederum die Körperempfindungen wahr.
However that is.
Wie immer das sein mag.
a bit dizzy.
Schwindlig, dizzy,
Tingly.
dizzy.
Nice. Where in your body?
Und wo?
Partly my head, like the,
Zum Teil in meinem Kopf.
and it's like I don't know where my axis is anymore. It's like,
Ich weiß nicht mehr, wo meine Achse ist.
and there's warmth and
Okay, warmth.
some space here.
Okay,
Wärme
so
und
more
Raum
of
hier.
that.
Mehr davon.
Okay. So just stay for a moment.
Und bleib da einen Augenblick.
Come behind you here.
Ich bin da hinter dir.
And I just show you, and then you can do it, and I'll be there to help stabilize you.
Und ich zeige dir das jetzt und dann kannst du es machen.
Roll, and this will be on the screen, so you can also see here.
Ihr könnt es da auch auf dem
So you
Bildschirm
start
sehen.
sitting here,
Du fängst an,
and
hier
then you
zu sitzen.
slowly come rolling, 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 rolling.
Und dann rollst du ganz langsam.
So you can feel more of that opening sensation in your heart.
Und dass du mehr von dieser Öffnungsempfindung im Herzen spüren kannst.
So start from sitting.
Und du fängst im Sitzen an
Yeah. And feeling your spine.
und spür deine Wirbelsäule.
Okay, I put my hand there.
Ist okay, wenn ich meine Hand dahin lege.
Okay.
I start rolling.
Hmm?
I start rolling
Yeah.
forward.
Und jetzt fange ich an, nach vorne zu rollen
And you can move your legs, your feet ahead a little bit.
und die Füße ein bisschen nach
So you can
vorne
really feel every centimeter of this.
und spür wirklich jeden Zentimeter.
Okay, hold it a minute.
Und halt mal inne.
Okay, I put my hand on your chest.
Darf ich meine Hand auf deine
And maybe
Brust
let your
legen?
hand come back over.
Und lass deine Hand vielleicht
That's it.
hinüberkommen.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with my hand.
Ich
Tell you
weiß
what,
nicht, was
you
ich mit dem Kopf
You can
machen
hold it
soll.
with your hand if you
Du
want.
kannst sie mit der Hand ein wenig halten, mit den Händen.
Nice.
Sehr schön.
Now, on the inhale,
Beim Einatmen
just bring your head up a little bit.
bring deinen Kopf ein
And
wenig
the
nach
exhale,
oben.
let it fall a little bit. I do it with you, okay?
Und beim Ausatmen lass ihn ein wenig nach hinten fallen. Ich mach's mit dir.
And now also on the exhale, gently lifting your pelvis.
Und jetzt hebe beim Ausatmen auch sanft dein
That's
Becken. Genau.
There you go.
Genau.
And rest. And how are you doing?
Und wie geht es dir?
It's like I feel more calm in the upper part.
Im oberen Teil
Some kind
fühle
of letting go.
fühl ich mich ruhiger. Es hat etwas von Loslassen.
Okay.
And there's a confusion about where's my lower part. It's like
Und was
not
den,
coming together.
And confusion there still.
was den
yeah?
unteren Teil angeht, dann ist Verwirrung da.
Good. Okay. Okay, let's continue.
Und lass uns weitermachen.
A full, easy breath.
Ein voller, leichter Atemzug.
And then the gentle lifting of the pelvis with the out breath.
Und lass das Becken sanft zusammen mit dem Ausatmen.
There you go.
Genau.
I'm going to put my hand on your chin. Huh?
Jetzt lege ich meine Hand auf dein Kinn.
Just come for rest here.
Und dann
A little
komm
further. Yeah, yeah.
zum Ruhen, ein bisschen weiter nach vorne.
Yeah. And there you go. And again, feel that inner rocking movement. Huh?
Und spüre wiederum diese innere Wiegebewegung.
Nice. And again, gently lifting your hips on the out breath.
Und hebt den Kopf sanft beim Ausatmen.
You can leave the head to rest here.
Und dann kannst du den Kopf hier ruhen lassen.
You okay with this?
Ist es okay für dich?
Okay. And I'm going to do a little holding of the muscles in the neck, okay?
Und ich halte hier ein bisschen diese Nackenmuskeln, okay?
Lifting the pelvis.
Und hebt das Becken.
And just, yeah, and then letting go.
Und dann lass es wieder los.
And now let rest come to rest.
Und jetzt kommt zur Ruhe.
And feel the sensations and emotions.
Und spüre die Körperempfindungen und Bewegungen.
Okay, so just listen to the sentence.
Und horch einfach mal auf diesen Satz.
I inhale,
Ich atme ein,
I exhale,
ich atme aus
and I am.
und ich bin.
I am I.
Ich bin ich.
And that's where it's at. And that's how it is.
Und so ist es.
Oh, how nice.
Schön.
Good. And rest. And rest.
Und ruh dich aus. Und Ruhe.
So, what's your experience?
Was erlebst du gerade?
The light is opening. There wants to go even further and kind of letting myself be carried.
Be carried.
Carried by the ball or kind of open.
Und ich will mich
And
weiterhin
open.
ich bin offen und will mich weiterhin vom Ball tragen lassen, mein Becken öffnen.
Maybe, perhaps, it's being carried by something more than the ball.
Und vielleicht wird es ja auch noch von etwas mehr als dem Ball getragen.
Can you begin to sense the part that's moving in you?
Und kannst du anfangen, diesen Teil zu spüren, der sich in dir bewegt.
I'm holding in my pelvis now.
Yeah. But how about, yeah.
There's this kind of uncertainty, like something trembling in my legs.
Okay.
Da ist,
Something trembling and like an uncertainty, yeah.
und da ist so eine Art Unsicherheit, ein Zittern in meinen Beinen.
Also wish to
To
move down there somehow.
well, then let it
Und
move.
ich möchte mich da unten
As
irgendwie
it
bewegen.
already is.
Und das ist ja schon so.
It feels like two parts, one up here and one
Yeah,
down
yeah,
there.
yeah. Well, that's what we're working with. working to bring those parts together,
Und wir arbeiten daran, diese Teile zusammenzubringen.
or at least introduce them to each other. Let's say that.
At least.
Introduce them to each other.
Und sie zumindest einander
Easy,
vorzustellen.
easy.
Ganz
It's not something you can
langsam.
force.
Du kannst es nicht
It's not something you can
erzwingen.
make happen.
Das kannst du nicht erzwingen und nicht machen, dass es
It's a
geschieht.
trust that you gradually develop,
Und du musst vertrauen, dass sich das allmählich entwickelt.
a kind of observation and patience.
Aus Beobachtung und Geduld.
There.
Da.
You see, when you don't try, there it comes.
Schau, wenn du es nicht versuchst, dann kommt es.
Okay. Good. Now we're slowly going to begin to come back into the sitting position, okay?
Und dann ganz allmählich fangen wir wieder an, in die Sitzhaltung zurückzukommen. Okay.
And slowly coming up,
Langsam,
slowly coming up.
langsam nach oben kommen.
Ooh, there, ooh, right there.
Und
Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Feeling that little movement
diese kleine Bewegung da.
as you come up. And come to the floor of your pelvis, yes?
Und dann kommen wir wieder zum Beckenboden.
Yeah. Yeah. And feeling how the ball supports your
Und spür
under
wieder,
pelvis, your
wie der Ball
pelvic
dich
floor.
unterstützt und auch der
And really feeling
Beckenboden.
that bounce just as you are from the inside.
Und spür einfach dieses Abspringen, dieses Springen von innen her.
Makes me become more awake.
Und jetzt werde ich
Makes
wacher.
me become more awake,
More awake
aware of the space.
Ich
and aware of the space.
wacher
Okay,
und
so
bin mir des
let's
Raumes
look at the
bewusster.
space that you're aware.
Und dann wollen wir uns einige Gesichter betrachten.
And what?
Many people around.
It's funny.
Viele
I
Leute um
think you
mich
might be
herum.
right.
Das ist doch seltsam. Ich glaube, du könntest
I know.
recht haben.
When you were down there, they all came in the room and sat quietly.
Aha. Als du da unten warst, sind sie alle in den Raum gekommen, haben sich hingesetzt in aller Ruhe.
Some smiling faces. That's
Yes.
nice.
Lächelnde Gesichter,
Indeed.
das ist schön. Ja.
Yeah. And how about the smile in you?
Und wie ist es denn mit dem Lächeln in dir?
Maybe find the different places where you feel it.
There's something here, like some
Hier
Okay.
ist was.
lightness, some
Yeah.
opening, like
Leichtigkeit, Öffnung.
Wonderful.
Wunderbar.
a bit tingling, a bit
Bisschen kribbeln,
playful.
ein bisschen spielerisch.
Tingling and playful. That's lovely.
Das ist sehr schön.
So,
Childlike playfulness, like
Eine kindliche Verspieltheit
yeah, a little bit shyness,
und auch eine Schüchternheit.
something like that.
wanting to hide.
Was in
and,
der Art.
Wanting to hide, okay,
Sich
hide
verstecken zu
on
wollen.
one side.
Auf der einen Seite sich zu verstecken.
I think it's also to be present.
Und ich denke, da ist auch was da, präsent zu sein.
So can easily shift between those, yeah?
Und das kann auch leicht wechseln zwischen
When you
diesen
want the
beiden,
contact, when you don't,
wenn du den Kontakt
when you want to be inside yourself.
möchtest und wenn du ihn nicht möchtest und in dir sein möchtest.
And how wonderful that bounce just seems to continue on its own.
Und wie wunderbar das so weiterspringt.
Just allowing your pelvic floor to become more and more relaxed.
Und das ermöglicht deinem Beckenboden immer entspannter zu werden.
Good.
It's like there's a little bit more connection between the playfulness of the bouncing and this kind of playfulness here.
Great.
Und das bisschen mehr Verbundenheit da zwischen.
Yeah, I think this was really a good start
Ich denke, das war wirklich ein guter Anfang
towards some of the things that you're wanting.
in Richtung zu einigen dieser
It
Sachen, die
doesn't
du
happen all at once,
gerne hättest. Und das passiert nicht alles auf einmal.
but I think it really is happening.
Aber ich denke,
My
es
observation.
passiert wirklich. Also das beobachte ich.
But maybe I give you a sentence and see how it feels inside, okay?
Und vielleicht gebe ich dir einen
One more
Satz
time.
und du schaust, wie es sich
I'm alive.
innen anfühlt. Ich bin lebendig.
I'm alive.
Lebendig.
Ich bin
Ich bin
lebendig.
lebendig.
Ich bin lebendig. And again, just noticing
Und-
what, if anything, happens.
Einfach wahrnehmen, was geschieht, falls überhaupt.
It's like there's something that touches me from the inside, like
Da
the
berührt mich,
sadness, but more being touched than the sadness.
berührt mich etwas von innen. Das ist Traurigkeit da, aber mehr noch dieses
You
Berührtsein.
know, there's a Sufi saying,
Es gibt einen Sufi-Spruch,
and it goes like this:
der geht folgendermaßen.
your yearning
Deine Sehnsucht
is what you're yearning for.
ist das, wonach du dich sehnst.
I see you can make a connection with that.
Und ich kann sehen, dass du dazu eine Verbindung herstellen kannst.
There's a lot of warmth coming up, like
Jetzt
in the
doch.
inside coming up.
Wärme
Fantastic.
auf von innen, fantastisch.
Fantastic. Yeah.
So it's kind of making me being upright in a different way. It's not from the spine, it's from the
Some-
core somehow.
Something lifting.
Jetzt bin ich aufrecht, nicht von der
Lifting from the
Wirbelsäule her,
core.
sondern von etwas anderem her, von dem Kern, vom Zentrum her.
And there's something very soft and warm about it.
Und da ist was ganz Warmes und Weiches diesbezüglich.
That's great. Really.
Großartig.
Yeah. Soft and warm.
Weich und warm.
And the touchness.
Yeah.
Und ein Berührtsein.
So taking that feeling
Und nimm dieses Gefühl
and that lift,
und dieses Angehobene.
and I'm going to stand in front of you,
Und ich werde vor dir
and I'm
stehen
going to just take your wrists in mine
und nehme deine Handgelenke
and just feel that lift.
und spüre einfach dieses
And then
Anheben.
together we come to standing.
Und dann kommen wir
One
gemeinsam zum Stehen.
and two and three. Okay. Are you a little lightheaded or
Ist dir ein bisschen
a little
schwindelig?
wobbly?
The knees a little bit
Yeah,
shivering.
shaky. Yeah.
Ja, meine Knie zittern ein wenig.
Right. Good.
Feels new somehow. A little bit.
Das ist irgendwie neu.
Feels new.
New.
Feels kind of a bit insecure, but
Ein bisschen unsicher, aber
That's what the journey is, from one insecurity to another.
und darin besteht diese Reise von einer Unsicherheit zur nächsten.
But that's great. It's the insecurity that's not so much that you can't really just be with it and as you say, and play with it.
Aber das Großartige ist, dass eine Unsicherheit,
playfulness in the legs. Like
Playful, yeah,
auch eine
exactly.
Verspieltheit in den Beinen. Genau.
Yeah. Which is, so I have a prescription for you.
Also, jetzt habe ich ein
Okay.
Rezept für dich.
Okay. Every day, more or less. You can take one day off if you want.
Also jeden Tag, aber du kannst auch mal einen
You
Tag
put on some music you really like.
aussetzen, legst du eine Musik auf, die du sehr magst
And you move with it.
und bewegst dich mit der Musik.
And as you move with it, you feel with it.
Und währenddessen spürst du auch zusammen mit der Musik.
And you notice also if it comes where you start to push.
Und dann nimmst du auch, das
You
war, wenn
just
du zu
take a
pushen
moment
beginnst.
and come back to yourself.
Und dann nimmst du dir einen Augenblick und entspannst dich wieder
Okay?
in dich. Okay?
Alles gut?
Alles gut?
My pleasure. Okay.
Gerne.
Yeah. So, and again, being with all the sensations and thoughts that you're having and feelings and thoughts that you're having and watching the session.
Und seid mit all diesen Empfindungen, Gefühlen, Gedanken, die ihr habt, jetzt wo ihr diese Sitzung zugesehen habt.
Yeah. So I was struck with, from the beginning of the session, the same points that I believe that you were picking up.
Und was mir auffiel, war am Anfang der Sitzung dieselben
We'll see.
Punkte, wo ich glaube, dass du die auch aufgenommen hast. Schauen wir mal.
One was the externalization
Das eine war die Externalisierung
of, well, it was the externalization of three things.
von dreierlei Dingen.
In the sense that was describing finding relationships that were either sexually wounded, allowing tenderness,
Und beschrieben, wie er Beziehungen gehabt hat, wo es zu einer sexuelle Verletzung da war, die Zärtlichkeit ermöglichte.
or short-term relationships, presumably allowing sexuality.
Und Kurzzeitbeziehungen, in denen, nehmen wir mal an, Sexualität möglich war.
And the yearning, which again turns us outwards for finding wholeness in relationship.
Und diese Sehnsucht, die wiederum nach außen gekehrt war, und diese Sehnsucht danach, Ganzheit in einer Beziehung zu finden.
And that naturally creates the internal experience
Und das schafft ganz natürlicherweise die innere Erfahrung.
of, on the one hand, emptiness, despair, collapse, numbness,
Von einerseits Leere, Verzweiflung, Kollaps und Taubheit.
and a kind of contracted, what do I need to do to get what I want?
Yeah, to
Und so
push through
ein
this.
kontrahiertes, was muss ich machen, um das zu bekommen, was ich will.
So that was really clear in the first 3 minutes.
Und das war wirklich klar in den ersten 3 Minuten.
And the question, so you beautifully evoked this sense, went with the place where the aliveness was strongest, which was the yearning.
Und das hast du ganz schön evoziert, diese Stelle, wo die Lebendigkeit am stärksten da war. Und das war nämlich die Sehnsucht.
So in this externalization we have the split expressed and we have the yearning, the aliveness expressed.
In dieser Externalisierung kommt die Spaltung zum Ausdruck, aber wir haben eben auch die Sehnsucht.
And as long as we keep trying to find it out there, we will continue to empty ourselves and split ourselves.
Und solange wir versuchen, es da draußen zu finden, werden wir weiterhin uns leeren und uns spalten.
So it seems like that is the answer.
Es scheint, als ob das die Antwort sei.
And the real answer is to search inside,
Und die wahre Antwort besteht darin, innen zu suchen.
which is where you took it.
Und da hast du es auch hingeführt.
Yeah. And starting, I mean, you really sort of said this, but starting with the first thing was asking him what his tears would want to say.
Und du hast es eigentlich schon gesagt, also es fing so an, dass ich ihn gefragt habe, was seine Tränen wohl gerne sagen würden.
And that comes, of course, from just reading the emotions on the face and the posture.
Und das rührt natürlich daher, dass ich die Emotionen auf dem Gesicht und in der Haltung lese.
And then that was kind of the first part of the session, the first stanza, if you will.
Das war so in etwa der erste Teil der Sitzung, die erste Strophe.
And the second part was all the work that you did down here.
Mhm. Und der zweite Teil, das war all die Arbeit, die du da drüben gemacht hast.
So as we move into the yearning, we are in the hero's journey.
Und in dem Maße, wie wir uns in die Sehnsucht hineinbewegen, befinden wir uns auf der Heldenreise.
And the first thing that we meet is very naturally the fear of what happens if we don't keep things compartmentalized.
Und
And
das
in control.
Erste, was da passiert, ist natürlich diese Angst, die auftaucht, was wohl passieren würde, wenn wir die Dinge nicht einfach schön unterteilt belassen.
As in this case, as the fear of falling into the black hole.
Und in diesem Fall war es dann die Angst, ins schwarze Loch zu fallen.
And in that journey, we all have our own black holes.
Und auf dieser Reise haben wir alle unsere eigenen schwarzen Löcher.
In this case, fortunately, the black hole was something that you could bounce on top of.
Und in diesem Fall war das schwarze Loch glücklicherweise etwas, auf dem du wippen konntest.
And I was very much tracking when we were sitting of how rigid the legs were.
Und als wir saßen, da habe ich dem sehr stark nachgespürt, wie rigide die
So
Beine
that really
waren.
allow flow into the pelvis.
Und so dass auch wirklich ein Fließen im Becken dann möglich werden konnte.
And that's why the jumping helps a little bit.
Und dabei hilft dieses Springen ein wenig.
But again, the trick is to help the person find the inner movement
Und der Trick
in
dabei,
relationship to the
To something.
Velikan, to the thing.
und der Trick dabei ist, den Menschen dabei zu helfen, diese innere Bewegung zu finden in Bezug zu diesem Trampolin.
And I was noticing that you had or invited him to keep on bouncing and to bounce very gently.
Yeah.
And what it allows is the organization from below as well, from below and upward, both through the legs and also through the pelvis and spine up.
Yeah.
Und dann ludest du ein, eben weiter zu wippen, ganz sanft, was die Organisation ermöglicht hat, von den Beinen über das Becken, die Wirbelsäule entlang nach oben.
I think there is a delicate secret of SE here, really.
Und ich denke, da war auch so eine ganz zarte SE-Sequenz drin,
Which you do as you breathe, pretty much.
die man macht, wenn man atmet.
Which is to offer a challenge, a movement challenge, which invites a lot of flexibility.
Das heißt, eine Bewegungsherausforderung zu stellen, die sehr viel Flexibilität und Beweglichkeit einlädt.
And where you're always finding a middle ground where there's enough activation, and that as soon as the activation starts to go over a certain level, to start to arouse, as it were, then Peter invites it to come down a little bit.
Und zwar lief es der Gestalt ab, dass man so sich etwa in der Mitte befindet, wo hinreichend Aktivierung da ist, die dann auftaucht und die Erregung taucht dann auf und dann, wenn es ein bestimmtes Niveau erreicht, dass es dann wieder nach
And to
unten
move
geht.
towards feeling.
Und sich auch in Richtung Gefühle, auf Gefühle
Because
hinzubewegen.
so many times I think in this class
Denn so viele Male, denke ich, in diesem Kurs
we made the differentiation
haben wir differenziert
between arousal
zwischen Erregung
and aliveness.
und Lebendigkeit.
And that aliveness really comes from arousal but within relationship.
Und dass Lebendigkeit durchaus von Erregung kommt, aber eben innerhalb einer Beziehung.
And in that way, I think our course, and I was reading some of the other books that we got yesterday,
Und dergestalt denke ich, dass unser Kurs, und ich habe einige der Bücher gelesen, die du gestern
that we're
bekommen
really
hast,
saying something quite different.
dass wir hier eigentlich was ganz anderes sagen.
And I'm not saying this is exclusively true, it's not.
Und ich möchte jetzt nicht sagen, dass das exklusiv wahr ist, das
But
ist nicht so.
the emphasis is on arousal
Aber die Betonung liegt auf der Erregung
and on orgasm.
in diesen Büchern und auf dem Orgasmus.
Many books say on being orgasmic.
Und in vielen Büchern wird es so ausgedrückt, orgasmisch zu sein.
And of course, there's truth to that.
Und da ist durchaus was Wahres dran.
Working with ability to be with high levels of arousal.
Wenn man mit der Möglichkeit arbeitet, auf hohen Erregungsniveaus zu sein.
Be with high levels of arousal.
What did I say?
You said that. You said
Ja.
be with high levels.
Du hast
So I
gesagt,
just wanted to say be with.
Yes.
Yeah.
und das wollte ich nochmal betonen, das, was du gerade gesagt hast, nämlich mit hohen Erregungsniveaus zu sein.
But really, the deeper part
Aber der noch tiefer gehende Teil
is to stay in contact with the arousal, with the aliveness, with the play.
besteht darin, im Kontakt zu bleiben
Should write a book just on that.
mit der Erregung, mit der Lebendigkeit,
Another book.
mit dem Spiel.
No, that's part of the.
That's part of the book.
Yeah.
Okay.
Und
part of the
das ist auch Teil des
Yeah,
Buches.
yeah. Okay. So, yeah, we leave you with a somewhat different perspective.
Und
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you.
Und wir
That's what aliveness does.
lassen euch
That's
diese
true.
etwas andere Perspektive.
That's what aliveness does.
Well, we'll
Und,
preach what we
und sowas
practice,
passiert,
hopefully.
wenn Lebendigkeit da ist.
So we saw that same pattern with the ball, that first there's this beautiful opening and then there's this exuberance that starts to feel that wants to kind of go deeper, and where Peter supports not doing that.
Und das haben wir auch schön gesehen, als auf dem Ball war. Da fand diese schöne Öffnung statt und dann diese fast überschäumende Freude und noch tiefer gehen zu wollen. Und Peter hat ihn dann eben dabei unterstützt, eben das nicht zu machen.
In the sense of not going towards a climactic dynamic,
Und zwar in dem Sinne, nicht in eine auf Klimax ausgerichtete Dynamik einzusteigen.
because what climax does is it blows off the energy.
Denn was bei dem Höhepunkt geschieht, ist, dass die Energie explodiert.
And that doesn't leave you with a greater capacity for containing or connecting energy.
Und dann bleibst du nicht zurück mit mehr Fähigkeit, Energie zu halten oder mit einer dich verbindenden Energie.
Going a little bit into it and then resting with that, letting it integrate. Going a little bit deeper, letting it integrate. That does it.
Yeah.
Sondern was das bewirkt, ist ein wenig reinzugehen und dann zu ruhen, dabei zu bleiben und dann ein wenig tiefer reinzugehen und da zu ruhen. Und das bewirkt es.
Yeah.
And we had that in the two processes, first with the upper body opening and then with the pelvic opening in the legs again. Yeah?
Und das hatten wir mit diesen zwei schönen Öffnungen, in dem sich zum einen der Oberkörper öffnete und dann zum anderen das Becken und die Beine öffneten.
And with a lovely, it was like I was looking at relationship again.
Und dann habe ich mir wieder die Beziehung betrachtet.
And this time the archetype I was seeing was the older male mentor.
Und diesmal, den Archetypus, den ich diesmal gesehen habe, ist der ältere männliche Mentor
With the young man.
mit dem jungen Mann.
And also how we really, to be with our clients and their sensuality, we need both to have some of that embodied in ourselves, but also be aware and respectful of our own woundedness as well as the client's woundedness, right? Because we all...
Um mit unseren Klienten und deren Sinnlichkeit sein zu können, müssen wir unsere eigene Sinnlichkeit selbst verkörpert haben, aber eben auch in der Lage sein, mit unseren eigenen Verletzungen diesbezüglich sein zu können, um auch mit denen der Klienten sein zu können.
Yeah.
So that was the gist of what I saw.
I think so.
Also das war so das, was ich gesehen habe im
I
Kern.
resemble that.
You do, very much in fact.
I didn't hear.
Don't worry.
Okay.
We'll be lost in translation. So it looks like we come to the time really... actually, I'm enjoying really seeing you all in this very most very subtle place.
Und zum einen möchte ich sagen, dass ich das sehr genieße, dass ich euch alle oder die meiste von euch so an einem Ort wahrnehme, wo es sich sehr gesetzt hat bei euch, sehr
And
ruhig.
my fantasy is
Und ich stelle mir vor,
that you're going to be taking these learnings and this experiencing into your work, first maybe in just small little ways that it appears.
dass ihr das, was ihr hier gelernt und erfahren habt, in eure Arbeit mitnehmt. Vielleicht erstmal in einem ganz kleinen Rahmen.
But how it gradually can help open up your work to be more deep, more powerful, more enduring. And rather than lecturing and speaking, because I think many of you have heard me do that, I'm going to show a video that demonstrates a video of a work with a person, a woman named Allison, a young woman named Allison. And what we want to keep in mind here, well, Ian is presenting her her case, and he's one of the therapists that's worked with her, and mentioned that she's had 200 sessions. And I look at that and I hear that, and for a moment I think, whoa, what's going on here? But then as he goes over the history, it becomes very clear. So what we want to look for here are three overlapping functions. The first are shock trauma. And think of these as circles. So there's shock trauma, then there's prolonged stress during infancy and childhood. And then also there's just a complete lack or a virtual lack of what a child needs, not just to survive, but to thrive, to have somebody that holds them physically, emotionally, that reflects to them, that is excited for being with them. And all of these really, with this young woman, are completely absent. So let me quickly go over a little bit of her case history, and then we'll just start in and watch the video. And I'll skip ahead sometimes so that we can get this all done in the time we have allotted to us. So Allison has severe chronic pain. She had childhood automobile accident. I mean, by itself, that's nothing. However, when we look at the rest of the story, which includes birth trauma, parents divorced when she was 3, multiple serious car accidents in childhood through adulthood. And then when she was 12 to 16 years, she severely fell off a chairlift, fell on her face. This is really where we have to, gives us an idea of what we're looking at. As starting at the age of about 6 months, she had multiple intestinal surgeries. And she had, I believe, pretty extreme pain in the abdominal region. Oh, she also had multiple dental surgeries. And then as she got older, the pain became more serious, became chronic. Her health declined. She's using pills, I assume stimulants, to get through law school. That's another interesting thing. Sometimes people with the severe trauma, they're unable to function at all in the world, but many are. They're not able to function within themselves, but they are able somehow to be able to do that and to make a living. I've worked with Holocaust survivors, for example, and some of those were just in homes for people who can't take care of themselves. Others are very successful entrepreneurs. So it's kind of a two-way thing. Anyhow, she got through law school, I believe, and then her dog died, and she had inconsolable grief. I think that was recently that happened. And at her core, she feels that she's not good enough. And then she has been doing, as I mentioned, many sessions, 200 sessions. And Essie helped her with her pain subside. She's off pills, and she didn't like being a lawyer. And so she didn't continue on that path. And she's now taking training in the SC model and is in a way reinventing herself. So how do we work productively with those three overlapping components of the many shock traumas that she had, of the ongoing stressors? Oh, and there's one other thing really, I forgot to mention that when she was in high school, I guess middle school and then high school, she was severely bullied. And so severely that she would eat her lunch, she would take her lunch and bring it into the bathroom, and in the stall, eat her lunch so nobody could see her and nobody could mob her. So it's, when you hear all of this, I mean, you as the people on the program and me seeing her, you really feel for this woman, the struggle that she's gone through, and that somehow she's able to get through enough to survive and to reinvent herself. To me, it's really very tender. And when working with somebody like that, if you don't feel that kind of thing, you're not going to be able to work successfully with her. As I said, she had probably 200 sessions. And many people have the idea, and in many cases it's true, in simple trauma, that you work with a person, sorry there, that we work with the shock trauma, and sometimes it takes a few or maybe even one or two sessions. But when you have this combination, this virulent combination of many, many shock traumas, of stressors, including at least starting from the divorce, and then also the lack, what wasn't there for her in her early environment, that it wasn't a holding environment, that it wasn't a nurturing environment, it wasn't by two parents who really cared about each other and loved each other. So somehow we have to work with all three at more or less the same time, or shifting back and forth between the two. Okay. So so let's see. Yeah, so let's start, and I'll start by sharing screen. By the way, you might want to take notes when you're watching this, so hopefully we'll have some minutes for discussion at the end, so you might write down questions or things that you think you might have done differently. I am? Hello, hello? Yeah, I think it's possible. Oh, there you go.
Good idea.
Nervousness is, think about this image, maybe. You're in a pond or a lake, and there's a wind. And you look, by the way, she's talking about being so agitated that she doesn't know if she can go on. Look at the lake, and it's, it's all stirred up. But then if you just imagine going deeper into the water, and then even looking up and just seeing the sun filtering through, and you notice that as you get deeper and deeper, it becomes calmer and calmer. Okay? So what I'm doing is I'm using an image for her to work with, rather than try to explain, to use an image. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Is it okay if I also talk to the class at the same time?
Absolutely.
That was what just happened there. 3-minute rule, exactly. By the way, the 3-minute rule is that you've got to find some way to get the person to engage the person in the first 3 minutes of a session. Because if you don't do that, the session is going to stumble and it's going to be much more difficult. But if you get something at the very beginning, within the first 3 minutes, then things will start falling into place, almost assuredly. Yeah. So, okay. Well, here we are. And I'm wondering what brings you to this neck of the woods. Couldn't be the good weather.
Well, I've been moving along in my SE work,
She
and
goes
it's
on.
been,
Yeah.
I mean, really, that's like such a big question. It's just done everything. I mean, I didn't know how to connect to people before. I didn't know how to be present. I didn't know how to be with myself.
Right. It sounds in a way like it really helped you get connected to yourself.
Yes, I mean, I always sensed who I was, and she was sort of there, but I couldn't project her into the world.
Oh. So she's talking about she in the third person. Very often you see that where there's been a lot of dissociation.
The way that I sensed that she was.
Good, thank you. That's to help clarify that. That's so. This is important. I made a little stumble. Sometimes people ask, do I do that on purpose or not? It doesn't matter, because you're always going to stumble, especially with a person who's had such a developmental lacking. But the thing that you need to do is to, not really to apologize, but to acknowledge that maybe I didn't quite get the person, that I didn't quite get something about Allison. And so she feels secure enough to trust in me enough to communicate that. Seems really important, if not profound.
Yeah, it was, I mean, I remember as a child knowing that I wanted to express myself in a certain way, but it never came out that way, and people didn't respond well to me.
I noticed there was a lot of bullying, right?
Oh yeah, there was terrible bullying.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, it was really hard. In grade 8, I used to eat my lunch in the bathroom.
Oh.
It was.
Oh. And so then my response, I allow myself to be touched by that and express it, but not in a way that it overwhelms her, but that she knows that there's a possibility of connection. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was very difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, just see a picture, an image of that. How old is she?
I guess you're 11 or
Yeah,
no, you're
12,
13. You're
13, yeah.
Yeah, 13.
Sitting alone,
Yeah,
eating, it just...
in the stall.
Wow. And again, just to hold that image, she takes her lunch, she goes into the bathroom, she goes into the stall, so people can't bully her.
It was funny though. I think I even knew though deep down at the time that it wasn't my fault that I was like this.
Again, my response to her, it wasn't my fault. I mean, because fundamentally she does feel it's her fault, but somewhere deep inside, she knew that it wasn't her fault. And again, I allow myself to respond in a graduated way of, oh, wow.
Like I knew that, because I could sense what was there, and yet it wouldn't come out, so I knew.
So again, that's what you're talking about, that it's something there that you're not quite able to project it.
Yes, and now as I say that, what goes through my head is, it's similarly how I feel now as I emerge out of illness. It's like I have all of this inside of me to offer, and I don't know how to get it out. It's really...
Just looking at this gesture for a moment.
Yeah.
Let's just take a little time to get a sense of this, an inner sense of this.
It feels good to do. My feet are very sweaty.
Okay. By the way, would you like a little pillow there if we can find one? Quality. So I'm mirroring
It's very soothing.
That's exactly what it looks like. Hands. It looks like you kind of like automatically went to soothing yourself, soothing some of these wounds. No.
I've learned to self-soothe, and I didn't know how to do that at all. I had no idea.
Sure. And now it's something that seems to happen almost automatically, which is great.
Yeah.
Shows that you really learned it, as a body memory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You said something about being ill. What kind of illness was that?
So I started to have pain shortly after my car accident when I was 5. And
that was the one at the summer camp?
Yeah. And I had pain all through my childhood and into high school. But after I went to law school, my body just completely gave up, and I became very, very ill, and I started to have just all over body pain. My body was just completely braced and constricted. And the pain it was just all over, and I couldn't really move for a couple of years because I was so braced that my spine just...
That's what happens when we have pain. Well, first of all, when you're in an accident. Is it okay if I'm giving this kind of information?
Yes.
Okay. When you're in an accident, so again, checking with her if it's okay, for me to be didactic. Accident. And that was like, that was it I forget, you were hit?
We were going down a hill, and there was another car coming up, and I believe the driver swerved to avoid the car and lost control, and then she went into the field and hit a telephone pole, and the pole broke and fell on the car. And
wow. So here we're working with this, we're working specifically, but knowing that the other components, of course, are there in the background. But the foreground now is doing some work with one of the many specific traumatic events. Again, remember those 3 overlapping systems.
It was just a bunch of children and one 16-year-old. So.
Oh my gosh.
And we were just in a field, and the driver didn't stop, the other driver, so we didn't know if anyone was coming, and there were bleeding, screaming children. And
now you were in the car with them?
Yeah, it was a station wagon, and I was in the middle, so there was 3 children in the middle, and maybe 6 or 8 in the back of the station wagon.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, when a car gets hit, or when you get a quick change in direction, right? What do? We brace. Somebody hits us from behind, we brace. The airbag comes at us, we brace. Now, the thing is that there's pain because there's injury. That's acute pain. But then we start to brace against the pain itself. And when we do that, that causes more pain, which causes more fear, more anxiety, which then leads to
complete and total breakdown of your body.
More and more bracing.
Yeah.
And then exactly that leads to a breakdown. That breaks everything down. So right right now. How is your pain level and what's it like?
My pain started to resolve as soon as I started doing SE.
Wow.
And I searched for a very long time.
And that really says something. So again, we're thinking about 200 sessions. Again, these are not one single events that she's working with, but this combined lack of the early holding environment and the mirroring environment, and then the many traumas and surgeries, and again the mobbing, the bullying.
And did a lot of work prior to that and didn't resolve. So it started to resolve about
like a memory
yeah
thing.
Yeah, and also I was on a lot of different prescription drugs for many years, and I'm not on those anymore. So that also has leftover effects of pain and
no, that's right.
yeah.
I mean, there's a withdrawal pain,
Yeah.
and that goes on for a while.
Yeah. So
Reinforcing her strength, her ability to continue in life, where so many people would be completely broken down.
right now,
But
though,
you haven't been using any of those kind of drugs now, right? For a while.
no, it took me about 2.5 years to taper off all of them, and I prescription drugs, and it was the first time since I was 16 that I could say no. So it was
Wow.
pretty
Amazing.
yeah.
Go back to that memory.
Yeah, it was
Where you're sitting with the,
it was
and he's asked you the question, are you on any prescription medication?
it was weird. It was
What was it like to say no? No, I'm not.
it felt amazing, and then I told her. I told the nurse. I said, that's the first time I've said that since I was 16.
Wow.
And 38, so.
And again, to share her excitement, to mirror excitement, because again, the mirroring was something that was largely absent in her early childhood. That's quite an accomplishment.
Thank you. I was, when I found this work, I was doing whatever it took to keep getting better.
Yeah, you're a fighter.
Yeah, well, we're all fighters.
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. What are you noticing right now? What's your experience? Sensations, feelings?
I feel a sense of surrealism that I'm sitting here across from you. Sort of, it was just, I can't really feel it. It's sort of
Are you feeling something here?
Yeah, it's like...
Again, the mirroring function, which we're building on and we're supporting.
I know that I'm here and you're here, but it's very... it's not really integrating within me.
Not integrating, okay.
And I feel sort of just joyful, like warm.
Oh, you don't say. And again, the parents are supposed to reflect the child's excitement and connect for that excitement. And so just look at the two of us at our facial expression. Well, mine is cut more before it opens. Warm and joyful.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I feel some bracing in my body.
Where do you feel the bracing?
My left arm and hand.
Let's just do a little experiment. Feeling that warmth and that joyfulness. And then shifting to is it the right?
The left
The left.
arm. Yeah.
Shifting to the left arm. Oh, yeah, I see. Shifting to the left arm. And you can see her hands are almost not in a fist, but are kind of closed in, different than her right. And then just noticing how it feels, and then shifting back to the sense of openness and joy. And just do that a few times and see what happens. You can do that with your eyes open or closed, whatever is best for you. There's a breath. That's it. First, just allow that to happen. And this is the second time her tongue is kind of moved around in her lips. And I think that's something from infancy, my guess is.
It's a little wavery in my head.
Your head feels a little wavery.
Yeah, just a little. And I'm just pendulating, and I'm just really aware of my hand, and and now my right finger is very warm, and actually my whole body is quite warm.
Wow. Is that pleasant or unpleasant? How would you? I mean, it sounds like it's reasonably intense.
It's new. It's okay. I mean, it's familiar, so it might be intense for someone else, but for me, it's familiar. So.
If it had to be one or the other, say it could go from 0 to 100. So here is the first time I'm sort of challenging her a little bit. And see how I do this. Because remember, she says basically it's neutral, but it's not neutral. So here is the challenge, where 100 is ecstasy and bliss, and minus 100 is anguishing pain. Where would you put the experience itself? And you see again her tongue moving around is kind of like tasting this.
Maybe, well, around 0.
You outfox me.
I mean, it's more on the pleasant side, but
Okay.
That's because I associate it with something positive happening within my
You
system.
associate this sensation
Yeah.
with something positive happening. Positive, like what? Can you give me like an example?
Well, I associate it with just things changing in my system, which is positive to me.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I got it. So I say, I got it. And then again, there's a spontaneous breath.
I feel an impulse to move forward.
Okay. And you follow it. So let's just, for a little while, follow impulse. So you have the impulse to move forward. Feeling that.
It's hard to look at the class.
Well, yeah. Aha. And she's clearly looking
Look
around in the room. She's orienting into the room. Usually that curtain is open a little bit so we can see nature. Maybe you could even open that curtain a little bit if it's simple.
So just orienting.
Just orienting.
Maybe
So bringing her to the here and now. And I want specifically to open the curtain because it's not going to be possible for her yet to be able to notice the people in the room, but to look at nature. And again, many, many people that are highly traumatized, nature is one of their basic reasons, is one of their only resources sometimes. Orienting. Orienting to the outside. Yeah.
Nature is very resourcing for me.
Good. Good.
So I'm noticing a pain in my upper left shoulder blade. And it's sort of
Okay.
like a stabbing pain.
Okay. Do you want to work with that?
Sure.
Okay, let's do that. So you feel the stabbing pain in your shoulder blade, the upper part or lower part of your
In sort of right around here.
right about there.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So feeling that pain, And I want you to see if you can feel what's underneath that pain. What I mean is, can you feel the tension that's underneath the pain?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Now, what do you imagine would happen if that tension increased? How might it move your shoulder? If you just imagined it increasing a little bit.
Forward.
There it is. So, okay, so what I want you to do is play with this now. So this gesture of coming forward a little bit and then letting it move back. And there you go. And just find your rhythm. And again, just noticing the startle.
I noticed my feet just got very cold.
Okay. Well, maybe just rest that for a little bit. And let's just see what happens, okay? So I don't want to overdo it. I don't want to overload her. Because again, the stress is one of the three components that's making up her being.
And when you asked before about the shoulder, when you asked what was underneath it before you sort of finished your sentence to ask about what it wanted to do,
Okay.
my mind was just yelling, fear. Fear is behind it.
Of course, that's the coldness. And again, we need to touch into the fear many times, but we don't want the person to be overwhelmed with the fear, by the fear. Okay.
So,
Okay. So that tension pattern, so there's the pain, then there's the tension pattern, and then there's fear.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you experience the fear?
I like sort of this essence of like unknown, and it's not really, I can't really connect it to a sensation. It's more just like an energetic sort of, like an, kind of just like an energy.
Like an energy.
Yeah.
Do you have an image of that, a picture of that energy? Or?
It's actually like sort of like wide open, like what?
So I'm a little bit lost, and it's okay because I can ask her questions to clarify, which then takes her deeper into her own experience.
Like being wide open.
Whoa.
Road or field or.
Wow. Being in an open field.
Yeah.
Or a road.
Like in those old Western movies.
I do. I still watch them when I get a chance. Let's go back and forth between that image and what you're feeling in your hands and what you're feeling in your shoulder blades. Just shift back and forth. And let your body do those kind of movements if you want.
Is there a pillow I could put behind my back?
I
could use this.
I think she's asking for support, for more support. So we'll use the pillow for some support for her on her back. Good, yes, good.
I think. Yeah, that's more supportive.
Yeah.
And
You feel that, sense that as support?
yeah.
Good, okay. So let's just see how the quality changes when you allow yourself to be supported by the pillow.
Yeah. And it feels better to be on the hard floor. It's more supportive.
Okay, great.
Feels more grounding.
Terrific. Again, she looks around a little bit.
And I'm just noticing a lot in my mouth since we've sat down as well.
A lot of
Just movement and just wanting to.
I notice, I mean, your lips are very expressive. They're doing a lot of different things. Yeah. Well, why don't we switch gears a little bit? And I'm pretty sure you've already done it, but let's just do a few rounds of the Vu.
Sure.
Okay, so the idea is, again, to just take an easy, deep breath, not forcing it. And the key here is to work with the exhalation. So, for example, if you're driving your car and all of a sudden and you see a car coming right at you, you don't do an out breath. You don't go. You go. Again, the in breath, the breath gets stuck on the in breath. So this is a way of both connecting to her visceral sense, but also being coming out of this the shock reaction from the breath. What are you noticing?
The room is clearer.
Wow.
Yeah, it's much easier to look at the audience. I think that's the first time I've been able to
Yeah.
look at.
This is the first time I've been able to look at the people. And again, you see her expression of awakening, of joy.
The people in the room.
Yeah. So shift happens.
It sure does.
Right. And again, just when you take step by step by step, boom. Whoa. Wait a minute. It's a different world out there. Yeah. Yeah, just enjoy yourself. And maybe even do this little exercise. I don't if you maybe you did this in junior high school, where you take a plate of glass and you have iron filings, and then you take a magnet.
Oh yeah, I love that.
You love that one. Good, me too.
Yeah.
I can just see that, like the red and gray magnet and the filing.
Yeah, it was fun.
So your eyes are like those magnets. And these are all your iron filings. So just see if you can allow your eye to draw them into you.
Okay. Oh my goodness. It's challenging.
Challenging. But I assume. So again, we've got to secure enough relationship again for me to challenge her. Not just to follow her, but to challenge her. And that's why you've come.
Yes, that's exactly
Yeah.
why I've come.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're nice looking people.
Oh, you see some in particular?
I'll tell you after.
Yeah. I know one of the things that she tricked me again kind of blows my mind when I'm looking around, and I notice that no two hair looks alike. It's like snowflakes. So she takes the bait. She's now looking at the different hair, which she's looking at the different people's expression of their postures, of their facial expression. Well, you know about that a little bit, right? They say there are no two snowflakes that are the same. I mean, my corollary of that, there are no two hairs that seem the same. I'm not letting her squirm away. I'm going to keep bringing her back to see if it's possible for her to allow contact with the people in the group. To me, it's just utterly fascinating. Yeah. Anyhow, just that little shift inside made it possible for you to perceive the world in a different way, right? In a less threatening, safe way. So I think it's really important to become aware of those shifts. And so we come back to not exactly the same thing, but a similar thing, and that's again where that you have that early trauma. You have to keep doing that. Sometimes therapists get frustrated because the person has somewhat of a, I don't know, breakthrough, not probably the right word, but some kind of a breakthrough, or some kind of an awakening. And then when they come back for the next session, it's like that first session never happened. But you just have to keep repeating them, because that's how a child learns, little by little by little.
Yeah, they can happen. It's really magical to experience the ability to shift when you couldn't. I used to experience emotion and sensation, and I couldn't end it.
Right.
I didn't know how to end it. I couldn't hold it.
Yeah.
And
again, because she didn't have a holding environment, so it's difficult for her to hold. But again, my job is to help her to hold.
it feels really amazing to be able to be with it and then have it end and be like, oh, okay, I was able to do that. And
Right. Wow. That's great. Let's do a little bit more, and let's bring in the face a little bit. And you know, all of those things, again, there's all of these things that have been going on in her face, so I want to really bring energetic awareness to her face. You can kind of let them exaggerate a little bit.
Okay.
So for me, I'll do it how I might do it. So,
okay.
and I can sort of do it with you if you want.
It's either or. It's okay.
Yeah, however you want it. I can.
You can do it with me, sure.
So we'll make like a duet.
Okay. Okay. Nice.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh,
There
you're
we go.
back. We'll harmonize.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Good.
Okay.
So again, we're co-participating in each other's experience. Again, that's one of the important milestones of early childhood development, of co-participation. Ooh, that felt good.
Yeah.
You too?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that felt really good.
I mean, I notice your spine is more lengthened. Looks like there's a little bit of like a kind of an invisible little cord that's kind of
Coming up, yeah.
tugging you up there, yeah, gently. So kind of really bringing her attention to the shift in her posture. And posture is not something you do deliberately. This is an inner posture of length and expansion. Really tugging you up.
Yeah, it made me feel like I was able to come out of a bit out of this more open, more
yeah.
open. Yeah.
Yeah, so just taking a little bit more time to get the sense of what it's like to feel open, to be open. Okay.
My shoulders are like, no.
Okay, so that other part of her says, no, I'm not going to do this because I might get shut down again. but she wants to do it, of course. And again, we kind of co-participate in this dance. So let the shoulder speak.
Yeah.
So it's okay, feeling more open, and the shoulder says, "No." Give voice to the shoulders. Give words to the shoulders.
It's just saying you're not ready. You're not ready.
You're not ready to what?
Be open. Be
You're not ready to open up.
Yeah.
Because if you open,
what will happen? I've just been constricted for my whole life. I don't know
sure.
what it means to not be constricted. I mean, I've had moments where I've experienced it, but the backdrop of the stage, so to speak, is always constriction. And being open is, I don't even know what that means.
I beg to disagree. Because I think you just described it, quite adequately. But also described this other part, which says, "Don't you dare." The trepidatious part. By the way, I'm just using this word every time I can.
It's a great word.
Yeah. And then you see her body then goes back to open. She starts coming out of the being squashed down, but starting to open and expand again.
I started after intermediate 1, orienting up. I had never looked up before. In
Wow.
intermediate 1, I just started.
I suspect this has to do with birth trauma, but it's not important to know. Well, I mean, it is useful to know, but we just continue on in the here and now, basically.
Orienting up, and I'm so curious about what that's about.
Do you know what they say about curiosity?
It's a good thing.
Well, in Kansas, actually. They said that curiosity led the cat to realizing her own greatest potential.
That would be nice.
She likes that. And again, continues with the hands. And I don't bring attention right now to her hands because I want to just see, well, I want her just to be able to discover what's going on in the entirety of her experience. If you think about an animal that's been injured, it will withdraw into a cave or a dark place and just stay there. But eventually, there's some drive to kind of go out. But then the light seems so bright, so the animal pulls back. But there are things it needs out there, so it moves a little bit back into the opening, and then can stay there maybe a little bit longer, can tolerate it a little bit longer. So again, working with an image that resonates with her core experience, but doing it as an image, as a neutral image, using the image of an animal that's been wounded, that's been hurt, to take it out of the personal realm. Longer. That's it. And what are you feeling in your hands?
They just want to be closed, and I can feel like the tension in my fingers, and it just feels safe and...
Feel safe?
Yeah.
Wow. So let's really get this one into working memory.
Yeah, and it also...
Explicit memory.
it's keeping me very connected to myself and where we are and what we're doing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I kind of just feel like I want to just like, I don't know, like punch somebody in the face. Not you.
No, well, no, we can do something with that, actually. You want to play with that a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, come on up. And I'm going to take... So her life energy is starting to come back. And her anger, but more really about her self-protective impulses. This, okay.
I have been taking karate.
It's okay, you can, there you go. Yeah. Get a little sound in there. Ha. 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 And rest. Really charge, and then settle.
Boiling hot.
Boiling hot. Okay, I won't ask you. Yeah, well, you really see her posture again lengthen and open in her chest. A lot of boiling hot energy when it doesn't get to move out. And it clogs up the radiators. And where do you feel the heat?
It's actually passed now. I felt it.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the heat came
Yeah.
and then went.
Yeah.
What was that whole part like when it comes and then goes? How was that pleasant or unpleasant?
It's a pleasant. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. It's again, it's hard for me to think of it as unpleasant because I know that it means something important.
Okay. So you have a sense of importance, of salience.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Now I'm going to have you do something a little bit different.
Okay.
I'm going to also do this with your right shoulder and arm. And what I'm going to have you do is before you make that punch, I want you to go back slowly and really feel the readiness
Okay.
in your arm, in your shoulder to make the, right? Really feel that. And then, instead of going like that, I want you to direct the impulse out in a more sustained way. So what I'm guiding her to do is connect with her healthy aggression. Now, if you're just hitting, what you feel is hitting. But when you really feel the impulse and then direct it, not just hit it out, then you open to a greater sense of power, of being able to get what one needs in the world. You know, aggression really has a negative context, and especially with women in our society, in our culture. And but aggression is about getting the impulse, the power to move out and to get what we need in our life. So I call it healthy aggression. So it's to make it clearer and clearer that it is healthy, it is life supporting, life affirming. And I'm sure this was something that she was unable to experience again in her early non-holding environment. Okay. And again, I'll offer you resistance.
Slow motion.
Like slow motion, yeah. But when you get there, really feel yourself cocking and getting ready. Feeling the readiness. That's the key, because that's where the feeling is. Again, it's not just in the striking out, it's in the readiness and directing forward. And like slow motion. And you might want to stand with your feet a little bit. Yeah. There you go. And feel the readiness. And then slowly let it keep it going. There you go. 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 Good. Good. I'd take that moment to make physical contact with her, but just for a moment. Is that okay? What did you notice?
I noticed I could just really connect and follow the movement. It felt different than when it was fast.
Yeah. Different in what way?
Well, when I did it quickly, I felt more emotion connected to it. When I did it slowly, I just felt more of the movement. And I felt I was more in touch with the energy that was moving through the arm.
Right.
Opposed to when it was faster, it was just...
Yeah. So I think this is important because of what you were talking about before, of wanting to be able to get the part of you that you know is there, but to get it out into the world. And I think it's this way is about getting it out into the world.
Yeah.
Let's try the left arm. You might want to change the position of your feet. I'm not sure if that's... Again, really feel it getting ready and feel it cocked right over here. There you go. And then slowly direct it, your strength, your power. And just rest.
What you said makes sense because I'm always trying to move too quickly.
Too quickly, yeah.
Because it's taken so long.
Sure. Yeah.
And I feel like I'm not doing enough.
Not doing enough.
Not doing enough.
Oh, not doing enough.
Yeah, not
Maybe
I
both.
do like multiple times a day.
Okay.
Yesterday all day, I was very nervous.
Hmm.
And I'm not contributing enough beyond my own
Good.
well-being.
Okay. Okay. I think she's saying she also wants to contribute to others, not just to herself. Let's maybe use both your arms this time and just come and then just pushing out with both your arms, okay? Let's see what happens this time.
I feel like I want my hands to be open.
Fine, then so be it. That's it, directed. Yeah, there you go. Good.
Here I am.
Yeah. How does it feel to be where you are?
Feels good.
And again, you really see the lengthening of her posture, the opening in her chest, and balancing on her feet. Great. Good. Good. I think this is a good place. Yeah. And again, I imagine you're going to be feeling this, and then it'll seem to go away, and then perhaps you're going to be saying, oh, nothing really happened, or, whatever. I mean, that's maybe one of the things I might tell myself. So what I'm doing is preparing her for those negative voices, those negative interjected voices that you aren't enough, basically, all stemming from you aren't enough. And to know that those thoughts may come into her mind, but just to notice them as thoughts. But to know that it did. And to really feel, because you really are really very, very interesting. It's like you're really planted on your feet, and there's a line that just goes right up your legs to your pelvis and your spine, and again, this little line here. Can I put my hand near you? So here it is. I'm just taking this little thread here, and this is just reminding you not to push it up, but just to let it float up. There you go. This is one of the great gifts Ida Rolf gave us. Just imagining, there you go. That's it. When you feel that line, that's when gravity holds us up, not pulls us down.
I feel very solid.
Yeah. I feel really solid. Wow. Wow. She is solid, grounded, present. Yeah. You look really solid, planted, definite. I mean, the sense I have is that whatever you would say, I would want to hear, because I know that you would be speaking from a place of truth. So that was an interesting intervention that I would want to listen. And again, this is the childhood which she wasn't heard. So I'm saying, I know when you speak from this place of interconnectedness, I know that what you say is important, that you are important, that you are important. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you. It's really great to know.
Oh, what a
know
gift.
you.
Thank you so much
Yeah.
for everything.
Yeah. Well, walk in beauty.
I'll try.
Okay. Good. I talked a little bit about. There you go. We could take a little bit here, and then I'll go back to the. Okay. So, what happened here? And I asked that question to you all also. What happened? To really learn from a session like this, it takes watching it multiple times, pausing it, noticing your own reaction, trying to deconstruct what I might have done and the effect that it had. So it really, really is going over it and just knowing that you're not going to get everything the first time. You just get However, as you watch it and rewatch it, and I don't know if we can make it as part of the portal for you to watch it again so that you'll get more of the theme and the progress and the trajectory of the session and how each step led to the next, to the next, to the next, and the next. Can you describe some of the important features in the session?
I could really, with your emphasis on the 3-minute beginning, I could really focus on how that happened in those 3 minutes and the different things you did to do that. And I still felt she was really highly nervous. And so I noticed that it seemed like you were just took time to.
That's the key, taking the time necessary for the unfolding, for the session to unfold. Taking the time. Many, many times in the session, I didn't say anything at all. I just was there. And then something opened with her, and that took us to the next stage of engagement. Yeah.
Continue to create that rapport until she could feel more comfortable. And I noticed you went to imagery pretty quickly, and I was curious.
What was the image? Oh, the lake, right at the beginning.
It was almost like, in terms of establishing the rapport, it was almost like a mini hypnosis. And so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that.
Yeah, and so I was just curious.
I just think of it as a very useful image.
Yeah, and I was curious what drew you to the image. I was curious what about her
because
tipped you off.
she has a lot of this on the surface anxiety.
So that's something where imagery would work.
Right. Yeah. If the imagery doesn't work, well, then it doesn't work. I mean, I usually, before I suggest an image, I'm like, 80 to 90% sure that it's going to work, but it doesn't all the time. So you get an image that's really going to be helpful. It's like almost like a metaphor. And if you look at the origin of the word metaphor, it comes from vehicle or vessel, that which holds what the person is experiencing. And so that image for her gave her the possibility that she would be feeling, this nervousness, this sense of agitation, but that beneath that was something deeper, someplace where there wasn't all of this going on. Because what happens is when people are experiencing their nervousness, it's like they think that's the only thing that's going on. They think that that's who they are, right? And just helping reframe that, also using that image to just help it reframe. Okay, sure, you're nervous, but let's just see what's going on underneath. But again, that image can really kind of keep carrying things forward. And the whole idea really of the session was to keep carrying things forward, right? I mean, that's what any session is about, really, mostly, right? It's about keeping things moving forward, keeping things. And that's the key there, really. That's the key in all sessions, to find the way to keep it moving, but also at the right time when the person is resource enough for them to keep it going, and for us to be reflecting that movement forward. Okay, over here.
Peter, do you want to do live Q&A? We have about 10 minutes left.
Oh my gosh. I thought it was till noon. Yeah, we would. Okay, pardonnez-moi. Okay, live questions. Well, it was useful to have that one question there, but yeah.
Yeah, actually, I was like, oh, this is good. I'm not going to stop him, but
Oh, no, I'm glad you did. It would have been very embarrassing.
okay, great, Peter. After she does the first slow conscious punch all the way through, you then gently make physical contact.
Mhm.
Was that to tell her that it's okay to feel and express her power, like the world reflecting a welcomeness to her power?
Exactly. That's really exactly what it was. And to just make possible to actually have physical touch, but not too much to where it would become, where it could become overwhelming. Just like, yes, we're connected here, and yeah. So yes, your appreciation of that, your understanding of that is exactly
Okay.
right. Yeah.
And then we have a comment. At the end of the session, it looked like movement of patient body energy from within. Yes, okay. And
Patient body.
then at the end, they were commenting that it looked like there was a movement of the body energy from within the body, like
Yes.
to get that moving out.
Beautiful. Yeah, it was the inner movement of the energy, of the force, of the life force to move forward in life, to move forward in the session, but to move forward in life. Absolutely. It really is to move that energy forward. She
Great.
said something, she said, like, I had more feeling or more emotion when I did it like that. But I think it depends what emotion means, but or meant to her. But really, it's the idea of taking that energy that is behind anger and really allowing that energy to move forward in life. I mean, because that's really why we come to therapy, is because our life has become stuck in some way. And so this is to find one possibility for it to move forward.
Yeah, perfect. Another comment, so admire the pacing and going from experience to describing experience. Just beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the question next is, I noticed her shuddering a few times
Mhm.
while sitting and also while standing. Can you reflect on that? And would that be something you'd ever point out to the client?
No, well, I don't certainly never, but this certainly was something that that she was aware of, and it probably wouldn't have gone anywhere really, because again, that's their part. So if she rides it through, then my job is to not do anything, just to say, and just to be there again, to help contain it, to help reflect it, to help saying, yeah, okay, you're feeling that, you know what that feels like, and then let's see what happens next. So if she's aware of it, I don't have to bring her awareness to it. And my guess is that if I had tried to do that, are you noticing your body shuddering? I don't think it would have moved things forward. I think it just would have brought her into her head. So I left it. Yeah.
Great. I'm wondering if you could speak more to her tongue movements. You mentioned possibly being connected to infancy.
Yeah, I mean, you see that. Gosh, I actually have a video of it somewhere, of a newborn. And the newborn is going like this, looking around at the new world. Remember, it's been 9 months in this in this warm cave, and then out in the world, and looking around and tasting with the tongue. And that also connects with her looking into the group and starting to make contact. I'll tell you a rather fascinating story if we have a minute or two at the end. Let me keep 2 minutes but
Sure.
first let me take questions.
Sounds good. How do you gauge whether if clients are open to physical touch during the session?
At times, I'll ask the person, is it okay if I put my hand here on your, wherever it is in their body? But I think something like that would have just evoked her protectiveness. So rather than that, in that one moment where I sensed it was going to be okay, it was going to really help the connection and help to know what good touch feels like, what non-intrusive touch feels like. And again, it was just for a moment. And I wouldn't have done that if I had thought that, for example, that could have triggered some kind of an early trauma. But I felt really, I guess you could say, my intuition based on my years of work is that this was the right time to just make that touch and just let it be there and to connect us again, because so much of our early infancy was about not connecting, of not having healthy touch, supportive touch. So that just allowed that 1 minute. Yeah.
Great, Peter. They noticed that you often talk in the third person. You noted a
Right.
person will often talk in the third person when there's been dissociation. Would you ever comment on that or ask the person to repeat or speak in the first person, or is that not useful?
No, I doubt if it would be useful, but I would observe how it changes over multiple sessions. Again, remember, she already has had many, many sessions. And that's just the nature of working with those three tripart of the shock trauma, of the stress, the prolonged stress, and the lack of the holding, mirroring environment. So I'm always holding those together. Now, when I tried to get her to look around, first her tongue was going like this. So again, that was an infant now looking at the new environment, at the first time seeing the world outside of the womb. Then she's able to start looking around. Story. When I was at the University of Michigan, so that was back in the, gosh, I must have been the early 60s. I was visiting my parents for the Christmas vacation, and I went down to the mailbox to get the mail, and there was a letter or a mail from the Rackham Library. That's the graduate library at the University of Michigan, and it was an overdue notice for a book called Childhood and Society by Erik Erikson. And I knew that I never took the book out. I never heard of the book. I'm not even allowed to go and take books out of that library because it's only for graduate students. So anyhow, when I went back, I brought the letter to them and I showed it to them. And they said, I have no idea. We never sent that notice out. I mean, how could something like that happen? I mean, really, but a lot of times things like that seem to happen in my life. So then fast forward some decades, and I was teaching at the Esalen Institute in Big Sur, and I walked in, and everything, all the seats were crowded, but there was one table with 2 seats, and there was only one person there. So I asked the person, is it okay if I would sit there? And the person said yes. And then I looked up and I realized, oh my God, that's Erik Erikson. And I mean, and so the whole thing of, getting the overdue notice, I mean, it all made sense in some kind of crazy way. So we started a conversation, and I asked him, I said, Professor, when you talk about the different stages of development, you talk about the oral stage. So that's taking in, for example, the milk from the breast. But I said, it seems to me that equally the child, the infant, the newborn is taking in this new world with its eyes. And he looked at me very kindly. I mean, this man was a very kind man. And he said, you know something, young man, I was a young man at the time, you know, young man, actually, if I had this to do over again, I would talk about this early stage as not the oral stage, but the ocular oral stage, the vision and take, in other words, the taking in with the eyes and with the mouth and with the alimentary canal. So that was my story with Milton Erickson. By the way, it's a book I highly recommend, Childhood and Society.
Great.
So,
I've put a link in the chat to the Childhood and Society by Eric Erickson. I just put an Amazon link if you want to take a look.
oh, great. Thank you. Well,
Yeah.
thank you all. And my gosh, thank you, Melissa, for reminding me that I had to switch gears here. So,
Well,
and
yeah, we have a lot of questions. People would have wished it was till noon, I'm sure.
yeah. But anyhow, it's been really good being with you again. I feel sort of in a way almost part of your community, since I've done a number of, you know, programs with you and had some contact with Scott, and really enjoy your program and glad to participate in it. So for now, I wish you goodbye. And oh, somebody said, we love you, Peter. Oh my gosh, Darcy, thank you. Okay, all okay, bye-bye.
Hi, Peter.
Thank you, everyone.
Well, I think one of the things you're going to be showing in the clips, which we're going to show very, very soon, is how to work with some of the understandable biological defensive responses that come up when there's threat is present. And I know one you're going to show today is working with the flight response. So just how to help that body organize it and move it and evoke it and feel it in the moment, in the present, and then complete it so that the body can move past that threat response that maybe didn't even get a chance to be activated in the first place. So that's, I think, a really foundational piece of somatic experiencing that you've created.
Right, and there are two things there. One is that you, oh gosh, what I was thinking. Anyhow, it'll come, I'm sure. Oh, yeah, so at first we're working with the defense against threat and danger.
All right.
Then we use that as a defense against our feelings and our sensations. So we have to befriend our sensations enough so that they can inform us and we can work with them.
Yes. And I think let's go ahead and show the clips if you're ready to do that, because we were talking about it, but we can actually show it in action. And I'd like people to see what you're actually doing there.
That's the best way.
Antoinette.
I just want to run away. I don't want to be there where it feels that way. So I just want to
run away and escape. Well, can you imagine running to escape? Imagine your whole body, your legs, your arms, your shoulders, your head, running. And just running till you find a place where it feels safe enough for you to just settle. That's it. And just noticing how your forehead is tipped upward. It almost looks like you're looking out into the sun. You have any sense of that? A sun coming down on your forehead? Good. Enjoy that. Just feel the sun, the warmth of the sun, the color of the sun. Yeah, really, just let that warmth come into your body, and to fill, to really fill your body, fill yourself with the sun.
I notice that my breathing is not nearly as shallow, and that I'm able to, my throat doesn't feel so tight. And I like, there's this occasional feeling of wanting to hide and run away again. And then I can like think about people around me that are supporting me, and like people I care about being there for me. And it makes me feel more protected and safe. And
Right.
So Peter is going to unpack this a little bit, and one of the things that's so beautiful is to see this, the running defense response, and then the resourcing of the sun, and him really expanding the sensorium about that to really help her embody it.
Yeah. You know, and it's really kind of at the very end, I don't remember the exact words, but you really get that she understands that this, when she comes to that place where she feels safe enough, not safe, because, you know, if you just say that to the person, they'll say, I never feel safe. But really you're asking, okay, to find that place wherever it is, in the meadow, by the ocean, in the forest, in a glen, where you feel safe enough. And when she feels that, then she starts to talk about her connection, both to herself and to other people in her life.
So there's an example of moving it into healthy attachment and being able to access people for support and comfort.
Right. And it's kind of interesting. It really appeared to come spontaneously. I think it did. And so again, like all of these inner stirrings, these inner connection hungers or desires, they really, once you connect what's going on in the body, they'll often just appear as if from, you know, from where did that come from? But I think that's from this part of us that is a collective, that we really know not just what happened to us, but some of these universal feelings and sensations, which again, you could see with, oh gosh, what was her name?
Antoinette.
Antoinette, right? That's a nice name. And so at the very beginning, you know, I noticed a slight change in her body reaction. And that's the key, because if I missed that, then we really wouldn't have the bridge to go from her present to her attachment potentials. So I'm always, you know, starting with something like that, something where you really get the feeling it's okay and it's safe enough, and I can connect with self and others. I guess I'm repeating that, but it bears repetition. And also when I notice something going on in the body, some little shift, maybe a teeny bit of trembling or a change in temperature or what looks like might be tingling, again, I just mention that, I bring Antoinette's attention to that. And then I shut my mouth and I just wait and wait to see what develops. And that's the key. You know, they say this about music. A good musician, it's not about the notes, but it's about the space between the notes. And I think this is very similar to that idea, that we make an intervention, but then we need to take the time to let it play out as it did. And again, it opened to a new experience. You mentioned as a resource of facing up and facing to the sun. And so I sort of added something there for her. But if it wasn't her experience, I'm pretty sure she would say, no, that's not my experience. But then I said, well, okay, if you are looking towards the sun, I should have said with your eyes closed, feeling the warmth and letting the warmth come in and suffuse your whole body. And again, when you're feeling that warmth in yourself, you'll also be feeling and sharing that warmth with others who were likewise, oriented. So, so I think that that's the main learning from that vignette. You want to add something?
The other thing I wanted to add was she started the flight response, right, a defensive response to whatever threat she was dealing with, and then you brought in the sun, and as soon as she started to embody that or shift her awareness to what it was more of a resource state, she then said her breathing got changed. Her breathing got deeper, so you could see, and she actually reported and was aware of the autonomic nervous system starting to regulate around breath. And you didn't tell her to take a deep breath. You set up a condition where that regulation would happen organically and naturally.
Yeah, thank you. That's embarrassing. I didn't say that. Yes, it really is a window. The autonomic nervous system is that window into the deep self, the true self. It's physiological. It's a physiological response, but it's also a physiological response. It really takes us to get this internal, inner, visceral support, autonomic support, which is absolutely essential in connecting with ourselves and connecting with others. So thank you.
Allows us to resolve the trauma and reconnect.
Exactly. And when the trauma gets resolved, or you can watch it seemingly to get resolved, that's when positive attachment experiences come up, or being able to look in the future for how that warmth might play in the relationship with some other chosen person.
This is such a beautiful example. I think we're probably ready to go on to check in with Patrick and working with his very intensely contracted jaw with the VOO sound.
You willing to go on a little bit? Mm-hmm. Okay. And again, anytime you want to stop or rest, let me know. Okay. Because the whole idea is really for you to orchestrate it. I'm just like sort of a bystander. Okay. What you can do is start with that VOO sound, but I want to now have you engage your jaw. Okay? I'll show you what I mean, okay? So Ray is laughing because we've done that a number of times together. So again, the idea is to kind of get that feeling into your jaw and just opening it a little bit till you feel the resistance, and then letting it close a little bit, and then opening it, see if you can open it a little bit more to meet that resistance, and each time just going to the place, okay? Good. And just notice, it may make you feel even more tired, maybe a little bit more like yawning.
One of the things is I grip my teeth a lot. And,
yeah, I know.
When I wake up in the morning, I feel like I can hardly open my mouth sometimes.
Yeah, that's where we're working on it. Because we're working at, because I want to always let you know what we're doing. That way, you know, we're able to work together. The first thing we did is we really worked with interrupting the sequence of physical sensations that in the past have led to panic. Now what we're doing is working with the opposite. The antithesis of anxiety is aggression, is power. Not power over, but feeling your own inner power. And so that's what we do when we're connecting the belly and the jaw, is really getting this sense of I'm here and your own power.
Beautiful.
Okay. Yeah. So again, you just see, first of all, I'm pretty sure that he's military. he's very much a mesomorphic action structure. And so I have to be judicious in not doing something that makes it feel like, it's an airy-fairy. And
also that you're not taking over his choices.
Yeah.
You address that at the very beginning, just like this is really you, I'm just a bystander. You're really emphasizing his self-efficacy.
Exactly. And I say, it's important for you to know what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. So again, to engage together in a shared experience. And you can see his eyes lighten. He looks even more directly at me, but softly, but directly. And I'm pretty sure he has had panic reactions. I don't know what the full, the root of that did come up, I think, in the session. But so the guts, the visceral sense is really where we get our sense of being at home. I haven't quite said that like that before, but it is. It really is where our home is, where we live, where we desire to live, where our instincts lie, where our intuitions form. And the jaw, I worked with the jaw in part because his jaw was very, very tight.
Well, that's a favorite hiding place for a lot of unprocessed trauma.
Exactly. The jaw is, yep, no question about that, the jaw and the eyes. So I then, I assume that we did the VU before we come to this clip. But so to get him to connect his power, what I call a healthy aggression, not aggression, but healthy aggression, to be able to go and get what we need in life. Also, healthy aggression is, as I mentioned, is more or less an antidote for fear and panic. You can't be feeling aggression, healthy aggression, and panic at the same time. They're really mutually exclusive. So to practice that power and connection with the self, again, is also the beginning of the attachment, and it plays out. And you can see when he's looking at me, he really is opening. And I think for him, it's quite courageous to do this, because this is kind of out of his realm of normal experience, again, because he's very much action and not feeling, and comes from a military background. But I call it the 3-minute rule. If within 3 minutes you don't really engage the person, and feeling and sensation and relation, if you miss that 3 minutes, the session will just kind of wander, and maybe you'll finally get to something, but it's not really sharp. It's not precise. So that's really, really a key in working with all trauma, but especially with issues around attachment trauma, to really do something that the person gets it. The Ray video, which I guess you can link us to our website. It's a YouTube thing where I worked with this Marine who was blown up by 2 of these explosive devices, and just before that, his best friend died in his arms. And you really see at the very beginning, he says, I don't want for people to have to take care of me. And I say, well, yeah, you want your autonomy back. And he lights up. And that's true, I think, with virtually any session. Something's going to happen in those first few minutes. If you see it, if you respond to it, and with Antoinette, it was, what was going on is clearly in her body. But whatever it is, if you get to it and reflect it to the person, because that's another thing that people with attachment issues very often didn't get reflection from their caregivers, from their parents, looking at them and playing with them, falling in love with them. I love it when T. Barry Brazelton talks about the mother and the infant becoming in love with each other.
Yes.
Really a thing. And so we have to also risk that, allow that to be in ourselves. And so in a way, I hope you understand why I'm saying this, we need to something like falling in love with the client.
Yes, I don't think Sheldon Kopp used to say, if you can't love your client, you should refer them to someone else. You have to be able to really love your client.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Good. At least I'm on a lonely hillside here.
We don't use that word enough in therapy. I mean, we really are loving people back to health. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, exactly. You know, I think it's something that we tend to really avoid or negate, or just think it's inappropriate. I mean, of course, there are inappropriate things that can happen, but really, if we deeply care for the person and for their health, and when we meet their resistance, to say, hi, excuse me, and to really feel the resistance as a useful place to go. So it's really, really about creating this milieu of connection and caring.
And that's where the person that's facilitating the session hopefully has done some work on their own attachment history and their ability to connect and be authentic and show the kind of attunement you demonstrated, so that he actually can brighten up and engage and look at you. These are attachment signals that he's present and showing up. It's so valuable, really, really important.
Yeah.
I always think of it as like getting the green light to go to the next thing. You know, when you see you've been able to have that 3 minute rule you have of the engagement, and then that gives you an opening to move forward.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, is there anything else you'd like to share, or should we move on to John when he's working with his shame posture, moving in and out of the collapse response?
Sure. No, I mean, when we get to go over the whole sessions, or the bigger
yes, these are like trailer clips for what we're going to be showing in the course that you'll be seeing much more in depth. You'll see the whole session.
And again, how the session, because especially with somebody with his kind of background, I want to see what is it that he wants to change. What is it that's haunting him? And in this case, it was the panic attacks. And I believe there was a fairly specific reason for them occurring. But that was at a later in the session.
Yes. This is John with the shame posture.
Oh, yeah. So, let's go back and forth between here and here, but doing it slowly. It's like 1/20th, that's it. And then just slowly coming back down into, and then slowly coming up. Yeah. And what do you notice? What's the difference?
I feel more, I guess, present in my body.
More present.
In my body and within the room.
Because when you go into like this looks like somebody who's being beaten down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know. And this is the opposite. And the body can't register both at the same time. That's the good news.
Okay.
So if it's collapsed and shame and beaten down, that's in this posture. When you find your way, not just by going like this, because that won't do it. When you slowly come back up. That's it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, so just to see how powerful it is to move in and out of that collapse reaction and start to unpack it by staying present to the sensation, staying present in the experience of the moving down and moving back, slow enough that you can track the sensation. Beautiful example.
Yeah, and without that, therapy could go on forever, working with shame issues. And very often the therapist because of their own shame issues, really doesn't want the client to go and into their shame issues. So they unconsciously or semi-consciously deflect the person from coming to the shame. But then the question is, how do you work with the shame? Now, when I was kind of realizing this and beginning to get a deeper understanding of that, I came across the work of a woman named Nina Bull, and she was this in the I think in the late 40s and early mid 50s. She was at Columbia University, and she developed what she called the attitude theory of emotion. And so basically, she trained people to be aware of their bodies enough. She trained an observer to observe the person who's the client, will say, for hers it wasn't clients. And then to just correlate these. So she would have the person imagine being angry or being fearful, being sad. She didn't do shame for some reason. But anyhow, if you're in one of these postures, because they're all postural sets, they're all attitudes, bodily attitudes. If the person is in one attitude, one emotional form, then they will only be able to feel that emotion until they come out of that and can then go into a different postural sense.
It's like locked into the body position.
Exactly. And, again, we want to watch the whole session, but it was pretty clear. By the way, I was doing some active work with vibra swings with the Smovies, but having him stand really helped him ground. And again, if you ask therapists, what percentage of your time do you work with a client where you're sitting in your chair and they're sitting in their chair?
They're more empowered when they're standing.
Yeah, and more empowered and more grounded. And it was kind of like, the question I was asking didn't even make any sense. Yeah, of course you're sitting down. And you're sitting down for hour after hour after hour. So you are starting to collapse. And when you're standing, it's one of the reasons to use standing, you really can't collapse or you're going to fall down. You can't collapse. So it gives some upward dimensionality of the body. And it gives the place where he can come from and experiment with this posture that I'm seeing in his body. I've noticed it now several times. So I have my awareness, I have his awareness to that. And then this collapse is, pretty significant. So instead of just going like that, I have him do it first and then say, let's do it at 1/20th speed. 1/20th. And so he touches in and then comes back. So, so what we're doing here is that we're really having them learn to come into a difficult physiological state and to not get stuck there, to be able to touch it and to move out. And that wasn't, Nina Bull didn't look at that, but that was sort of what I was doing. And her observations really helped to support that. Anyhow.
That's really important to know. And the other thing that I think is relationally important is that you also kind of did it with him a little bit. So you're kind of doing it together. So the extremeness of the fear and shame, sometimes we can do the exercise with the person and they feel like that you're in it with them. There's a support to go in and out of it, and it helps it release even more.
Yes. In a way, it's like you're meeting them.
Yes.
Even though it's a very uncomfortable thing, I'm saying non-verbally, I'm saying, I'm here and I'm going to go with you and let's explore this together.
Even the more important that it's uncomfortable that you do it together, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But, I don't always do that. I don't always go into posture. But in this instance, I thought it was really important. And I think it was.
You can kind of assess the amount of support someone might benefit from.
Yeah.
The next person we have is Becky, and we're talking about shifting frog feet, which is a kind of funny thing to say, but we're really looking at grounding. And we'll start with that.
I feel my feet more on the stage or the solid bottoms.
Great. So that's maybe just focusing on that, how your feet are contacting the ground. Again, like the frog has these suction cups that really root it.
Yeah.
And maybe as you're just shifting your weight very slightly from side to side, see if you can get a sense of your feet that even opening more into the ground.
Yeah. Or I imagine frog feet too. Little suctions on the toes.
Yep. Just really anchoring.
I would like to have more of a dark purple frog suit.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's it, really dropping into your feet, your legs. There. Now just noticing as you do that, how your spine lengthens. So an image that I often use is feeling the rooting to the ground, and as you feel that rooting, just noticing your head just kind of like an invisible string, just suggesting it to move upwards.
So mainly seeing, I think, the importance of grounding and the fact that the natural physiological response to elongation, which is another signal for resiliency.
And pride.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that in a way, if I had to summarize the whole session, I would say she went from will, like from kind of a masochistic body, that she went there to really connect and lengthen. Again, because that's the opposite of being beaten down. And so they both have shame issues, but I was working with them in very different ways. And basically with any client, any client, every client is a new person. And I know that my job is to be there and to witness their unfolding and to support their unfolding. And again, at the end, to see her with pride, dignity and pride. Again, I'm not sure exactly what happened before that and what happens after that. But that part, I think, again, is a real, what's the word? Not a transition point, but really what you really are looking for.
A transformative element of it. And we'll be seeing the whole video in the class of all of these demos. So it will be more familiar with how things happen before and after. It'll be easy to see and track.
Yeah. Oh, and at one time, kind of about midway, a little bit more in the session, she shares something that about humor, something that's humorous.
The purple frog legs.
The purple frog legs, exactly. And so that's a way of her playing with me. And again, because play is so important in attachment.
That's a part of healthy attachment, right? Part of the ventral vagal social engagement. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at any mammals, especially at the babies, they're always playing. They're always kind of, their teeth might be bare, but they're not hurting each other generally. And again, this way of practicing playfulness and sharing playfulness is, again, in part of the essential matrix of of attachment.
Right. Well, the next clip, we're running a little bit tight on time here. The next clip, we're going to be talking about the arm squeeze with Vanessa, and just to show how to shift the internal constriction to help it release a little bit. I did want to mention, as you saw, just with Becky, that she's got these green things in her hands. Those are the vibrational tools you were talking about, and they're called Smovies. People were asking about what the Smovies were, and there's something that you use to help bring grounding and work with the body.
Well, exactly.
As a tool.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at Vanessa.
What would you like to have happen here? What would be your hope?
I'd really love to get rid of the crushing around my spine and the pain in my body.
Yeah, and you do it like this. You show it like, it's like really crushing. Huh?
Crushing.
And that's been there as long as you can remember?
Yeah.
Really? Wow. Do you even remember the first time you became aware of it?
No.
Wow. So it's just as far back as you can remember.
Yeah.
And it's like this.
Yeah, it's crushing in mostly my mid-thoracic here.
Mid-thoracic.
Yeah.
And I assume that you've had, workups, MRIs, that kind of stuff. And they can't find anything.
Well, I have a scoliosis, but
yeah, I see that.
yeah, but it's just more my muscles, I think, contracting around my spine.
Well, look, let's just work a little bit with this. So, with your permission, I'm just going to offer you my wrists. And just take both of your hands, just like what you were doing here. And notice that your hands are like this. They're really in a fist.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move a little closer, okay? Okay. And then I'm going to give you my arm. And you just put all of the tension. And don't worry, if I need you to stop, I'll say stop. Yeah. But I want you to put all the tension in your spine onto here. So direct it onto here. So I can really feel what it's like to be in your spine. And notice your breathing. There we go.
You okay?
I'm fine. Even better. Really put that tension here. Something just happened just then. Something shifted. You feel a little bit trembling, a little shaking in on your lips, your arms. Yeah, so just feel the shaking. And take as much time as you need. Yeah, there's a lot of shaking now. It's building. Ooh. Ooh. Right. Wow. There's a lot of energy locked in there, huh? Yeah. Okay. It's starting to settle a little bit.
Yeah.
You can see your heartbeat is starting to go down a little bit.
Yeah.
So it kind of went up there for a while, right? And now coming down.
Okay.
That's really important to know that your heart can do that. Right? It can accelerate, but then it can also settle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can take a long time. If I get a shock, it can take a
Right,
a
but this
while.
time, no.
No.
It went
good.
up
Yeah.
and then came down. Really important.
Yeah.
Really important.
Just so beautiful to see how much that's authentic smile and how relieved she was at the end as you were teaching her how to move the stress out of her body into your arm, and that he could release and her heart rate could regulate.
Yeah. And boy, and her breathing really released. I mean, there was like almost zero breath at the beginning, just enough bare sustenance to exist. And her breathing really became strong. And then she started to shake and tremble, which I noticed, of course. And again, it's fairly subtle, at least at first, quite subtle. But then the shaking clearly led to a discharge. And so she was then able to discharge the heartbeat, which was accelerated, but then it would come and then come back down and settle. So she learned that her body knew what to do and could do it.
And that's so empowering that you really reinforced that her body knows how to do it. And also how much can happen in just a few moments of physiological shift and transformations. Absolutely fabulous.
Right. Well, again, that's the thing about somatic experiencing. It is a more of a bottom-up approach. But it's not just bottom-up. I mean, any kind of therapy has to have some of both.
Right.
But we really start, that's our base, is from a bottom up. And then we meet the top down as a way of integrating the experience, about maybe having the possibility of finding new meanings. But we just take our time to do that. And all of this here really, again, it's that space between the notes. It's different in each session, but it's simply because it's different people and different characteristics and different needs and different interventions.
What's arising in the moment.
Yep.
Yeah.